Hello and welcome into yet another exciting CECC edition for qualification on their way to Texas. This is CECC East Regional for Rocket League. Pyro J, you're alongside me, and we've had to witness a long bracket finally get whittled down to our top 8 and now to our top 2 grand final between Fisher Falcons and the Stockton Osprey.
It's been really exciting to see how it would whittle down, because while you had the Fisher Falcons on top, recent runner-ups of this last CRL Spring Open, looking pretty good and convincing for the finals. Who was going to beat them, right? We just had UD face off against Stockton, but Stockton looking to have a pretty convincing run here to the end of the finals, and Taco maybe using that momentum to take on Fisher.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be necessary for Fisher. They've been actually a team that kind of came in. It's 2/3 of basically an EU regional team within Parka and Faris. Parka, more known by Jovan, I believe, within these lobbies, or Jovan. And so they have been coming over to the U.S. like a lot of different teams within CRL, a lot of European talent. They want to get an education, so they come into the U.S. And they had an okay run in their first qualifier within the broader CRL atmosphere. And then when they actually were like, okay, let's make sure we lock in a little bit, they got in second place, just losing to Northwood. So clearly this team has a lot of potential going forward. And now they just have to see that, okay, yeah, they've done all the hard work basically to get to this East Regional final. Let's just make sure we actually close it out, get the win, and move on our way.
It may just do that. Then again, I've watched this Stockton team. You've watched this Stockton team for a long time, and these players, and most recently doing some of the Davenport team streams for CRL. I'd see Stockton come up against Davenport, a staple top 8 this year of CRL, and take them down and get those quote unquote upset victories. So you've got some veteranship coming in from this Stockton team who know how to take on these collegiate giants, these titans in the scene, and give them a run for their money. Give them a run for their spot in the CECC. So, Taka, we knew the East Regional was going to be stacked, and I think it's given just that for the finals.
Yeah, and I think that's really how we have to keep talking about like most of these divisions, because across all of CCC, we have all these different actual regional places and say, okay, well, there's usually like back in the day, I remember like 1 or 2 good schools. But now I'm looking at it, I'm like, actually, there's like 8 to 10 that could make a run on a given day. Granted, we do have our favorites for a reason, and that's of naturally the teams that we're going to be finding in our finals. Best of 7 one more time between Fisher and Stockton. Last time these two teams met, it was a 3-0 in the group stage for Fisher, but of course, so many things can change when you give them a little breathing space.
And best of 7 allows for all of being said, maybe Fisher, not a lot to change. I know we mentioned Jovan and Faris. Justus has to be the player to watch for me. I was casting their couple of matches starting in the playoffs, so that CRL run, and clear MVP of the group, willing to make those highlight reel plays again and again.
Yeah, within CRL, there was definitely also a lot of whispers of how often you saw Jovan was the man, and then Justice would be the guy. And then you realize, oh, wait, they're all good. They can all be like the players to step up. And if you're looking at Stockton, it's usually top cheese as he tried to get to that, but Justice had a weird taking off on the backboard, able to still get the save.
Andy Pisa with that clear, trying to find a teammate on the counterattack, and top cheese with that flip reset to keep Fisher College guessing a little bit. I like the attempt here for the quick counter attacks, but you've got to keep an eye out for that speedy midfield of Fisher. They're ready to break off those passing plays at any point.
Especially if there are the occasional misses. These players have coming into this playing at least a semifinal, so they're definitely not cold, but at the end of the day, there's nerves, especially when you start playing a little bit faster squads, is going to have to figure out what kind of dialing in is going to be required. Right now, it seems like the passing isn't quite there for either team, but they're certainly going to try. Faris, back post, is going to nail that one past all 3 defenders.
You had to mention it. They had to show off. Justus, he's got this ounce of boost remaining, but look at how lightning fast that pass still is. And Faris, it's a bullet in.
And even lean into that one. That's one of those things where you're just going for pure contact. Like, I don't even care necessarily about how I approach this one or how delicately I'm able to place it. I know if I just put it to the back post, it'll probably find its way through. Poor Stockton figured the only thing that didn't have to happen was exactly that, a perfect strike into the back post. Now they're looking at their first deficit, first goal going to Fisher, which is not all too surprising. But the way Stockton's been playing, it's not necessarily like they're helpless.
Oh, not whatsoever. But again, thinking back at that shot, it's shot quality, it's shot placement that we're going to keep our eyes on. Anthony Pizza trying to do just that. Air dribble towards that top corner. Does go just wide. Thought maybe the double tap could be there, but there was a backboard defender ready and waiting. Two defending there for Stockton. They'll meet themselves and the ball.
Top Cheese going to nail that one forward. Anthony's chilling upfield, and so is Jovan. He's trying to make sure he's not going to let that one through. Same like Deck on the far side. Going to go to Freesa again. Nice skim on target. Top Cheese more than ready. I mean, again, these teams have already played each other, so I'm sure there's no givens when it comes to making some of these saves. You got to contest absolutely everything, and Deck will do just that. Same with Top Cheese, getting only a deflection in the midfield.
Quick challenges, they make sense because look at how quickly the attack is running through. Faris getting each and every extra additional touch towards the corner. Making it difficult for Stockton just to keep up. Again, it's Anthony Pizza across the half-court line, but what then? No boost remaining, no teammate to dump it off to on the 50-50. Still advance here, march along as Faris wins that challenge. Anthony Pizza bumped away. Jovan could have some space to work with here on the leading bump from Justus, but it's an evasion of the bump and a deflection on the shot for Stockton.
Doing well to try to calculate out these plays. Problem is, you can see Deck right there. A lot of time, but maybe not enough momentum to start up an air dribble. So he tries to hit it into the open space, and Fisher already predicts it. Very good team at being able to almost look at having a glimmer of a gap to be able to say, maybe there's something I can look at right there. And then they close it right down. They're very good at their closing speed, trusting in the rotation. And because of that, it allows them to play really lockdown defense. Even then, when Stockton's trying to probe, steal their boost, Justice is usually around it, doesn't get the ball, gets a deflection of the player, deflection middle, Top Cheese trying to pick out that near post, still can't get it done. Infield pass, Anthony beats a back post, deflected off of another post, and somehow we're still 1-0.
How many layers are there? I mean, seriously, every follow-up chance, every shot seems to be the one that will be the final straw. This one could be it as well. Placed bottom corner with two defenders, even on no boost, still there to put it away. Fisher College have the crystal ball. They know where every shot's going. It doesn't matter how much boost they have.
That's a tilter for Stockton. I mean, you know you're still in this game. It's only 1-0, but really, how many times can you knock on the door until eventually you have to find some way to just take a battering ram right through? There's the first demo, maybe, being able to do just that, but it's still going to be clear to the far side as it continues just ping around the Fisher goal, but not necessarily getting too many direct chances.
Final opportunity for Stockton, but it is just as menacing as ever off the backboard. It takes many chances for Stockton to get close, but sometimes it only takes one for Fisher to put the nail in the coffin.
Really does feel like demonstration sometimes from Fisher. They're saying, no, that's not how you do it. This is how you do it. One nice tap into the backboard, perfectly across into the back post, and you already have someone waiting for it. They're all on the same page. The coordination for Fisher, always extraordinary. And Stockton, despite having 6 shots to their name, matching their opponents nearly, it's just not quite enough at the end. So maybe we'll see one more as Freeze trying to air dribble through. Deck will not allow it, but regardless, it will not change the result. Fisher, 2-0 to start the series, on their way to get into that East champion role.
As you mentioned, those shots are similar. The save is the difference maker. That save count, of course, being awarded the winner to Fisher as they were on their back line for quite an amount of time. And I almost want a multiplier on the saves just to get a true quantity, Taco, and to award a bit more when the save is made on low boost. I just felt like the way that Fisher maneuvered around their goal line wasn't helpless. It was very mindful. They could see the Stockton attack forming. They could see where the follow-up shots were coming. And whereas Fisher were able to place those midfield pass shots towards the top corner where defenders weren't, I think Stockton struggled to put their shots away from those goal line defenders of Fisher.
That's a huge difficulty I feel like a lot of teams do face, especially against these top-level CRL players like in Fisher. Stockton definitely in that upper echelon is going to be beating out probably 99% of teams most of the time. With Fisher, it's really not necessarily, you have to play pretty well. You have to play pretty much a complete 5 minutes of flawless Rocket League. And if you give away a mistake goal, that's probably going to be the one that's going to cost you the game. So going into game number 2, that's the one thing I think Stock needs to stick on to. If they do get an open shot, which they have occasionally gotten, you need to drill that on target the best you can, because you're probably not going to get one as good the rest of the 5 minutes.
Makes me think of my current champ GC days where they say, okay, you know how to play the game. Now you have to play it really well. Those shots have to be powerful, much like the one there from Justice was. Is sure, getting started early on here, not only with the shot, but the demolition as well, where it may be on Stockton to force Fisher out of their rhythm. Looks like the rhythm bending is being done by Fisher. That said, Top Cheese, no boost, had an angle maybe on the shot, just couldn't climb high enough.
We'll see Deck actually get a nice cut out here. So with a demo, Anthony Pizza trying to find Top Cheese, top corner. That's going to be a miss. Pizza trying to get there, and Anthony still can't quite fit it through the crossbar this time, rescuing the Falcons from falling behind.
And now Javon given time here, but Anthony Pizza able to keep this ball in the blue end zone. How much time does this ball need to spend straddled along the backboard? And to find the one gap, to get the one shot. This one pinch will send Stockton flying on the defensive line. Anthony Pizza makes the perfect save, though, to keep it away and turn this around.
And being able to get that one through, excellently done. But the thing is, you have to do it again and again and again. Maybe just through demos again. I would say there are some aspects from both teams that you really do have to step into. And I think, especially in this era of Rocket League, the defense is so good. A lot of people say, wow, why are you demoing? It's such a cheap tactic. First of all, it's organic. Second of all, how else are you supposed to score sometimes against these defenses? They're just that good.
The era of Rocket League we're in, defense is too good. You've got to remove the defenders. Sometimes it is all that it takes. Especially in this game, that's 0-0, and with the demo on the line, maybe an avenue has opened up off the demolition. It is just us to catch and release this ball from the backboard. Up for the bump once again. Anthony Pizza making Farise's job a little bit more difficult there. Trying for the elbow shot, but it's denied. Vaughn around and up the corner. Anthony Pizza keeps it away, and Top Cheese fuels up and sends it down. Anthony Pizza again with a 0 boost. Saves how many can be made until they find an exit route, an escape rope. They need something to deliver this ball.
Yeah, especially now as we're trying to chase this one down, and we'll also see Faris trying to get that flip reset as well. He's going to miss it, but you can see the respect being paid by Top Cheese. No boost to necessarily challenge, but didn't even want to exit the goal line, knowing that most likely that is going to find its way on target as the boost seems to be drifting away for everybody. Only Faris really on Fisher having anything.
Forget about the Fisher goal line being a steel curtain. How about the half-court line? We had been in that orange end for nearly a minute, and Jovan wants to go right back to that zone. Has Faris on the wing, opts for the pass, but I think Deck was more keen to it as he slides through that passing lane and cuts it away. Just does one touch, just isn't enough there. Deck almost lines up for the shot, went for the bump and was nearly in position for the shot as well, but the chance dies out.
That's frustrating. Same with this one. That's going to be a dunk well wide. Justice planning his approach. Does get intercepted by Top Cheese as now Faris has to take over. Errant touch onto the backboard. That's a nice shot. Even better as a pass. But Deck, I think, was in between reading that, whether that's going to be a post deflection and out or just the straight backboard, as Stockton really just a matter of getting these unfortunate reads off in really difficult situations, just not quite working in their favor.
So close. It feels like they're on the doorstep. It's felt like that since the beginning of this game. What will it take to push through? Is it the war being waged in the midfield? Is it the battle bus wheels that Top Cheese is wielding? Hard to tell. They've got a minute remaining maybe to take this lead and this win with just one goal.
Especially with Fisher starting to hit the ball a little bit harder than they need to. That could be a giveaway, except the recovery is, of course, there from Just Us. So Stockton back to midfield to try to regain speed out of Anthony. Trying to put that one across. Tony Pizza going to get dispossessed, though. Deck can at least try to get this backflip. Top Cheese kind of crowds him in the back, and therefore that's the avenue that Fisher needs to escape.
7 shots in this game. Chances have been minimal if you consider that between both teams. All it takes is one. Just as in Top Cheese contending for that one, it lands directly on Faris, but it's a giveaway. Anthony Pizza comes up for the clear. Top Cheese faking a challenge. That one's placed high. Could work as a pass. Just as lays right into it. Whoa. And Anthony Pizza's alone on the goal line. Unable to make the read on Faris's dive down.
What is this top cheese. Oh no! What a disaster for that one to go through. He pre-flips it and then gets the deflection. You can see the orange streak on the ball off the backboard. Of all the ways to get scored, of course, it's going to be a little friendly fire, so to speak. And now with the final seconds taken down, Stockton has to kind of roll their eyes at that one and hope they can mount one more offense with a lead bump. Faris does not get hit though. And so therefore back to the sidewall we're going again. No skim available. Justice trying to kill it. And he will do just that. Fisher taking game 2.
I want to talk about the esport here from a mental standpoint, Taco. I mean, you've watched these collegiate esports athletes contend in these high stakes, high stress situations sometimes when a frustrating loss happens like that. When Top Cheese has been playing pretty great this series and just one wild touch redirect on the ball results in losing the game. How do you bounce back? How do you mentally reset for a game 3?
I think a lot of the times you need to understand, first of all, like, you just laugh it off. Like, of course, that's the deflection that happens. Like, why would it possibly go like that? That's crazy. And especially if that's the only reason you're losing, outside of maybe some execution issues of not getting a certain read. I think if I'm the coach, or at least if I'm the IGL trying to get in the minds of the roster to say, hey, we had good chances. Like, maybe it's not registered too much. You only see 3 technically recorded for Stockton in total, but there was a lot of pressure upfield. They were getting good opportunities, getting stopped right at the point of contact, or they had a read that they would have had maybe an uncontested shot if they could just get the read off. And so it's like you're doing almost everything right. If you just keep playing the way you're playing, I think you need to stick to that, particularly because these aren't losses that are coming through, as you mentioned, like 2, 3, 4 goals. They're not getting blown away. They really just have to focus on the finishing. I think it's the number one thing I'm seeing out of Stockton. They got it on defense now. Let's see it on the other side of the pitch.
Talk so much about the adaptations that need to be made in Rocket League, but not enough about just composure needed to keep at your current level of play. It is enough and more for Stockton to take these wins, but can everything line up in their favor? It almost does there. At the 15-second mark, Deck tried climbing right over the goalie, but Fisher run away with it again. A setup there denied by Anthony Pizza.
Now he's going to be setting up a fake little musty, a nice flick up and over. Beats the first defender, and at the very least, facilitates Top Cheese, getting some boost steal in. Deflection still from Faris down the line. It's going to be a harder journey than most to be able to get through that back line of defense. Fisher, very good at being able to position themselves for these 50s. Maybe not for these aerials, though. That's past everybody except for Faris. Straight into the ceiling. Tony down to Deck, over top of the defense, and there's Stockton's first.
And that shot high was needed. That perfect pass was required. Stockton understand what is necessary to defeat this Fisher team. They've lined it up, they've executed, and they've got a goal on the board.
That's a really nice play as well, because off the sidewall, you do technically have multiple options. You hit that backboard, you can kind of deflect that high, but one of the more quote-unquote predictable lines is to pass the middle. So if you're going to go that avenue and you know Fisher's going to contest that or maybe even wait for that, you have to get there really quick, and that's exactly what Stockton did. Half the chances you can generate on offense are really just trusting your teammates to deliver in a situation, and then you just go with zero hesitation. It's nice to see Stockton get rewarded for that tenacity, despite the fact that, yeah, they've been punched in the mouth a couple times now in these series.
Get right back up and swing again. Top Cheese doing just that. Demolition opens up the lane. Anthony Pizza take the easiest shot of the day. 2 up for Stockton.
This is the art of going for demos. It's not always just, I'm going to take out anyone in my path. It's the timing of it. Someone's about to get 50, take out the back line. And then when that does pop out, especially if you get a favorable 50, it could be just another freebie. This is where Stockton starts to get amped up, and also why there's no need to get down on yourself, because they didn't have that in games 1 and 2. That's exactly the difference here, and maybe even a third of Deck had his way. Can't quite set up the musty as he might have wanted, but regardless, Fisher has a lot to think about. This is a position they are not intimately familiar with throughout the rest of this bracket.
It doesn't feel like this attack has been forced yet today from Fisher, but we could see that change. With 3 minutes remaining, I don't think we'll get there quite yet, especially with the chances that are percolating now. Justice, it's a lob that goes in.
Like this from Faris, just being able to stay near it and eventually communicating with Jovan, take that ball over. Justice has nearly no angle, which is why I think Deck is starting to slow down, didn't use any of the remaining boost to get back in. He's like, what kind of madman is going to take that one? Well, it's the Flying Dutchman over on Justice. being able to get that one through. And now Stockton might be a little sweaty on the controller, knowing that we're back to a 1-goal game.
Never safe, is it? It wasn't safe at 2 either. And now, Warwage is on. Some uncharacteristic openings still find their way in the midfield. Make this game pivot. Its dynamics can change at any moment, and Anthony Pizza is feeling ready to take advantage. That shot saved by Faris and Deck, wanting to take their time, but with a bumper almost there behind him, forced to play this back. Pizza wanted to dive in on the shot. Instead, it's a pass to Jovan. Now it's a touch back to the midfield line for Reese, and Jovan going for the bump once again on the goalie. Couldn't clear the lane, but they still got the pass. No one in position, though, to finish the job.
Anthony going to catch that one again. Fakes underneath just us as he's got nothing in the tank, and Stockton's doing well to play around him. In fact, that 50 goes right into top cheese, and now right into Deck again, trying to use that 2's experience, setting up favorable challenges, and if nothing else, it is burning down this time as we're exit out of the kind of beginning of the game into the mid-game in the final 2 minutes. And right now it seems like Fisher trying to get experimental with these passes. It is working somewhat, but sometimes you gotta have a solo play. Faris just does it all himself after the infield 2-2.
This is a mindful approach to the net, recognizing space and lack of backboard defenders. Faris takes high, making this shot so unpredictable, and slowly, meticulously, Fisher have broken down Stockton and tied this game.
Really do like that avenue where I was looking at all these passes in the beginning of the series. I was saying I don't really see a lot, and now that's really all we are witnessing within a lot of these matches. It's just trying to generate pressure, take the avenue less traveled against some of these teams. Poor Deck, if he had a bit more boost, maybe could have found his own path through, but couldn't quite speed that one up enough to beat out the defense. And Anthony Pizza could not get that pass to Jovan. Is that one going to be dispossessed? Happy deflection into Deck into Anthony Pizza, and looks like Stockton improvisationally will still be able to very much so make Fisher wonder, where is this ball going to go? Near post, dunked it, and how in the world is that one going to count?
Well, obviously this is the way you do it. How else? The bump, the demo from Anthony Pizza, or excuse me, Top Cheese opens up the Wiley lane, the scenic route for Anthony Pizza as he jams his way through.
And this is a majority European roster here. Injustice being, I believe, in the U.S. longer than any other Fisher member. I wonder if he uses bruh in comms, because that felt like a bruh moment. But it comes in to the near post dunk. Feel like you have everything covered. It still just gets quadruple 50'd into your net. Back into, or rather back behind Stockton now within this game. And you know they're confident to be able to bring it back. But for Stockton, this has to be probably feeling like the longest 45 seconds of your life.
Oh, it certainly is. After Faris was the one to nail the shot from high elevation. He was set up for that double tap. Didn't quite what was needed. So the placement of the shot, but the pass over from Justice certainly could have been Faris' chance yet again, but he'll have to wall dash back and hope that Justice has this set up. All 3 of Fisher near the ball on the sidewall. They understand that now is the time if they're going to win this game, and all 3 players are ready to make that play.
Huge fan of how Stockton are playing this one, where they are not just parking the bus on defense and saying, okay, well, come at us and we'll just lock down the defense. They're chasing down that ball. Anthony Pizza, just by chasing, stealing boost, he wasted around pretty much all the time, and because of that one, it's going to have to come down to 0 seconds. Jovan with the catch. Deck says absolutely not. Top G's going to chase that one down, and now Fisher trying to recreate, but there's just no boost for Jovan, so Justice has to hit it into nobody. Heroic, if not a little bit too optimistic from Fisher on some of these passes. It will not work out, and Stockton refuses to go down yet.
Take the challenge to them, even in the dying moments of the game. That was the goal for Stockton, and it was what awarded them 3 goals to win the game. It was all about the passes and the scenic routes. A bit of creativity sprinkled into this one, Taco. Is that what's going to be needed here for the rest of the 3 wins for Stockton if they can claw them on their side?
I mean, especially watching out for all those different opportunities that Fisher can create. Obviously, the solution is, well, you have to make sure you don't let them get these open shots. But even then, Fisher still creates. I think the thing that Stock needs to keep in mind is that third goal, yeah, it's a little clunky, but it comes from just being able to keep the ball close on the near post, force Fisher not only to make sure they get in the way of the save, but also get a solid 50 as well. That really just came from Justice thinking he can just slink on by, get a light little touch grazing off his car. And when he doesn't have that, it goes right in. That's the difference for Stockton. On top of the physical play, Faris getting slowed down, but not enough to be able to let that one pass him.
I really thought it was enough there for Stockton. They've had the fangs out on the opening kickoff often in this series. They've come close, so close to scoring that opener right away. Feels like if game 5 happens and it doesn't come, I don't know when it will. That one looked a little bit sketchy. Carr's having a hard time having all 4 wheels on the ground, but Justice, that's where he's most comfortable, in the air, in the skies, clearing it from his own side.
Zach would be much more comfortable if this ball stopped lobbing up above, especially with no boost. Top Cheese has to back up, put it in reverse to be able to put that one away with the car booty. Now trying to do it again with still no boost, a heroic effort to be at least delay the inevitable. It coming right back in. This time, though, Tech had enough time to get that boost and just temporarily get this one out. Tony Pizza going to clean up the rest.
I gotta say, I think Stockton are doing a great job of taking out the potential heroic plays out of Fisher. When you see Justice with that kind of boost, with that kind of space on the ball in the air, you've got to put a hand up. You can't wait to see what happens. Take the fight to them. It continues to be the challenge. Stockton, and they're doing it, especially in the sense of those demos, those double taps, those setups that almost run them to their first goal.
They're still trying to question how much Fisher really wants to challenge these reads, especially with these deflections off the sidewall. Deck gonna take that one high. He's going for the hard read. He gets it, pinches it almost on a pancake, gets the backboard, and the problem is now it's a 1v1.
What?
Justice with a flip reset, catches it, and of course, Top Cheese left dangling.
Oh, this was just a 1v1 that I thought would come a little bit closer. Top Cheese didn't expect it. Justice had a beeline straight to the net and ends up flopped over. All it takes, like I said earlier, is that kind of space and boost for Justice to get that goal in.
It's frustrating, but maybe not for much longer because Anthony Pizza has that open shot. Jovan gets the save.
What?
Clearly, even when there's an open net, there are no guarantees in high-level CRL.
Again, the kickoffs they favor Stockton, but somehow, some way they can't score and they get punished on the other end. This is devastation.
Okay, typically I said, you know, you just kind of laugh it off. You have these moments, but that's one where you just bang your head against the table saying, okay, you were so convinced. If I had to psychoanalyze that one, get inside their mind, I have to think they had the demo, and it's one of those things where if this is just regular run of play, you'd smack that as hard as possible. But because you know it's an open net, you're like, I have to make sure this is on target. Let's just take our time. And in that half second where they're debating that, that's where Jovan's able to get back and get that save. Frustrating for Stockton, but out of it yet, and not even out of the series yet. Again, best of 7 to play, and only halfway there for Fisher if they do happen to hang on to this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the way the series has gone, opportunities will still come through here for Stockton. So gluing our eyes to the second half of the game, are we, as Justice is eliminated on the corner, and Top Cheese uses that bit of space to take on the 50-50. It seems like Stockton are comfortable playing this bait and dunk, or these hard reads that you've mentioned, Taco, in order to let them have that first touch, put the hand up, but then punish them on the way down. It's come close to awarding them a couple goals in this game.
I really like that touch from Deck, and also the thought, at least from Top Cheese, to be able to get that first deflection up and over. Now it's going to be leading to Jovan trying to catch this one. Deck fakes past one, might even get it past another one as Faris really took the back away to get to it, and yet no contact made. So Stockton showing a bit of imprecision here within game 4, and that might be the thing that starts to cost them opportunities, particularly Faris uncontested to the middle. Tony Pizza able to shut that one down.
Feels like 2-0 won't be the final score line, because what we've seen from Stockton is they come just inches away from scoring, and if they don't, it's a counterattack punish on the other end. This could be another opportunity where they get near the goal line, but now who's going to be there on the transition defense? Who's going to be there to take up the ball from the logo? It's Faris. All the way by Deck, but Jovan given space here, hits the crossbar. Top Cheese off the ceiling. Justice, a free kick to the net, and Anthony Pizza has a backboard on lockdown.
Solid communication. Problem is, it then dispossesses. Anthony Pizza trying to avoid this one. 50s in front of the net. We know how that has gone previously, at least for Fisher, though Stockton seems to be holding on for at least right now, but not necessarily in the boost department. It seems like they keep looking to their own corners, and they're just not there. Fisher's making sure that if they are on offense, they want to have all the resources available to them, and at this point, Stockton just has to rely on these small pads that will occasionally pop on up.
Lots of opportunity here from Justice. Sees Yofan on the mid side. Now Deck with space. Has Justice just barely beat. And Top Cheese in reverse. Why not? Backflip into the ball. Try to get the better 50-50. You've got to try everything at this point. Deck gets a solid challenge at the midfield line. Goes for the demolition. Gets it, but the ball's not on target. It lifts above the crossbar. And the follow-up is in. But now only 13 seconds to equalize.
Oh my god, that was nearly heartbreaking, and then it went from reassuring and then back to heartbreaking, as I'm thinking Yovan's definitely going to rob this one again, but I think he anticipated a much faster aerial from Deck, and yet the slow and steady might have won the race to that ball, but maybe not to the overtime that Stockton are hoping for. That's a solid kickoff, though. Justice into Top Cheese, who cuts it around. He needs a pass, or he just has his own avenue. Fakes out for Reese with the rule one in the corner.
That's what needed to happen. So many favorable kickoffs for Stockton today. The last remaining factor was roll one-ing the other defender out of the play. 2-2, Stockton might just force OT.
And I love how that developed. You can see Top Cheese look for the pass immediately in the middle and then go away from it. Nearly actually stole it in regulation, but apparently that pass was a bit faster than Top Cheese had anticipated. All these heroics don't really mean anything if you're not able to close it out. Maybe with a demo and boost and passing lane, you can get there. Top Cheese gonna take it off the corner. Faris is watching it, so is Yovan, but it's going to be Anthony Pizza to it first, but not last, as the deflection will come on through.
Telling you, every kickoff Fisher are just gripping their controllers as tightly as ever. Unless there's any KBM players, not so sure. That said, they do survive it. And now they've gone to a normal waged fight in the midfield. The Deck has won. He tried with the heroics on the pinch earlier. Now he's got the pass down. Shot gets denied for Top Cheese. And Fisher, they survived again.
I think that might have been a save actually from Deck as he was trying to fall down off the backboard. That's so unfortunate, but I really do like the challenge. I think Fisher's being taught that they can't just actually go for these light little cute touches around. Sometimes they have to settle for a top 50 in a weird position, because that last one was nearly disastrous. Faris got dispossessed in the corner by Deck, and now they had to defend really frenetically up against their own back line. They have survived, so now I think they're just trying to play some possession, taking it left and right, but not much else. Demos continue to rein in for the Osprey.
As they take it left to right, the passing plays just get a little too far from their teammates, so maybe a quicker pace of play was expected between the teammates of Fisher, but can line up those passes. Faris looks like they're comfortable doing it themselves. The dribble, the weave in and out just isn't enough to get through, but Yovan's pass to themselves off the ceiling gets the bump afterwards, open up the space for Justice and Faris to take this win in overtime.
And despite all the effort, yeah, it's all about how you close. And right now, Farisi is going to be someone who deserves that coffee. He is a closer, and so are Fisher. Nice little pass after all of that defense being played. Fisher, again, is going to get a dub, put themselves on to match point. And that was another one from Stockton where you just got to look at it and say, throw up your hands like, yeah, it really does take a complete 99 to 100% effort to be able to hang in these games, much less take a dub.
You got to take a magnifying glass to every single goal because, as you're saying, it takes every % of the way through. If Stockton had earned a little extra inch or so on some of these opportunities, it could have been a 4-0 win for them. But remember that each and every goal from Fisher in that last game was a counterattack goal, especially those first two where Stockton were just punished on not being able to finish the job. And we talk so much about the finishing factor. There's no more gaps that can be had in this series. It is match point for Fisher College in our CECC East Regional.
it's just so devastating again, because this is the margins that we actually see a lot within CRL. If you look at only the Collegiate Rocket League official brackets for qualifiers, you might not necessarily see Stockton super high up there, and you might be thinking, well, I mean, if they're not able to get that far up there or get into these top 8s within the nation, maybe they're just really not really at this level. But then you watch the series, you realize, oh, this is a team in Fisher that came in 2nd in the nation in the past weekend, and then you look at Stockton and say, well, if they're hanging in there, man, the margins are really this small. It really is just sometimes down to how you talk about just a quick little counterattack that makes the difference. A lot of one-goal games. In fact, I believe every one of these games has been 1 goal. It's not going to be unless it's for defense like that, close to one, and yet Stockton gets away.
How? I mean, Anthony Pizza has completely bailed out the Stockton team. It was a little rigmarole there in front of the net by Top Cheese. They got rid of him by Fisher, and wow, what a save off the crossbar to save this game, keep things even. Or Stockton, job not finished. Maybe it's just about completed. That pass down looked spicy, but couldn't connect.
That's a perfect touch right, Dak. He's going to have a reset as well. He can't put that on near post, though Justice was guessing at a certain point. Anthony off backboard. Nice little tap down to Deck. He's going to be able to watch that one clear and leave to his compatriot Top Cheese. Unfortunately, in that brief moment to slow down and get the boost, it's going to be Faris going all the way down. No boost to himself, and nearly didn't need it.
Just all-star defense again from Stockton, stopping every one of these plays that many teams really would fall to from Fisher. Maybe it's not one single play, one off, but it's having them compiled on top of each other again and again that will break down these defenses. But we've watched this series from start to nearly the finish, and it has been a very resilient defense out of Stockton. They've got to do it off the Cookser pinch of the read for Faris. Fortunately for them, Faris cannot find the net. Jovan takes to the corner, and a little extra time now for Stockton.
We'll have to say that Fisher is at the very least keeping Stockton on their toes. That Cooks are all the way down, nearly red and spiked on through. And same with this one, weird deflections of both teams getting tested on their reaction time. Justice will pass that test, and I don't think Top Cheese truly knows that he had the boost advantage on that interaction. Gonna let Justice get a first 50. Faris gets past Deck and trying to dance past Top Cheese to a great degree of success. Fake it underneath Anthony Pizza. Look at the solo play for the assist.
There it is. It all started from 2 beats on the sidewall, and then a little fake magic from Faris saying, if you want to hit this ball, I'm going to put a mean 50 on it, so you better be careful. Sets up Fisher for success.
So now Stockton staring down yet again a 1-goal deficit in a really frustrating way, just getting all the 50s not going their way on that last interaction against Faris, getting into Justice's middle pass. So now Stockton gonna have to keep bringing that confidence, but there's that back of the mind urgency that I think can be poison to some squads, where it's like, yeah, we need to score, but we have time. But then when you're down in a series like this on match point, suddenly start saying like the alarm bells going off, you need to make sure you get forward directly, and sometimes that leads to an easy second for Fisher. That's the one thing I hope Stockton can avoid and stay composed about.
Their transition defense has been pretty solid. Top Cheese was playing a deep third, so they seem to be prepared for a sense of urgency play that goes sour, at least so far. 100 seconds left on the clock, so maybe they do advance or march just a little bit further themselves, all of them, especially as the ball in the corner on the offensive side. Jovan tracking this from the ceiling. The pinch, thought it would be there, but it comes off of him just a little bit light. And as Justice tries to follow this ball on the goal line, everybody from Stockton is attacking. Even Anthony Pizza cuts and turns on 0 boost. Deck has nothing as well. Top Cheese with 0, and it's up to Anthony Pizza to make a save here. Fortunately, Faris can't get it in.
Come on, what a catch and carry. Oh my goodness, on a dime, and all of Stockton left wondering, how did that happen?
Oh, it happened because Jovan was right in the perfect place at the right time, advancing forward, ball spills out, and it's just all about the dribble mechanics there. You mentioned it, Fisher could easily go up 2-0 if something goes awry, and here we are.
Deck, deft pass into Top Cheese. He's trying to get everything on it, and even then, goal line save from Fisher. Trying again with Deck, trying to plow their way through in the near post. Justice has the favorable angle coming from that back corner, and they get that clear again. Stockton in, again, an unenviable position, having to bring in 2 goals. They did it last game, but they had a lot more the last time. There's at least one as the giveaway is going to be said. Thank you very much from Deck.
Deck's been performing these hard reads from the very beginning of this series. We mentioned that Fisher had the crystal ball early on with the defensive saves, but Deck has done it on attack. Lovely challenge from the ceiling to keep Stockton in it.
So now we'll see if Top Cheese can muster up some similar form of brilliance, or maybe Deck has another read in his back pocket. Jovan's going to make sure he doesn't have it on that first one, but Deck gets a brilliant pass down into Anthony. Can't get the contact. Top Cheese sidewall immediately gives it up as Jovan was playing that angle. But again, the creativity from Stockton will never cease, and now they have only 15 seconds to pull something else out of a hat.
But I like this. That was a 2-pronged effort there. The quick challenge was smart from Fisher, but hasn't been enough there. And this from Anthony Pizza leads to a chance over on the other side. Dex alone. Here's Top Cheese eliminated. He has no boost to make a play on the ball, and Jovan cradles it safely to the ground. Fisher, your CECC East Regional winners.
And a fantastic job by Fisher. But of course, I want to applaud Stockton as well. Fisher came in previously having played the Stockton roster. They 3-0'd them earlier in groups. And you're thinking, okay, well, I mean, how's this really going to work out in the end? And coming into this one, I was a bit worried about how they would counter. And yet, after all of that, despite how we get there, that is all 1-goal games. Just showing that if some bounces had gone slightly differently, or maybe some 50s didn't happen in the way they would occur, then we could be seeing a different scoreline, or maybe even a different winner, though usually the best teams find their way out on top, and Fisher today was just that better team.
Yeah, Fisher continued to hold that spot in the limelight, as we've mentioned. Previous efforts from them done so well, but now they have, rest assured, completed the East Gauntlet in CECC. I'm with you, Taco. I feel like in some of those moments, some little plays could go the other way, especially kickoffs. Like, I'm almost inspired to go back through this VOD and watch the Stockton kickoffs, because why was it every single time that they had a scoring chance? It's something that tells you that, yeah, Stockton, that maybe they don't reach the highest of chances here in the National Collegiate Tournaments, but here they are in the East Regional, taking Fisher to the final seconds every single game. They deserve our attention.
Especially because I have actually talked to a lot of the teams within CECC, particularly within Texas, which Fisher has just qualified into with the winning of this East Regional. So excited to see them there and see how they compete. But we talked to a lot of those players. We say, like, well, what goes into a lot of preparation? I've been surprised in the past couple of years. It's not just, well, obviously we got our scrims and we got to make sure our mechs are clean. We have to make sure we're X hours past 2 weeks or something on Steam. But a lot of them are saying kickoffs. We're trying to calm out multiple different ways to take it by losing it to the back corner, being able to send 2, even sometimes on a delay, go for Spanishes within 3s. Like, it's really weird how many strategies people are trying to bust out into in the collegiate scene, just because they realize that kickoffs aren't just the restart of the game. It's really much so kind of like a set piece that you can strategically set up for. And it seems like Stockton has that on lock. Interested to see how they continue to develop that, especially as they have to go through the LCQ to be able to potentially join Fisher within Texas.
Oh, and that LCQ, that is certainly going to be something. It would be a surprise to not see Stockton register for that LCQ, as well as many teams here in this nation, this national tournament that is going to be a hodgepodge of collegiate teams trying to run the gauntlet. And we will certainly see Stockton try to go against the slew of collegiate teams that could possibly be there. I mean, we've looked at the Midwest, we've looked at the West, we've looked at the South. There's so many regional finals that you get to the final championship match, Taco, and you say, can't both teams go? Like, I feel like we need to see this match again. I just got done with Fisher Stockton. I feel like I could do a best of 11 right now with how many 1-point games we just had, but that's just not the truth. And so I don't know, Taco, what you make of what this LCQ is going to show for, but it's got to have our eyes on it as well.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing about the LCQ, you know, is that we do have all these avenues building up to these regional finals, and then a team loses, and you're saying, well, that other team was really close. Can we just get them in? No, you have to then restart, go to a different bracket, and then try to get through there. So that is the brutality of high-level esports, especially in the collegiate scene. Poor Rocket League has so many teams that have to go through so many challenges only to just say, well, better luck in your next one. So with that said, I guess the next one for a lot of these teams, especially Fisher, is going to be Texas Pyro. We're going to have to see them in Texas, and we'll be throwing them over to Smash after this one. So pleasure to share the booth with you yet again, my friend.
Happy to do it as well, Taco. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to our CECC East Regional. And again, Fisher College, our winners. Looks like Stony Brook and Delaware in the lower finals. And the winner, of course, will play Fisher for that Smash action and more esports here at Esports U. Thank you so much for tuning in, and stay tuned for more after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the CECC. Nothing like Championship Sunday. We are getting ready for some SSBU action. My name is Soy, alongside me is Kilo Miles, and Grand Finals is about to be underway between two titans of the collegiate esports scene.
It's Fisher College Esoy versus Stony Brook Esports, and I, for one, could not be more excited because the East is like, I mean, this was early days, but we always looked to the East to see who would probably be our champion, and that was because it was usually Fisher winning the East. But Stony Brook is a team that a lot of people have had eyes on. People have been scared of Stony Brook, but they just haven't been able to break into CECC, if I'm being honest, due to incidental reasons, players not being available on the day of the game, stuff like that. They're here now. They're in Grand Finals, and first of all, they've already qualified for the May Madness at the end of the year in May, but now they have a chance to fight for top 4 seeding, which in a tournament as competitive as CECC is vital.
Absolutely, and these two schools, I can't wait to see what they bring to the table today. Both absolutely want that top 4 seeding. I know Fisher in particular, we talk about them as kind of the team to beat in moments like these. We often find them coming in on winner's side of the bracket, and once again, here they are on that side. So they will start this best of 5 series with an extra match point on Stony Brook. But Stony Brook, again, like you said, a lot of eyes on them. This squad has a lot of talented players, and they have been very dominant at the collegiate scene. They just haven't had their chance to shoot their shot at Fisher College, which they do today.
Yeah, and Stony Brook has definitely made their resume. Like Scarlet Tempest, SJSU, they were like the team that was like, they're going to beat Fisher eventually. Stony Brook beat them. Quinnipiac came up and tried to take them down. Stony Brook beat them. Just in the losers finals, the Blue Hens from Delaware, they just got taken down too. Stony Brook just ran through the gauntlet of all of the major players in the East, except for Fisher. Now, of course, Fisher East did beat Stony Brook Esports 2-0 in the winner's side of the bracket. However, they've had some time to prepare. Fisher College will be starting with a point up in this best of 5 grand finals, but Stony Brook, I have a feeling they're going to keep it competitive no matter what.
And we were watching a little bit of that losers finals as well between Stony Brook and Delaware, and it felt like the players for Stony Brook, they elevated. It felt like they were finding good combos. It felt like they were finding strong openings. So curious to see what they bring to the table here today. The players to look out for on Stony Brook, Quid takes the spotlight front and center on this Pokemon train.
Yeah, Quid, let's make big moves, New York 2021 champion, and then kind of just was considered the best Pokemon trainer in the world for a little bit. I mean, maybe not considered that anymore, but I mean, does it really matter here in Collegiate? He's been making it look like he still is. And then D-Dog too, coming up on Stony Brook. Again, like, I know these are players you all know and love. These are players with a lot of individual successes on Stony Brook's roster. But in a team environment, in the CECC environment, we just don't get to see them perform. So now's the time for them to pull that together, reverse that loss from yesterday, and take it home. But, you know, Fisher. They've only gotten stronger in the offseason.
Yeah, Fisher's had a lot of good additions, and this squad just continues to pull strong talent, and the competition that they've brought just in their own scene, it is hard to contest with. But you know, that's why Fisher continue to play so strongly against their opponents. Their coaching staff as well, taking many notes and doing their homework, doing their due diligence. So we'll see what they've got game planned for Stony Brook. For Fisher, a couple different players to watch out for, obviously. A lot of strong talent. Sonics is the name that obviously comes to mind with his tournament results in recent history. But it's very frequently that we don't get to see him because he plays sort of that anchor role for the Fisher Falcons.
The one credit I will definitely give Stony Brook, no questions asked, is they forced out Sonics in both of their games in yesterday's winners final set. Additionally, they went toe-to-toe with the likes of Mr. E, Tilde on the Falco, Loaf coming in this, I think this semester or maybe last semester on the Wario, and Fisher College East. They didn't quite take it home last May Madness, and they're back with a vengeance this year. Picked up a lot of strong new players. Zomba's on the roster. They went, as usual, undefeated in the ECAC Fall Championship. They are ECAC Fall champions, and now they're looking to continue that dominance here in the East Regional Qualifiers. Get that top seed, because, I mean, let's be honest, if they get that top 4 seed, there's a good chance they'll be number 1 seed too.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that they've played, just so dominant through the regular season. And I like what you said, right? Although they lost in that championship last year, it feels like it's only motivated them for this year. They are on the warpath. They are out for vengeance, and they want that trophy once again. And this is just another stepping stone for them to achieve that goal. And like you said, if they are able to grab that number 1 seed with a victory here, that could be everything for them, making that path to a championship even easier.
And yet, Soy, it's been the season of upsets all through the CECC. Oakland taking down Northwood, who's had a stranglehold on the Midwest for years. SJSU didn't quite beat UCR Riverside over on the West Coast, but they gave them a run for their money. If there's ever a season where we see Fisher upset before the grand finals of the national championships in Arlington, Texas, it might just be Stony Brook.
It very well might be. We'll have to see as we are getting things underway momentarily here. Again, best of 5 series here with a full set point in favor of Fisher because they are coming from the winner's side of the bracket here. 4 players per crew battle, so 3 stocks apiece, 12 stocks in total. Curious to see how things pan out and where things start off, but is there any kind of matchup in particular you're looking forward to here? When you look at the cast of characters and the players on each side here, is there a specific matchup you're looking for?
Looking at the caliber of players, the question is, how is Stony Brook going to utilize Quid? Because in yesterday's match, it felt like Quid was almost nullified, because if Quid ever came out, then Sonics would come out following suit, would take him down, and then you no longer have Quid. Your, like, name player. Like, when people talk about Stony Brook, a lot of them are just saying, oh yeah, that's Quid's team. So Quid's out of the picture because Sonics is taking him down. So that means every single other member of Stony Brook has to pick a member of the Fisher roster, lock eyes with them, and say, I am going to take this person down. And if they don't, then they put that pressure on their teammates. This is true of every college crew battle, but I think especially here, because your X factor in Quid is basically evened out 1-for-1 by the X factor on Fisher, who is, of course, has been, always been Sonics.
Yeah, depth of the roster, always important. It's something that Fisher has had year after year in their program. In Stony Brook, they have some solid depth, but like you said, they're going to have to find that next level. I think the player to watch, typically when I've seen Stony Brook have these big pop-off final-esque moments, it's been players like Cody on the Peach who just feel unstoppable. The momentum, right? Those Peach combos, when they get going, they just feel like the sound effect, right? It's hit after hit after hit, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I've been hit 7 times in a row. How do I reset this momentum? And it's hard to do sometimes. So I'm looking for a player like them to maybe get things rolling here. We are getting rolling in game number 1, set number 1. Here we go. Tilde entering first for Fisher on the Falco, and it's D-Dog on the Steve.
Yeah, Tilde versus D-Dog here. I mean, Tilde, not unfamiliar with Steve, but it is tough when you have a kind of linear recovery. D-Dog is going to try to steal this jump every day of the week, because once Falco loses that, Steve has 1,000,001 ways to get that bird into the blast zone. As right now, Tilde is playing it safe, trying to avoid getting caught by one of these up tilts. Finally gets an up tilt of their own. What can Tilde do?
Ooh, I like the idea to throw out the reflector as well, knowing that they might catch the cart instead of that recovery, but D-Dog is able to make it back to stage. Slight percentage differential here. The reflector also kind of poking through that wall that Steve, as a character, likes to build up to kind of farm away, get the blocks that they like on hand. They're contested the ledge for a moment. They'll find a back air. ENT place, looking for a way to catch Falco on the way down, but Tilde not making it easy.
Ooh, that was a little scary right there. Tilde playing high up in the air, outside of D-Dog's burst range, but if D-Dog catches Tilde without resources, that's where it's going to get very scary. Diamond on deck, of course, but D-Dog, I think, maybe not going to utilize it yet, especially when you get that edge guard there on the edge. D-Dog takes the first stock of Tilde, and Tilde not able to close it out with an up tilt back air either. A parry opens up Tilde's defenses again. It's non-stop, Soy.
Just in each other's face, but there's the up tilt to back air. Not able to take the stock quite yet. Should still be able to get back as long as the edge guard doesn't come through, and they will be able to grab the ledge. Up tilt underneath. Good 36%. Land onto Tilde's second stock here. Back to the neutral once more. Reflected cart, and still able to bounce back, get a little bit of damage. Tilde looking for a way to close this stock out, and feels like D-Dog, the defense right now is so solid.
Yeah, just barely avoiding that up smash. D-Dog holding on, not even tools needed, and it's just minecarts. It's just pure pressure right now as D-Dog playing around these stone blocks, but with that frame one disjointed reflector is making it impossible for minecarts, one of Steve's strongest tools, to get really any leeway. I see why Tilde was sent in.
Dangerous spot here. Forward air will connect. The last hitbox, the one with all the knockback, finally comes through. So evening the stock count at 2 apiece now. But still, feels like Tilde's got some work to do here with the pressure that D-Dog was able to put on. He's got the diamond equipment now in hand. What can he do with it? Can he try and close the stock out quickly? Falco on the lighter side of the cast, but just continuing to farm away. Get those blocks back. Those blocks were so impactful in that first stock.
Oh man, this is difficult right here. Tilde harassing, and this is one of those matchups where, like, I feel like Steve wins, but Falco's got so many tools to make it more difficult. Like, you can't mine because of that, but back air will close out that stock. Tilde's able to stop D-Dog from mining, stop the mine carts, but can't really fight head-to-head a lot of the time, as D-Dog is demonstrating now.
You gotta be very careful picking and choosing your spots in, and look at all that damage come through, using the glide to get back, but he doesn't get the move, gets a great tech on the block. He should be able to recover, but he gets down aired instead. Can he make it back to stage? No, he cannot. Sent down to the depths, and Tilde ties it back up.
Impressive stuff right here. Tilde was taken down round 1 by Cody last time. Can he close it out here? I don't think D-Dog was even there for their set yesterday, so D-Dog throwing a wrench in the works as the opener right here, but Tilde trying to take back, stopping this momentum, resources running low, but D-Dog be able to get back into stage, but right back into the vortex. Tilde on a run!
It was a 70% lead that's now down to just 30 after one turnaround aerial. But no strong equipment here for D-Dog to have access to. He's got gold, but he doesn't really have time to go to his box to grab it. 92% on Tilde to the 80 of D-Dog now. One strong hit could make the difference here. Once again, poking away is Tilde, chipping away at this percent lead. Another quick reflector. There's a good forward air, knocking him off stage. D-Dog sneaks underneath his own block to make it back to the ledge. Can he get out of the corner here? Projectile after projectile just being bounced back, and now we're in basically a tie game.
Uh-oh. Caught by that one, and that jump's gonna get called out hard. Jumping the only way Tilde had back onto the stage. D-Dog well aware of that fact, spiking them into the blast zone, and that will be Stony Brook taking the initial lead right here over Fisher College, and that is possibly a very good sign. Fisher didn't dominate Stony Brook yesterday, and now with D-Dog in play, it looks like Stony Brook could have a much stronger argument for taking home this win.
Might be the first time this tournament that Fisher is actually trailing in a series, so a big victory there off the start here for Stony Brook. They get the 1 stock lead. D-Dog on the Steve doing work to take down Tilde, who was on a tear yesterday. Saw a little bit of their match against Delaware in the semifinals, and Tilde was one of those players that just took, I believe, 6-ish stocks, 7 stocks, I believe, off the board before they were eliminated. So Tilde, a strong competitor, now off the board. D-Dog here on the Steve. Like you said, a bit of a change of the flow of yesterday's matchup where we didn't really see them in that semifinal, so now one of the stronger players of Stony Brook making a name for themselves on the grand final stage.
And this is kind of a big deal. I'm feeling like Tilde going down is not the end of the world. They've got so many strong players in their back pocket. The problem is D-Dog is explosive. You saw D-Dog with a 2-stock lead, and even though Tilde was able to fight and claw that all the way into a last hit, last stock situation, think of what damage D-Dog could do here. The best case scenario for Fisher right now, if you're unfamiliar with these crew battles, is they take this one stock that D-Dog has, and then all of a sudden, Fisher has an even scoreline, but they are going to get counterpicked. By winning this first game, Stony Brook has gotten ahead in the counterpick game. Every single time, it will be Stony Brook with the counterpick advantage. So, if they're able to keep this win, keep going 1-for-1, trading back and forth, unless Fisher does something explosive in the last game, it will be Stony Brook to win.
Trending in the Seawolves direction, we'll see Jackal being locked in, it looks like, as that second member for the side of Fisher. Jackal, the Wolf player that we didn't really see yesterday, but a very talented player.
Yeah, these players all go... I mean, up in the tri-state area, you're going to see all of these players going head to head to head, and I don't think there's a single player who enjoys going head-to-head with Jackal. Well, maybe that's not the best word, but if they're trying to win, they're not enjoying having a head-to-head with Jackal. Looking at the pure stats, Jackal actually has one of the highest win rates out of everyone here, simply because they dominate this East Coast region, this tri-state region. Everyone comes to New Jersey, they get all the way to finals, grand finals, and they face off against Jackal, and not many of them are taking home that winning spot. So I'm sure people on Stony Brook are not the happiest to see Jackal in here, but at the very least, they know that they're out in the open.
Yeah, interesting to see Jackal step in here in the second spot as well on the Wolf. Very well-rounded player, I feel like, just overall, on a very well-rounded character. And D-Dog, I feel like, has kind of similar ways of dealing with the same way that they tried to deal with Tilde. They can try and do the same thing here to Jackal, but it's not going to be as easy. We'll see what Jackal can do. Can they cleanly take out D-Dog's last stock, or can D-Dog draw a little bit more blood here in the second round? This time we go to Battlefield. 3 platforms available.
A little bit of a connection check right here. Doing a little dance. As D-Dog is going to have to deal with a couple of factors here. First of all, Wolf also has a reflector, not a disjointed reflector like Falco, but it's going to make it a little more difficult to throw out zoning minecarts. If you're using the minecart as a whiff punish, well, then Jackal will be able to not be able to react any better than anyone else. But you also have to deal with that transcendent projectile. That means it goes through basically anything. That Wolf laser, yet another tool to keep D-Dog from getting resources, as Jackal is able to get the initial opening.
Not a good chance there. Wow, up tilt clanking with up smash. What a crazy trade that was. They both end up...
Spacies.
Oh boy, there's a good combo. Immediate up B. No tech though. Does he live? No, it doesn't have a height, and that's just going to be it. D-Dog will fall. Jackal closing that stock out just a minute into the match, and we're back to a tied game.
Can I be real, story? That felt like one of those Twitter clips from when Steve first came out. It's like Jackal doing all this work to zone, and then Steve gets a up tilts in the corner, just holding down up tilt. And then Jackal gets out, fights back, and then it's caught by a jab. And then you're in the EXP farm. You're just hit. But nowadays, people know how to deal with that. You get spiked, you save your jump, you counter hit with that up B. I think D-Dog, if perfectly executed, still could have taken that home, but Jackal did everything in their power to make sure it couldn't be perfectly executed, and so we're at an even score line. Jackal will get counterpicked, but for now it's 9 stocks to 9 stocks between Fisher and Stony Brook.
And I like what Fisher have done here to bring in Jackal. You know, we talked about how D-Dog is a player that we didn't see for Stony Brook for the majority of this tournament in particular. And so Fisher say, well, we haven't really had to run Jackal yet so far. Let's throw them into the mix. And now you've got a very strong character that I guess is not easily counter-pickable for the side of Stony Brook when you look at their characters remaining on the table.
Yeah, like everyone has a strong punish game against Wolf. I mean, come on. It's not that difficult at this point in the game to combo a fast faller. The question is, who do you really want to deal with them? I feel like Cody could be a great matchup due to their ability to linger off stage, interrupt the Wolf Flash, interrupt that recovery, but Jackal's usually not going to be caught in a position where they're forced into those recovery options. I feel like Quid could be an answer, but again, you have to save Quid for that Sonic's counterpick. Quid, I feel like if you don't have Quid on the table, you put so much pressure on every other player of the team to make a hero play and take down Sonics, and that's not really the play. I mean, I feel like throwing in another Steve player is maybe not the best idea. I know Stony Brook does have 3 of them. But yeah, if I had to pick anyone, I'd say Cody was probably the move. But we don't really have a pattern to go off of here, simply because yesterday Jackal wasn't playing on the Fisher roster. And so just in the way that Stony Brook has D-Dog up their sleeve, Fisher has Jackal.
The last player we did not mention on Stony Brook is Vanchi, I believe is how you pronounce that name, the Mega Man player. Seems like it could be an option, but again, feels like with all those projectiles and Wolf having a quick reflector, probably not the matchup you'd lean towards there. So I'm in agreement with you. I think this is where you'd probably send in Cody on the Peach to see if they can really do some damage here. I think when I think about teams that have taken sets off of Fisher, one that always jumps to mind immediately was Northwood always found these very creative ways to counterpick Fisher. You know, they would be like, we're going to send in Copel versus Sonics. And you'd think, well, why send in the heavyweight versus Sonic? That's, in theory, combo food. But Copel was able to swing harder and find a few, armoring hits and take down some stocks and mitigate the strongest player, it feels like, on Fisher. And I feel like a couple other teams have gone about it in a different way. Stony Brook here, if they're going to find a way to deal with Sonics, if Quid is the only answer, they're going to be in trouble. I feel like someone else has to be able to try and take a stock or two off of Sonics in order to really give themselves a chance. But that's going to be easier said than done, especially if Fisher is holding Sonics back as the anchor.
100% agree there. It's going to be a very difficult game to play to kind of keep players in reserve. I do like what you said about bringing in those heavyweights, specifically because of their zoning potential. Copel being the counterpick against Sonics, especially online. That's what Quid is going to be trying to do on that Ivysaur. As it looks like Vanchi is going to be the counter pick against Jackal here. A lot of opportunity to interrupt Wolf's recovery. Leaf Shield is going to prevent a lot of Wolf's semi-true combos from really getting started. So we're going to see how this plays out here.
Going to PS2 for the first time today. We'll see who comes out on top here in this tie game, 9 stocks apiece. But remember, Stony Brook's got to take 3 of these crew battles in order to secure the grand finals, whereas Fisher, they only need 2. But right now, Vanchi eating a ton of damage, up to 96% here, as Jackal looking for another opening. Find the hit of an air, dash attack underneath, another neutral air connecting. But it is just damage after damage. These neutral airs being well-spaced, well-timed, and no real easy opportunity for Vanchi to kind of find their own opening.
The way Jackal is ledge trapping, they're not committing to back airs that much, but they're constantly being like, I have the threat of back air to end this stock at any point. Because a stray hit is all Wolf needs at this point in the game, at this percent. And Vanchi is well aware of that, trying to stay outside of Wolf's burst range. Even a dash attack almost took it home, Soy.
166 is a ton of damage. Neutral air will eventually do the trick. Took up to about 170 or so. But there's just not much Vanchi can do in that moment. The quick combo, 2 forward airs. Jackal, I think, also very aware of kind of what he can get away with in terms of multi-hit combos, right? 2 aerials and then immediately dips. Doesn't want to be reversed upon, especially by a character like Mega Man.
certainly not, especially off stage like that. Ooh, Jackal heading up into the sky. But again, Jackal is really good at escaping this disadvantage state. An off stage throw, an opportunity for an edge guard. Saw Blade perhaps, but no, just looking for the ledge trap instead. But Jackal has been in these situations time and time again. A whiffed grab is the only opening that Jackal needs as they're fighting their way back into this. A back air is not enough to quite take it yet, but this is getting a little bit dire straits for the side of Vanchi, almost down yet another stock. And these grabs out of shield are just not whiffing. Jackal's spacing is just too good.
Ooh, up smash out of shield will do it. That's 2 stocks down off of Vanchi, sitting at 136. They've got to find a way to take this stock off the board. They're looking for these aerials to do the trick, but so far, no dice. Right now, Vanchi trying to find another grab here, cannot do so. Lasers interrupting, getting some damage, but eventually they'll get their own up smash out of shield, and that will do the trick, knocking one off the board of Jackal, but still a long way back. Dash attack underneath on third one here. Can't find the next, and nearly a forward tilt afterward. Jackal, I mean, they're starting to smell blood in the water.
Ooh, forward tilt. This is looking good. Down smash, or down air, not going to do it either. Up smash. This is looking like Vanchi just fishing for any combo starter, because at this low percent, a lot of things aren't safe on hit, and if not safe on hit, that means Jackal can punish you right there. Vanchi off the side, only taking 1 stock, and this is what we're talking about. If there's ever an imbalance in stocks, all of a sudden Fisher just starts the snowball going.
What a series. What a play at the end from Jackal. It feels so strange to see an up B in that situation, but if you think about it, it was perfectly executed. There's nowhere for Vanchi to go if he lands on stage. Can't roll in, can't stay in place. That hitbox that's lingering will carry him to the edge and knock him off the stage. So well done by Jackal to cleanly catch that stock and eliminate the second player of the Stony Brook Seawolves.
Yeah, and that up B too was a great example of observing your opponent's habits, but only punishing them when it's time to let the guillotine fall and end the game. We saw that frequently throughout the match. Jackal would go to cover a tech in place or a tech in, and it would whiff because Vanchi just was well aware that Wolf's burst range never extends past those 2 options. You're not going to get an opening off of that. However, up B, if spaced correctly, can do that. So if you feel, not even thinkingly, subconsciously, that you can get away by teching away, you're not going to think about it. And so that up B, an option no one would ever pick, was exactly the tool Jackal had been sitting on, waiting for to use that entire game.
Yeah, perfectly timed by Jackal, and now Fisher, a solid lead, like you said. An imbalance in the stock count puts Stony Brook at the 2 stock disadvantage. They do have the ability to counterpick here, and based off the name that we're seeing come in on screen, it's going to be Cody, the Peach player we were talking about earlier, to step into the ring. They're going to need a big performance against this Wolf to try and bring things back.
Yeah, if I'm putting myself in their shoes, I think Cody might have been their backup plan against Sonics, just due to Cody's ability to be a defensive wall. The pace of hitboxes is so much that even if Sonics tricks them into using something, using a move with end lag, surprise, float cancel, it doesn't have end lag, and now there's another hitbox out, now spin dash is interrupted. So like, it's not a great matchup for Peach, but it's not bad. It's not terrible. And so with Cody coming in here, you have maybe forfeited one of your tools against Sonics, but you still have Quid. And right now, with Jackal taking 4 stocks and looking to take way more, you need to stop this momentum in its tracks here and now.
Need a big starter here for Cody to get the ball rolling for Stony Brook. Jackal, really strong showing so far, taking 4 stocks off of 1 off of D-Dog and all 3 off of Vanchi the Mega Man, who Vanchi in the past too, we should mention, for Stony Brook, has been the defensive player right on this Mega Man. They have been the guy who has stuffed out some key openers for some other schools in previous matchups. I mean, just in the Delaware set they played against, he was a menace and taking numerous stocks off the board. So we'll see how this one pans out, as Cody. We'll see what stage they opted for here on the Peach. Going up against Jackal's Wolf. Remember, Jackal will have to drop 1 stock at the start here. But I feel like we're going to see a very fast-paced matchup between these two.
Yeah, it's Cody plays at a pace that not a lot of players can keep up with. Is going to just be methodically taking control of this. Historically, sorties have always thrived on Hollow Bastion due to the fact that if they control the underside of this platform, they control basically the whole stage. Peach has a similar thing to that, where that middle platform becomes her castle. If she has control of it, Jackal has a very limited amount of room to control. So Jackal always wants to try to evict Cody before they lose too much stage presence.
So many quick aerials, though, it's going to be difficult to do. Right now, things pretty even off the start here in terms of percent. Jackal just barely ahead in the mid-50s range, but now back air comes through off of the grab. Jackal her way back to stage. They get the neutral air on the turnip and the forward tilt as well, so they're able to fight through to get back to center stage. Try and throw a projectile back, but still won't be able to connect. Cody, stage once more, air dodge caught by the forward tilt. Jackal playing really clean, avoiding or forcing a lot of these defensive options, but get grabbed once more. Back throw off stage. Can Cody clean up this edge guard? Nope. Again, the catch on the turnip from Jackal, finding ways to survive.
Yeah, Cody drifting in, able to use that impeccable offstage movement to avoid any lasers, any chip damage. But once again, a grab puts you in an edge guard position, forces you to use those floats to get back in, but a dash attack will fight right back in. These two characters who killed others so early are living to ludicrous percents of dash attack will finally be the closing move for Jackal.
I was gonna say, at the beginning that I felt like it was gonna be such a fast-paced matchup, but you're right. When the characters get into the red here, both have to play so cautious, so carefully. Dot Eyes comes out but doesn't find the mark, and now the combos here with the platform extension as well. Patience there from Jackal gets even more damage on the board, but a neutral air will eventually take down Jackal's second stock.
But not before you're out of that early percent where counter hits are so much scarier. Now, a nair forward tilt, another edge guarding situation, just goes for the hard read. Jackal putting the fear of Jackal into Cody, but Cody is not phased yet, even though they're aware. Okay, Jackal, you're getting a little silly with it. I understand the opportunity, but you might have just given Cody a free stock as Jackal has been put through the blender right now. Turnip throw out of stage, carried across, back air to confirm, and that's Cody with the mechanic to clean out Jackal's second stock and put Stony Brook back into the running at only a slight disadvantage.
One opening is all it took. It was dangerous at the ledge, but the turnaround, the fight back from center stage, and like you said, turnip combos galore carried across the stage into the back air, and even at that kind of mid-high percent, it was all Cody needed to take that stock off the board. That's the explosiveness we were looking for from Stony Brook. They found it, and now they're back within striking distance.
And this is exciting. We just saw how explosive Cody can be. You just need one of those, and all of a sudden you're in an even game. 2 of those, you're at an advantage. 3 of those, then Fisher's looking like they're sweating a little bit. And that's why these combo-oriented characters with insane punish games are so valuable on the side of anyone in a crew battle, because even if all hope is lost, all you need is to play perfectly 3 times.
And now we see Mr. E locked in for the side of Fisher College here as that third member. I think traditionally, right, Peach has struggled with the sorties, but in this game, I don't know. We'll have to see how Mr. E is playing. Yesterday, Mr. E looked fantastic. He was another one of the players who I believe took roughly 7 stocks off of Delaware before being taken out of the game. So this Lucina, very dangerous, but like you said, if Cody gets 1 or 2 openings, he's got the mechanics to be able to just obliterate stocks like you saw at the end there.
Yeah, Mr. E, though, is one of the most consistent players. Even though Mr. E, historically, in most crew battles, doesn't end up taking, like, 7 stocks, 9 stocks, it doesn't really matter. Because literally against any player of any caliber, Mr. E will make them go to last stock. Lucina's insane disjoints and consistency, ability to get tech chases off of that down tilt that just confirm in a down smash at such low percents, you'll end up seeing Mr. E take 3 stocks almost every single time. Mr. E does not get 3 stocks. Mr. E does not usually 3-stock an entire team unless they're like many calibers below Fisher. But Mr. E will bring the consistency that Fisher needs to close this out, to get Cody's explosive potential off of the playing field for this and put Fisher at match point.
I like the way you kind of describe it. It feels like Mr. E for Fisher, he's kind of the neutralizer, right? It feels like he plays everyone very evenly, and although he is not known for these big explosive sets, he still has the potential to do so. And Lucina, again, it's a character that everyone knows, right? It's the I forgot the original term, right? The echo of Marth. So everyone knows what this character can do, what the moves look like. And yet, they still find success. He still says, I'm going to beat you, knowing exactly, you know exactly what I'm going to do, and I'm still going to find a way to win. That's the Mr. E way, and we'll see what he can do here. He's got the stock advantage on Cody as well, so Cody still with some work to do to bring things back for Stony Brook, but now that they've got the hands warm, we'll see where they go.
Yeah, I'm curious how Mr. E is going to end up playing this, because the main, like people say that Lucina isn't like a top tier, and they're right, because she doesn't have a cheese, an X factor, I push this button and win game type of thing. First of all, she is shield breaker, like we overlook that how broken that can be. But second of all, what Lucina also has is edge guarding. Better than almost anyone in the cast, Lucina can go off stage, basically teleport back to stage faster than any teleport in the game with that Dolphin Slash, and, well, Cody can't really do anything. And even though Peach has a varied and unpredictable recovery, it is still a somewhat slow one. So with how quick Mr. E can get off stage, get back to ledge, go back off stage, back to ledge, it's going to be tricky for Cody to get off stage. That is the X factor that Mr. E brings to the table, and we'll see how Cody is able to navigate around it.
And something that Jackal really could not do in the previous series was go out and really challenge Cody when they were off stage recovering. So look for that in this series. I'm curious to see how the on-stage neutral goes, because we'll see what stage they end up selecting, but you always have to be weary of those Peach combos. But I've seen some crazy combos from characters like Lucina and Marth in the past, especially on stages like Battlefield and Small Battlefield. So we'll have to see where they end up going first. But I think, shades of Melee in this matchup is what my brain jumps to.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit more difficult for Mr. E to get those confirms on Cody, but like it's the age-old story of I win neutral, you win, you get more off of punish. So in theory, we go about even. But if you can never win neutral, then you're never going to get your punish. And it's not just about getting an opening, it's about getting a good opening. Because if Mr. E is only taking stray hits, chip damage, avoiding tech chases, then Mr. E is winning. If Mr. E is getting caught in those insane combos on fast fallers like we saw against Jackal, that's a little bit of a different story. So Cody going to have to go from playing against a fast faller Wolf to going into a much floatier character here. We'll see how their mechanics adapt in this environment. Mr. E with 3 stocks, Cody with 2. And if Fisher wins this, they are on match point of taking this crew battle, which would, in turn, put them on match point of taking the entire Grand Finals and being in your top 4 seeds at May Madness.
One step closer. That's the goal for both of these schools. But we're on to the third players for each side of this opening crew battle. Again, Fisher starting off with a series point as they need 2 more victories in order to secure this grand final. Stony Brook need 3, all coming from winner's side. So here we go, back to Hollow Bastion, and Cody will drop that stock off the start. So here we go. We'll see how things pace out at the beginning here. Can't afford that Death by 1,000 Cuts play style, as right now Mr. E looking for the opening. They found the first hit, but they're immediately forced to the corner. This is where you said things can get a little tricky. Projectiles galore here. Those turnips can really make the difference.
Ooh, interesting opening with that side B, but the Dancing Blade not going to do a whole lot. Mr. E trapped, cornered, and not really getting that neutral win you wanted to see, especially as you're barely able to get back on stage fighting to control Hallow Bastion. But this is Cody putting on a clinic on how to invalidate Lucina's incredibly powerful neutral tools.
Turnip in hand for Mr. E. Can they use it? Yes, they do actually to get back to the stage there. Good drop off to knock Peach away, but it will be the back air to come through and seal away that stock. Only 58% here, so still a lead here for Fisher, but the stock count back to even, and it can be quickly neutralized yet again. Another turnip in hand. You know, the longer Cody plays, I always keep this in the back of my mind when I'm seeing Peach, it feels like the number of turnips they pull, you're due for another kind of change up. We've already seen 2 dot eyes on their time on screen. Curious to see if like a Mr. Saturn or a bomb appears as well, but right now both players trending into the red. Just above 100 now is Cody. Mr. E will find a forward smash to regain the lead.
A hard call out on the landing, but a hard call out is exactly what Mr. E needed. And I was looking back, and Mr. E was actually counterpicked by Cody yesterday. So this might be a little bit of a grudge match we're seeing play out here as Mr. E is holding on to this stock. It's about even. Mr. E looking to hold on, air dodge in immediately to get the range they needed to get back in, but even a trade is not enough to save them. Peach getting right through those disjoints consistently, and the punish game is here, but Mr. E fighting back.
This stock feels like everything right now for Stony Brook to give Cody a chance to maybe dip into that last pool for Fisher College on that last member, but if Mr. E can shut down Cody, then they have a chance to take a massive lead the other way. Who can come up with this stock right now? It's Mr. E with the 30% lead, 80 to 54 right now. But Cody, they found their opening, cutting into that percentage, but they're stuck in the corner. They find a combo opener for a moment, but not quite. Down tilt into forward air. Mr. E has to recover, and they make it back to stage. The crowd will catch them, but they won't die quite yet. Fading down with them to follow through. Cody will take out Mr. E, and the Seawolves regain the lead.
A clinic right there. Cody showing how to keep Lucina at the ledge, using the turnip to clank, and then immediately going into a forward air. Every time Lucina would try to use her range to get off of the ledge, consistently Mr. E was having to go for callouts on the landings to try to get a kill. Wasn't able to get tech chases just because of how floaty Peach is. DI up, and you're avoiding that every day of the week. This is very difficult right here, as obviously we've seen Sonics do these things before. Assuming it is Sonics coming in, I mean, you can reach into a grab bag and pull out a top player to put in here, but I have to assume it's Sonics to try to take down Cody and presumably Quid right after them.
Yeah, it's a tough task, but if there's anyone that could do it, these members of Fisher College, sometimes it feels like any of them could. But it feels like Sonics is probably the anchor here for the side of the Fisher Falcons. But what a performance by Cody. And I feel like if you asked Stony Brook probably in this scenario, in grand finals, how would you take a set? I feel like this is how they would draw it up. D-Dog keeps it close at the beginning. Vanchi maybe doesn't get the win, but certainly takes some stocks off the board. Cody has a big performance, gives them the lead, and gives Quid a chance to just 1v1 Sonics and maybe come out with a victory. So right now it feels like things are going according to plan for Stony Brook, but for Fisher, these are the moments that have made them famous. They have been in this corner before, and they have found ways to clutch it out before. Do not count out the Falcons just yet.
Yeah, and this is a tricky one. I'm looking back at the matches from yesterday, and I don't think Sonics ever had to go at Quid. Sonics only ever had to fight Quid with 3 stocks once, and it was a win, obviously. But if Cody's able to take this down, you suddenly enter in a different kind of play style when you're up a stock against Sonics. Sonics is under all of the social pressure, under the gameplay pressure to approach. Now, in a crew battle format, I don't think there actually is a real time limit, so we're not looking at a timeout scenario, but still, Sonics needs to take their time here. Cody is vulnerable off stage. We've seen that exploited, but we'll see if anyone can get anything stronger. Jackal with the performance, taking 5 stocks, answered immediately by Cody taking 5 stocks. If Cody can take one more, they are easily the MVP of this crew battle. We'll see how they fare against Sonics coming up.
It's going to be very difficult, like you said. I think, again, the aerial game from Peach, just as a character, like you said, can potentially get some good defense going and shut down things like the spin dash that Sonics is going to be using constantly. But the opportunities are going to be few and far between. One thing about Sonics on this character, they are so good in their decision making about picking and choosing when to weave in, when to throw out things like the neutral air, when to follow up, and they know exactly every single hitbox, it feels like, how to convert it into hit number 2, number 3, off of the spin dash, off the neutral air, off of the 3rd or 4th aerial. So it's going to be very difficult. Cody's defense has to be on point, otherwise it could be a quick 1 stock off the board.
Very likely could be, as we're just waiting to get Sonics in. And, yeah, this is a little bit tricky. Once we see Cody... I mean, I'm assuming Cody isn't going to go on a 3 stock of Sonics. No offense, Cody. It's possible, but it's not likely. Assuming Cody is able to do a little bit of damage to Sonics, I'm looking forward into the Quid matchup as well, and I'm feeling like Quid's ability to use long, lingering hitboxes like the Razor Leaf to confirm into big hitboxes like the up air, the down air, that is going to be the big game changer there. Lingering hitboxes that can make sure that Sonics can never reliably burst in on you. I talked previously, too, about how Cody doesn't have as many lingering hitboxes, but has hitboxes with such low lag that you really can't do a lot. For example, turnip throw out of shield. I'm curious to see if that can actually punish spin dash, because then, well, Cody will have the opportunity to just be like, you can't spin dash me now. But even if that's not true, Cody can always make it scary whether or not Sonic should go in. So we'll see if... Oh, go ahead.
Now, I'm curious, too, about how I guess, practiced Sonics is in this matchup, because Fisher's got a deep roster, but there are so few Peaches in the collegiate scene just in general, and the ones that we've seen have had such high performances. Cody here on Stony Brook, obviously. We talked off stream about Memphis for UTA having some big performances in the past, and there's a couple other Peaches out there, but they are scattered across the nation, basically. So it's a matchup that maybe Sonics doesn't have a ton of experience in.
Sonics is famous throughout the community, though, for getting matchup experience for literally everyone, no matter what. Like, anytime Sonics loses, next day, like, somehow Cody consistently can 3-stock Sonics. The next day, we're going to see a tweet that's like, hey, are there any Peaches available to play? As long as you can spam turn up out of shield and back air, you're fine. And, like, that is how Sonics plays, and, like, people laugh at that, but as long as... a character is just a character at the end of the day. They've all got the same tools. And as long as you are playing with practice as the mentality, Sonics is maybe one of the best players in the game at diversifying his matchup experience. So we'll see how this ends up faring. Cody going to be in the fight of their life here against one of, probably, no, I'm just going to say it, the best player in the collegiate scene.
Nose to the grindstone, Sonics trying to take 1 stock off of Cody here. Can they do so without dropping one of their own? Do not want to give up an early stock or big early combo. Cody's momentum can be big as well. They find a good opening here. Quick 31 dealt back, but homing attack immediately racking up the damage. Oh. Good forward tilt as well. Gets a grab. Oh no, it's thrown off with the jabs as well. 40% here onto Sonics. They're able to weave away, dash attack underneath. Cody's already up to 93.
Oh man, it feels like Cody's playing a bullet hell right now, and it's not looking too pretty. Fighting their way in, avoiding that with the spin dash. Cody not caught by anything too crazy, but this chip damage is crazy. One bad hit now, and Cody's 1 stock is down, and we're on to a 3 stock to 3 stock final match. But Sonics doesn't get the close right there, even at 152%. As they're waiting, watching, an opportunity right here in edge guard, but Sonics just goes way over Cody's head.
Ooh, caught by the back air though, tried to jump at a shield and it will not do. Sonics takes down the stock of Cody and ties this game up at 3 stocks apiece.
And here we are. This is, unless Sonics gets a 3 stock here, which against Quid, I don't believe Sonics has done that, we're going to see the closest Stony Brook has ever gotten to taking down Fisher College. Last time it was a 5-0 victory, then a 3-0 victory, and this trend, as you can probably guess, is getting a little bit closer to maybe a 1-0 victory, maybe not a victory. So all you need is one pop-off performance from your anchor player here if you're Stony Brook, and all of a sudden, there's blood in the water, and you know Fisher can be beat. It's been done before. I hate to be that person, but it's done before. You've got to figure out how to do it now, and Quid might just be the one to put a game on the board here on the big stage.
There is something to be said, as we talk about Fisher College as kind of the team to beat, because the rare times that they've been beaten just they happen on the big stages like these, in the spotlight, because it forces the best of the best from their opponents, and, well, that's when they've ended up dropping sets. So the Stony Brook, they need that big performance now in order to take one series back. And then they'll need it 2 more times if they want to close out this grand final. But it's not going to be easy. Sonics looks on point there. Did not allow for really many openings for Cody, and a player that can quickly be explosive, bring that momentum back. Just never really had the opportunity to do so. Things that caught my eye in that series, I always kind of throws me off that things like spin dash into neutral air can kill off the top so quickly. It doesn't feel like a move that should do that, but if you're not privy to it, if you're not aware of it, it can very easily do that at kind of 130-ish%, I believe, is when it almost killed. So that's something to look for. I feel like that's also something that Sonic as a character, right? When we look about ways this character can kill, that's one of the kind of cheekier options in their kit.
100%. Every time you get hit by a spin dash, you get put into a 50-50, and then Sonics, because he's just that good, puts you into another 50-50, or maybe just a combo, or maybe just an unwinnable situation. You are forced into a decision tree that Sonics is always stacking the deck in, and you never want to be in that scenario when you are getting caught. So Quid, a lot of lingering hitboxes is what we're looking for. Razor Leaf to control. Squirtle with a strong ground game to try to fight back against Sonics. We'll see if Squirtle's speed, Ivysaur's hitboxes are enough to take down Sonics, or if Sonics will put Fisher at match point.
We'll see which is the case here as we get ready for game number 1. Quid on the PT, Sonics on the Sonic. I always think of Quid and his platform movement with Ivysaur, but I think you're right.
Oh, yeah.
This Squirtle has to come through in the clutch, and it's a Pokemon that I feel like, when we think of Quid, we think of the Ivysaur and the way he can combo on it. But the Squirtle, we've seen them rack up plenty of damage.
Jump.
The one thing is that they can't really use those smash attacks, but offstage interaction to start here. Kind of crazy back and forth there, but it is Sonic's in the lead off the start here, a little bit, 20%.
They're chasing each other all over, Soy. Up and down, round and round this platform. Only the tiniest little tippy taps of hits, but that's really all you need at the end of the day. Sonics with a dash attack almost catches the air dodge, but I love Sonics not committing there. Just noting in that little mental black book, Quid air dodge there. Because next time, that could just be a forward smash and an early stock at 60.
Quid's sitting here at 97, and they are not switching at all here to Ivysaur, so they are playing a dangerous game, but they know they need to get mileage out of this character in order to stand a better chance. Don't want to switch too early or in the wrong spot. They find a down tilt, can't find the second though, convert it on, but don't find the back air. Sonics was looking to change things up, but won't be able to connect that final hit. Another trade here, Quid up to 105. And remember, most collegiate PTs, they change at this rate, or well before, but now they switch to Ivysaur. And there's the spring to interrupt that tether recovery. They don't find the up air underneath. Found a parry at first, but still got hit by the lingering hitbox. And Sonics with a substantial lead now.
Quid gets an up air, a juggle opportunity, but Sonics' superior air mobility gets them out of the dire straits, but put off stage again. Quid looking for an opportunity, but it will be Sonics in the DBZ moment to take it home. Sonics with a slight lead over Quid.
Odd trade there, but one that Sonics will gladly take as he eliminates the first stock off of Quid. And now it's back to the Squirtle and immediately thrown off stage. Now the switch forward air, tether recovery once more, 120 onto Sonics. Ivysaur's got plenty of kill power. I almost said Venusaur because they're going to have to level up if they want to take this grand final. But here we go, 133% here. And Sonics again, playing patient, sitting on the far side of that platform, the full extension of that Razor Leaf, knowing the distance, measuring it out, but an up throw won't kill quite yet.
Cool. Sends them off stage. Tether recovery is exploitable, but Sonics isn't going to go for it. Quid is too high in the air to commit to anything. Too many options. And Sonics does not take losing options. So Quid has to force them. When they do, they take a stock.
See if they switch off a Charizard here at the low percents. Haven't really used this character today. Looking for any kind of change up to try and shift this momentum. Up B's back to the ledge, but the up air will clip. Now thrown off stage. The immediate back air is air dodged away. Smart play by Sonics, well timed as well. 72% on Quid. Trade again here. Sonics able to make their way back to the stage. Now this Charizard kind of trapped here. They're going to play defense for a while, but they do find an opening only for a moment though. Sonics immediately turning things around in their favor.
Quid looking a little scary right there, but nothing too strong. Using those multiple jumps to try to land, but that back air is called out. A switch at the last moment, but they're not able to make it back to stage. Sonics' pressure was just too much. Too many springs being dropped down. Quid couldn't navigate their way back on. Sonics with a clean lead. Could this be Fisher at match point?
Sonics doing such a good job of edge guarding. The fact that Ivysaur, the big character for Quid, gets mitigated by spring on recovery because it's a tether. But oh no, that up B is going to get punished. A little bit of damage. Every little bit matters here. Quid knows they need something to bring this back, but they get caught off stage once more. Another back air. I believe they still their jump and they'll use it, but they're caught.
All the way off.
Up B still able to make it back though. 63% in the process. They're looking for a way to take this stock, but they get back thrown again. Sonics playing so good on the outskirts of this stage. Another forward tilt will reset them.
Those quick moves, so good at catching the neutral get-ups. You're not getting caught by a forward smash yet, but you're eating damage, you're eating back airs. It's only a matter of time. Jab, once again, sending them off stage. Quid's played this game 5 times in a row now. Sonics just will not let them back on with the 2-frame, but it doesn't really matter, as this back throw, not quite gonna do it yet. The kill sparks are almost there, though.
One more should do it. They don't find a grab. The jab's on shield. Quid has to play so perfect here, and he's just running out of time. Homing attack nearly killed at 178. They're still able to make it back, but it's a forward tilt that will do the trick, and Sonics takes the first set for Fisher. They're on to series point.
Ooh, fantastic stuff right there, and dire signs for the side of Stony Brook, because you can see, well, you can't fight Fisher mano-a-mano, man for man. You cannot just go head-to-head and get Quid into a one-on-one. I mean, Quid could do it on a good day, but right now, Sonics is just looking too good, too impeccable off stage, making sure Quid can't use any of those amazing maneuver abilities on stage because they're too busy recovering. And recovering, and recovering. It's been said, and a lot of people don't believe this, that Pokemon Trainer, among other top tiers, struggles at ledge, and I think it was never highlighted more than in that set right there. Sonics, with a 2-0 win, is going to put Fisher College at match point.
What a series it was, but I think you got it right on the nose there. The fact that Quid just could not recover. I've never seen Sonic as a character, hit that many edge guards or be that threatening off stage consistently. That was so well executed by Sonics in that series, and it gave Fisher the edge they needed to take that set. And now they only need one more crew battle to claim this grand finals victory.
Yeah, I mean, pattern recognition goes burr, line goes up, line goes down. First game, Stony Brook loses 5-0. Second game, Fisher College wins 3-0. This game, 2-0. They're getting closer. They're inching there. They're catching up. But are they fast enough? Can they get there before Fisher College closes it out and says, I'll see you at May Madness. Have fun. We are the champions. So we're going to see if they can do that here as they're gearing up for this second crew battle to possibly close out CECC East from winner's side, which is not something that I'm usually like, oh, is Fisher going to win CECC East? But with how good Stony Brook was playing, especially in the early half of that game, I really do think it's possible, Sully.
It is an interesting matchup, and I think when we look at Stony Brook here, you look at this lineup, like you said, it's a talented squad that kept it very close and is getting better and better. But it is, like you said, about those quick adaptations. I'm curious to see what the lineup change will look like here. For Fisher, in theory, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep the same type of iteration of the players that you send in. But I think we need just, again, if Quid doesn't win the 1v1, if you lose the coin flip of 50-50 of, our top player lost to their top player, sometimes it happens. But to give yourself that better chance, you need someone to just dip into that pool a little bit. You need that big performance. They got it from Cody, but I think they need it from one more player. And it goes back to the point that you made at the beginning of the broadcast, which is Quid is the star player of this roster, but someone else has to step up. It's about depth, and Stony Brook have it. But in these moments against Fisher, everyone has to perform. Everyone has a role to play, and everyone's got to step up in their moment. And that is what I'm looking for Stony Brook in this next series. They need one more player to find that edge, find that advantage, find that stock to give themselves a better shot in the later rounds.
Yeah, I mean, looking through, I hate to point fingers, but we're in the grand final. Sometimes fingers do need to be, like, at the very least, angled in someone's direction. Vanchi only managed to take one stock total there, and that was because of Jackal's insane run. Now, granted, Mr. E actually only managed to take one stock as well, which is a shutout that just doesn't happen usually. Or two, rather, I think. But either way, this is... If Fisher wants to take it out clean, I feel like Mr. E needs to put a little bit more of a dent in. Meanwhile, Vanchi could be the angle. Additionally, it could be Steve coming on the Steve. Danny Zura, also a very prominent Steve, but I do think it would probably be Vanchi to step up in a good matchup and take home this win. Because if you can stop Jackal's momentum earlier, that means Jackal's momentum doesn't eat to Cody's momentum. And that means Cody can go on more of a run, and I feel like I'm putting a bunch of little pieces of red string between a bunch of different pictures, but that's what these players are thinking about too when they're getting these counter picks locked in. I mean, usually. Sometimes they're just like, I like fighting Peach, I'll fight Cody. It's not that deep sometimes. In fact, a lot of the time it's not that deep, but it can be, and that's what's important.
Yeah, we've heard from a couple players, right? There are the schools that are, dead set on the notepad and the homework of, okay, what do they play? What stages do they like? What's the combo that's their bread and butter? What do they lean towards? And then there are some schools that are just like, yeah, I'll go third. Why not? Who knows what the batting order will look like sometimes, but both of these schools, I think, are more homework oriented. They've done their research. They know their opponents very well. And to me, the player I think that needs to step up is D-Dog on the Steve. This is a character that, like Cody, like Quid, has that explosive ability to just eliminate combos very quickly in multi-hits. And that type of momentum can build over, that type of momentum can build confidence and momentum to take extra stocks off the board. And Steve is such such an explosive character overall because of the way that they can rack up damage, walk you across the stage, walk you up off to the sky with the up tilt combo. That's a character that I think needs to get a little bit more mileage than just an even draw or set up for an even draw.
Agreed 100%. And I don't think we're going to go into the matchups quite yet, but as we're getting these technical difficulties taken care of, which, by the way, I thank everyone for your patience as you wait through this. But as we are starting to get that taken care of, I feel like stopping Jackal is the name of the game, and Stony Brook knows it. So they're going to be trying an unorthodox approach, I will say, to doing that. Jackal's going to be a tough nut to crack, if I'm being honest. The way Jackal converts off of seemingly nothing, a nair into a dash attack, all of a sudden you're off stage, all of a sudden Jackal is just jumping, full hopping, right next to ledge, full hop, fast fall, and they're not back airing because they know they don't need to commit to a back air, but you have seen time and time again that Jackal does pull the trigger, does not miss those, and so you have to respect that burst range. We saw Cody do that a little bit, being able to take down one stock from Jackal, but mostly Jackal went unanswered. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be doing that as we are changing the restream very quickly. You know what? I'll just call it out. This matchup is going to be probably Jackal versus Corrin to go at it now. Or Jackal versus D-Dog on the Corrin, rather.
Interesting to see the character swap up as well there, right? Because we talked about how explosive Steve can be. Corrin, of the sorties, a little more well-rounded. I don't view them as like the same type of explosiveness of a Steve, of a Peach that we see on this lineup, but still very capable of finding quick stocks and finding consistent combos.
Yep. But there is an intricacy that we should address in that whether it's one or two, you can't have too many of the same characters on one team. It's possible that D-Dog is going Corrin, one, because Corrin is a good character that D-Dog plays, but two, because there's another Steve who wants a crack at this team. Like we said, D-Dog is historically a perennial Steve player, but has found success on Mario, on Corrin, on many different characters. But Danny Zura could come in, Steve could come in on Steve, and we could see any one of them have an explosive performance here. They're all great players. We'll see who they elect to come in the end.
And also for Stony Brook, right? While your back is against the wall here in grand finals, you also got to feel like, hey, why not give another player a shot here? Let's change things up. Let's gain some info here and see what works and what doesn't for maybe May Madness in the future if they end up meeting again. But both teams, like we mentioned, want this tournament. They want this grand final. They want that top seeding when it comes to the big dance, and they can earn that here. Both schools already qualifying by making it this far, but still, it's an interesting idea to see how the teams will kind of change their lineup and what strategies they implement in this moment now that it's a 2-0 set count and only one more needed by the Fisher Falcons to claim the grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not a spot that Fisher is unfamiliar with, certainly. I feel like Fisher is used to winning, and that's maybe why Winthrop managed to snowball them in the May Madness. Winthrop starts winning, all of a sudden Fisher's on the back foot. That doesn't usually happen. But if Stony Brook can take this, all of a sudden Fisher is forced to reevaluate. All of a sudden they're forced to readjust. And that little bit of shifting could be a little bit of an opening in the armor of Fisher, because when you're so used to winning, a loss can just feel insurmountable.
It's it feels like if you watch the NFL this year and Kansas City, right, the talk of them was to, could they do the three-peat that, no one has done before, and they kept winning by narrow margins, but it felt like the loss in the regular season was all of a sudden, oh, this team is beatable, right? This team feels like there is a way that you can beat them. They don't have the best this or that. But on the flip side, I also feel like a loss, it's sort of freeing in a way to a school like Fisher, even though it stings. It's like, oh, that's another chip in their armor. But all of a sudden, it's like, well, we got it off our back, right? All of a sudden, that pressure of an undefeated run is no longer there. But this is a grand final here, and they've played so well to this point. It'd be an odd spot to see them drop a set. That being said, thinking about grand finals in the past that we've seen from Fisher, I feel like if they were to drop a game, or a series here, not in terms of the whole thing in particular, I don't think we've seen them be reverse 3-0'd in a grand final, but in moments where they win 3-1 or 3-2, it's a game like this where we see their opponent steal a game back, where they've got that 2-0 cushion because their opponents, well, backs against the wall. They have to throw everything and see what sticks, and sometimes it's just enough. And Stony Brook certainly has the ability to do so in this matchup, but it's going to take a lot. It's going to take quite the curveball, and we'll see what they come up with in this matchup.
And we're getting word that the game, after some technical difficulties, is now ready. Hopefully in a little bit higher quality, so we'll be able to get into D-Dog on the Corin versus Jackal on the Wolf. A disjointed matchup that Jackal has navigated through time and time again. We'll see if Jackal is able to find a way through this armor and edge guard D-Dog into the blast zone.
See how practiced D-Dog is as well, right? To change characters on the day of grand finals, well, you gotta be ready, after playing that series with Steve instead. But so far, things relatively even off the start here. About 10% separate them, but Jackal's found their first opening. Into a grab, don't find the back air. Low recovery by D-Dog, just not even dealing with the potential edge guard from Jackal. They're able to kind of keep Wolf above them, getting some good damage, working into a % lead here. But Geb Attack doesn't find the march. They tried to counter there, I believe, but won't be able to connect anything. Back airs again, thrown out a little bit more frequently by Jackal this time around.
Yeah, I love that immediate laser to cover high recoveries, but back air from the ledge, spacing out, will be enough to take that initial stock. Jackal on the back foot, which is not what we saw in the initial match.
Good parry into down tilt with the up tilt as well. Every little bit of damage matters. Footstool up B nearly kills from center stage. Tricky move, but D-Dog able to survive, but they won't be able to get back this time. The roll gets caught by the up smash that scoops, and Jackal ties it up at 2 stocks apiece.
Ooh, and this is a little bit interesting. Jackal went on a 5-stock run last time. D-Dog only got 3. So if it is D-Dog putting a stop to this, who else from Fisher is going to step up and make up that big stock differential, as D-Dog is making it very difficult for Jackal to get an opening. These two players also do play a lot, so I wonder if this is maybe even a counter pick that D-Dog is known for.
Oh, that up B is ill-advised, though. Down smash. Oh, not going to be able to take the stock quite yet. 75, make it 81. Now with the grab, back throw instead. Huge stock here for D-Dog. If he can take a 2-stock lead headed into this next game, that could be everything to kind of reset and give Stony Brook the momentum that they need to stay alive in this series. But still, plenty of work to be done. Jackal's at 67 here. Falling up air, won't find the mark. Rolls behind, side B in. Won't kill quite yet, but the up B will be contested, and Jackal will take the trade to tie things up.
I love that trade. Oh my gosh, Jackal, beautiful. As Jackal is able to find their way in here, extending with the up tilt, calls out that down air as well. Extension after extension, puts D-Dog off stage. It's looking like an even game, Soy, out of nowhere.
My goodness, after all that momentum D-Dog had, like you said, it's dead even, but Jackal's now in a bit of trouble, but they find their way back to stage. They find a neutral air as well. D-Dog's in the corner, has to shield a forward smash as well. finding a way to dance through on the side B, and it's falling up air to do the trick of all things. D-Dog will stay alive and give Stony Brook the lead.
Yeah, caught in a bad DI right there, but not the end of the world. Remember, Fisher did go down a stock last time. The difference is it was Tilde and not Jackal to go down like that. Jackal took 5 stocks last time, only 2 this time. Stony Brook already showing off their adaptation, 1 step ahead of Stony Brook. Can they keep that going? That remains to be seen. That's the question here. In these replays, you can see just how much Jackal had to work to confirm these kills. Even in the scrambles, it felt like Jackal was not advantaged when Jackal should have stronger frame data.
Yeah, there was a lot to be done by Jackal to try and take those stocks. And meanwhile, you get stocks like that one right there, the sweet spot side B, which is kind of a cheeky kill option. You don't immediately think of it in terms of ways Corrin gets kills, but you do have to be very weary of it. And there, D-Dog, just a simple catch, gave them such a massive lead, but Jackal did bring it close at the end there, so well done by them to keep things just in a nail-biter situation in what felt like D-Dog could have gotten a 2-stock, now just a 1-stock lead. And you mentioned Tilde was the opener before, they're back in for round 2.
Yeah, Tilde for some vengeance against D-Dog, who they only took 2 stocks against last time. We're talking about someone to step up. Tilde could be that person. With D-Dog out of the way, maybe Tilde with their exceptional combo game and their ability to disorientate opponents with a barrage of lasers and reflectors until they can get the kill. It could be Tilde to go on this run, but Stony Brook right now looking like they, well, as we said last time, just recapping, they hold the counterpick advantage until Fisher takes it back.
And I'm curious to see what D-Dog's plan here is, right? Because like you said, Tilde did such a good job of using things like reflector and the laser to constantly, I love the word that you used, just harassment of projectiles basically at the ledge there, so that D-Dog never had time to set up or get their game plan thought out. It was just constantly shielding, constantly playing defense, and then looking for their turnaround moment. But here in this matchup, you don't have that wall to set up. You've got your own projectile, but it's significantly slower. You've got the distance on moves, because you've got the sword, but the defense is a little trickier to play now that there's no wall to hide behind.
Yeah, this is interesting to me, mostly because where D-Dog was getting a lot of their openings was in the juggle, and Wolf is just such a fast faller, not a lot of options to linger in the air. Tilde, I mean, Falco with one of the highest jumps in the game can avoid those juggles a little bit, but still doesn't have the most aerial mobility. So going on here, they're going to have the opportunity to get a lot of extensions on these platforms. We'll see what Tilde can do with 1 stock against D-Dog's Corrin standing in their way.
1 stock for D-Dog. Can he extend the lead for Stony Brook? Unable to last time, despite taking a lead. This time, he's going up against Tilde second. Trying to reset on that platform. Interesting move to use the reflector, but not too much gain from it. That being said, early advantage to Tilde. They find the up tilt into a few up airs. They get the neutral air as well. Doesn't drag them all the way down, but it's still a significant chunk of percentage landed.
And what a call out. Tilde with an early parry showing immediately. Oh my god, the extension with the footstool into a spike, into a back air. You're not on stream, Tilde? Well, you are on stream, but not your stream. And now Tilde has got us an even scoreline right there with a nice little Twitter clip to boot.
What a combo, and you gotta be feeling good about that one. You land all those up tilts, you don't get too much off of that neutral air, but you reset things, and then you get the footstool into the combo for the back air. Fantastic stuff from Tilde, and that's gotta be very worrisome for the side of Stony Brook, because that is a display of confident play, and a confident Fisher is near unbeatable in these moments.
Yes, they are, but another person looking for redemption, just like Tilde is on the quest for now. Banshee, only one of them will be able to given the potential to either stop Tilde's momentum or for Tilde to go on a run of their own, redeem themselves from only taking 2 stocks last time. So, Who's it going to be? 3 stocks to 3 stocks. Mega Man with the stage counter pick. Tilde is going to have the tools to deal with some of these projectiles, but a reflector doesn't invalidate a character like Mega Man as much as some people might think. Of course, it's a frame 1 disjointed reflector, so like it's not exactly the easiest to deal with, but in the end, it's still going to come down to Tilde catching Banshee on the approach, getting an up tilt, confirming, working off of those platforms. We'll see how Banshee's able to do this here. Once again, Banshee against a Spacey with a linear recovery will probably be able to harass with the down air, with the downward angled saw blade. But we'll see how this ends up playing out here as Tilde. Great performance right there.
One of the things I'm looking for, you mentioned the down air potentially being good for Banshee. And they were finding success with it earlier in the tournament, but against Falco, I think with the tall jumps that he has, might not be as easy an option. So Banshee's going to have to be a little bit crazy, I think, with some of his approach options, or the way that he can kind of get combos started for himself, because, you know, immediately my mind jumps to the punish game for Mega Man on a character like Falco. But still, you got to get to that point. You mentioned it earlier. If you can't win neutral first, you never get your chance to be in advantage. And when I think of the neutral, the way Tilde's playing, that's where he's finding his confidence. That's where he's finding these up tilts. That's where he's finding these combo starters. So it's a dangerous spot for Banshee to be in. But Stony Brook's got confidence in him. They brought him in for these moments. We'll see what he can do against Tilde's Falco.
Right, so Banshee coming in, going to be getting the immediate opening, but Tilde just with the counter hit. That's what we're talking about. A lot of things not safe against such a fast-paced character. They are 73% almost immediately, and if Tilde gets an opening at the ledge, which they do, then it could be even a little scarier. But Banshee not even able to get back. That was a 0 to death.
Wow. I mean, barely scratched on it, but just unfortunate there for Banshee. I think he just kind of waits too long to do all those recovery options. That side B maybe stalling him out just for too long. So a stock gifted away, and that is a tough spot to be in. So he's going to have to find something. Oh, I like the idea to go for that forward smash. Reflector actually catching a little bit of that up air, so it will do a little bit of chip damage. Leaf Shield now online. Tilde able to perfectly time that air dodge around the up air. But I like how close Banshee is playing. Although it's a little bit dangerous, he is pressuring Tilde. But that being said, you mess up once, and it leads to the combo game.
Banshee pressing on shield, but Tilde still with the lead, still getting in, takes it down air, but keeps on trucking, gets an up tilt, keeps on going. Tilde is off stage, forced into the Firebird for the first time, and yet it doesn't even matter. Banshee's not in a position to punish. Tilde is putting on a clinic of how passive pressure can win so many neutral options.
Leaf Shield completely mitigated by that reflector as well, so Banshee can't safely approach. Still, both players trending above 100 here. 124 to 103. Blade connects, but can't find the quick forward air. It's a good move, but it will be punished.
Ooh.
The up smash out of shield. Another trick from Tilde. Takes another stock, and he might have another opening. Pressure on the platform. Up tilts galore. And forward smash gets reflected as well. Banshee's eaten 47% on their last stock here. They've got to find something, but they've lost their saw blade. They try for another up smash. Won't be able to do anything. 56, make it 70. The reflector's doing so much work in this matchup.
I take everything back I've ever said, Soy. That reflector is broken. Tilde is broken. And that was not harassment. That was not irritation. That was invalidation of every tool in Banshee's kit, one after another after another.
A stomping performance from Tilde gives a 3 stock advantage to the Fisher Falcons. What a play by Tilde. Not only does he take 1 stock off of D-Dog in stylish fashion, but Banshee could get little to anything going. They do drop an unfortunate stock at the very beginning, but it was already, I think, an 80% differential by the time Banshee SD'd, and there was only 5% on Tilde when that happened. And from that point on, Banshee, you could tell he was reaching just a little bit, looking for just one opening, and everything got shut down by that reflector.
It certainly did, and now, hey, remember I said Tilde was like, yeah, I gotta redeem myself. Okay, so, yeah, definitely happened. That 100% happened. And now Tilde has to, well, doesn't have to do anything, but would like to keep this momentum going. I mean, started off with, Tilde's untouched. We gotta specify that too. Tilde still has 3 stocks remaining. It's as if we didn't even see Banshee come in. And previously, it was D-Dog to take down Tilde in a close set. No D-Dog. So who are you going to put in instead? Is it going to be Cody? Cody shut down Jackal last time, but all of a sudden, now you don't have Cody for the latter half of this game. Things are drifting out of control once again. Stony Brook with a strong start, but Fisher with an even stronger response.
It's interesting to see, when we talk about these crew battles between these titans, we look for these big pop-off moments. Who can do more than what is recommended or what is kind of the bare minimum, right? You want to see in these crew battles typically 1 stock a piece here or there, 2 to 3 stocks, 2 to 4 is that range that always keeps it nice and tight. So who can get more than 4 is always the question, and Tilde is on the cusp of that, but the way that they're playing, it feels like it's almost a guarantee. And what's interesting too, when I think of Fisher and the grand finals that they've won, it's typically been, either one player popping off and taking, 7 stocks off the board, or a nail biter down to the wire who can get down to Sonics, and Sonics probably, clutching it out by 2-3 stocks apiece. But when Tilde comes in, they've typically been mitigated because Falco's on the lighter side. They get caught. They aren't playing perfect that day, and the combos just aren't following through. This is the day that it feels like Tilde has shown why he is so potent, why he is so strong, why Fisher keeps him at the start of the lineup, because once he gets going, if he can get the ball rolling for Fisher and grab that momentum, that's so important to the opponents. If he steals it away first, it feels like now you're climbing Everest if you're Stony Brook.
Yeah, that's a tough one to come back to. I mean, Cody obviously could go on another 5-stock run. This happened last time too. I feel like we get so hyped. We're like, oh my god, Fisher's dominating! And then they're not, because Cody comes in and takes some stocks. But even then, Cody with a 4-stock to 3 advantage, with a stock on Sonics wasn't enough. So that means you have to bring even more stocks to beat Sonics in the end. And how are you going to do that? How are you going to bring 5 or 6 stocks to the end when you only have 6 stocks remaining? You're looking in your back pocket, and suddenly you're not going to be having much to say about nothing. This is tough. This is scary. And this is Fisher at their best. This is a really good performance from them.
Yeah, I feel like, we talk about how dominant Fisher have been just in recent history, but there's also something to be said about the grand finals that they've won, and how we talk about, hey, sometimes they drop a set. Sometimes, it's a little bit closer than they would have liked. I feel like this is the first time they've looked this strong in at least a semester, to say the least. I mean, I know that they're constantly on the watch list of the SSBU collegiate scene, but when it comes to the numbers of victories, sometimes it's a little bit closer than you'd like. But to see this many players for them playing this confident, it is a dangerous thought for the rest of the scene.
It definitely is. There was a little bit of talk last time on the desk about how Fisher splitting their roster into 2 different rosters with 2 different sets of top players to try to get a Fisher v. Fisher finals. I feel like the era where that is possible is past. And last season was a wake-up call for them. Well, they're awake. Like, first alarm, too. They didn't even do that thing where they set, 4 different alarms and they only get up at the last one after snoozing it twice. No, they're awake. They're ready. They've got their team of the heaviest of heavy hitters. And their B roster is still probably going to end up in, 4th place anyway. So, this is Fisher. The best for the longest amount of time. The GOAT of Collegiate Smash here. now, qualifying for top 4, and Stony Brook is trying to stop them, and they have an opportunity to stop them, but only if they can clutch up and really play to their peak, not just once, not just twice, but 3 crew battles in a row. It's happened before. Well, it could feasibly happen. It's never happened before, but if anyone's going to do it, it could be Stony Brook here, who are going to be sending in Danny Zura on the Steve. They're a great Steve player from out near Stony Brook. I'm hoping to see how they're going to be playing this out. Interesting pick here.
Yeah, interesting to see. You know, I listened to a little bit of the excuse me, the Delaware stream in that semifinals match, and they were saying it felt like when they were going up against Vanchi gave them problems because they were so used to how their Mega Man played, the one that they practice against constantly. Well, now it's the flip of it's the reverse of that here in Grand Finals, where you've gone up against one Steve player. How similar is the play style of this other Steve player? Now, obviously, they have the same tools in their kit. It's the same character. But sometimes you see that change of pace. Sometimes you see different moves thrown out. D-Dog, one thing that I loved from their Steve was the recognition of using down smash at the ledge, right? Their one opportunity to use it, they used it instantly. But maybe this Steve will hold it in their back pocket a little bit longer. So we'll have to see what the differences are between the two, if it makes a difference here in this matchup.
Yeah, Danny, this is a tough burden to carry. You did see earlier how Tilde played against D-Dog, one of the perennial Steve players known far and wide. And this is probably why D-Dog went Corrin. I mean, first and foremost, it was a good pick. It took down Jackal. But second of all, it also really freed up their roster to send out Danny Zura on this Steve. Danny Zura, I mean, if we're talking pure character, yeah, Tilde lost to Steve. Hello? Mr. E, what are you doing in there? I don't think that's supposed to be happening, but we'll find out if it is supposed to be happening. As if the players play it out, then they're going to play it out.
Keeping the lobby alive. I see. Well, got to keep the lobby open as Stony Brook prepare themselves. I do think, like you said, we'll be seeing the Steve. I am curious, I guess, to see what Tilde can do. Tilde in the opening matchup, right? They dropped the opener 3 stocks to 2, right? So only 1 stock difference, but it still felt very close overall. And it's a similar, I think, game plan going into it. Lasers, Reflector doing a lot of the work. But Tilde's combo game has been so strong today that I wonder if they get maybe a little eager with it and try and be in the face of this character, because Steve has a lot of good quick options as well. That's where I think D-Dog found a lot of their openings, right? Was when both characters are on top of each other holding shield. It's almost like who pulls the trigger second ends up winning in those situations. But I'm not sure how many of those opportunities we'll get because of the way that Tilde is playing.
Very true, very true. As Danny Zura has checked in, is here. Steve versus this Falco. I'm thinking back to how it played out last time. So what does Danny have to deal with? Has to deal with that Reflector, invalidating the minecart, not invalidating it. If Tilde gets caught out in a situation where they just don't have anything, then that's not going to be great. Like if it's a whiff punish, it still can't be reflected. However, if you're just throwing that out as a zoning minecart, then Tilde can send that back at you, can put you off stage, and that's difficult. Additionally, if you don't set up blocks correctly, then we're going to see Tilde harassing you with lasers every time you mine. It's not going to be consistently doing enough damage to get you in there. So we're going to see who gets in there now. All right, whatever viewers in the arena, get out of there, first and foremost. But second of all, yeah, this is an interesting one right here. I do feel like Tilde is advantaged just because of how well he played against D-Dog. but Danny Zura might have something up their sleeve. I don't know that. We'll have to find out.
As we wait and see here again, Fisher, they need one more crew battle victory to secure this Eastern Regional CECC Grand Finals. If they do, it means it's one step closer to gaining one of the highest seeds in the big tournament at the end of the year. Stony Brook, they need to find 3 crew battles to bring this one back, and they're trailing by 3 stocks here in this situation. 2 players on the board. Danny Zura locked in as that third member. Likely means Quid is still the anchor, but we kind of talked about that at the beginning, where it feels like Sonics and Quid are kind of going to be locked in as those 4th players on both lineups, regardless of how the match pans out beforehand. So we'll see what Danny Zura can do. Tilde's been on a tear for this one, but I think when we look at this series overall, is there anyone who sticks out to Fisher as kind of the player that has been the most impactful? I mean, Jackal had the 5 stock in the previous one, but you can't discount the way that Sonics shut down the ace of Stony Brook to take that opening game.
I think Tilde has the opportunity to be that player right here and now. If Tilde can take down Danny, then objectively, Tilde has done the most out of anyone. Taken the most stocks. Yeah, your stats are padded. But more than that, Tilde will also have, well, I feel like Sonics and Quid almost cancel each other out, so they don't really have as much impact because they're just focused on each other. Tilde is this X factor here in the second game, and if they manage to take more stocks than Jackal, I gotta give it to them, as they're putting on an argument right now, going back and forth, but Tilde with that strong punish game, with that harassment, trying to chase down Danny Zura.
Danny's going to need an MVP performance for themselves to help bring this back for Stony Brook. So far, things even off the start. Once again, 70 to 60 in terms of percent. Now Tilde trying to find a way back on stage. Anvil will connect. 106 onto the bird, but won't be able to do too much there, as Tilde again able to make it back to stage. I like the idea there to go for the up B into up smash, but won't be able to quite connect as they didn't get the up B hitbox. Still a dangerous situation. Up throw instead into an up air. They don't die off the top.
Oh my
but they
gosh!
will track them down with a forward air. They stayed off stage for so long, but that bird can certainly fly.
Yeah, Tilde following way far out there. A lot of obstacles up, but one up tilt beats the other. Not something I'm usually used to seeing, as Danny is being harassed by their own minecarts. They're trying to throw out some spacing back airs, but every time those back airs are answered by a reflector. I will grant them this is a very close game, closer than what we saw previously, but even so, this is getting a little bit tricky, a little bit too close for comfort right now. And, oh my gosh, they're off stage.
So dangerous when that reflector is constantly present. The biggest thing for me right now is that Danny, you look at the block resources, he's already down to 2. Has to spend some time chipping
with
away, farming away, but tried to sneak in underneath with that cart, but still will not be able to take the stock. That cart doesn't even find a kill yet.
This is a genuine question for me, and I know I'm the analyst, but I'm wondering if Danny, who has had their carts reflected consistently every single time, with the block gimp right there too, takes a stock. But if they do the minecart in the other direction, will Tilde send it straight into them? I don't think so, but like, with how much Tilde is reflecting that minecart, I feel like it's a fair question to ask, because that's a strong tool that has been taken from your arsenal. Tilde on the already has actually taken the most stocks out of anyone.
Wow, just no fear. Goes off stage for that forward air to take the stock and doesn't even care that the minecart is about to come out. Sneaks underneath, gets the hitbox, and just like that, a 2-1 stock lead and a massive advantage for the Fisher Falcons. Now they're in the blender here. Up tilt, up air, forward air to knock them away. Danny trying to recover, gets down tilted into a back air. They're up to 99. They have to use the glide. They'll sneak underneath, goes for the ledge.
Oh my
gets
gosh!
connected on the side B. Reflectors out as well. Pressure on shield. It is just relentless effort from Tilde. They will not die. They will find the up smash, and down goes Danny.
It was a hard-fought battle right there, but oh my gosh, the pressure. Tilde was pulling out hitboxes on Danny's shield that I didn't know Falco had. Like, there was so much that you kept Steve, Enderman, if you want to be specific, trapped in their shield. I mean, let's take a look at some of these replays here. Just playing around them, like, finishes them off with an up air, yeah, but like, following off stage, the chase consistently, because until you show Tilde that you are going to be consistently getting reversals, Tilde has no reason to respect the possibility.
And I love the pressure from Tilde, but in those final moments, that last stock, it almost felt like Danny had analysis paralysis, right? You've got all these options to recover, and yet Tilde is tracking you down. You spend more time watching your opponent than looking at where you are and how you can get back to stage. And in these final moments, again, there's just nowhere for Danny to go, even with the block right above them, to potentially save them. There is just nowhere, no room, no options left for Danny. And eventually Tilde pulls the trigger on the up smash, and that's a move that, again, we don't typically see Tilde go for. It is very frequently the up tilts to back airs, the drag downs into the down air. It's these smash attacks that we rarely see, and if those are finding the mark, watch out, because this Falco is on a tear.
Yeah, you're asking who's the most impactful player? Unless whoever this anchor is on Stony Brook, it's going to be Steve on the Ike, manages to take down Tilde, the next player who would probably be Sonic's. It is Tilde without question. Running a gauntlet right here, putting Stony Brook on the back foot. Fisher on the verge of an undefeated victory here in CECC East. One of those stacked CECC Easts we've ever seen. This is looking like a tough nut to crack. Steve on the Ike, which, like, you know, confusing, but whatever, is going to be difficult to deal with, but I'm curious to see how this plays out. It feels a little bit like the Corrin matchup that we saw earlier.
And I do like the Ike into Falco, although it can be a very dangerous matchup. I think just, it's one of those things where Ike just hits so heavy. Falco's a light character, and the combo conversion for Ike, right, very straightforward off of that neutral air. You're bound to take a stock or two off the board, and you need to get two off the board in order to see the third member here of Fisher College. So I actually like the idea to pick Ike here and give another player a chance in the spotlight. But it is such a tall mountain to climb for a character that I think people are very used to now. They know what this character can do. They know their tricks. They're very aware of what Ike is capable of. And Tilde, with the confidence they have right now, with the way they're playing, the momentum that is in their favor, this feels like it could be a very quick match. 2 stocks for Tilde, 3 for Steve, the Ike player, the last hope of Stony Brook trying to bring things back. Hollow Bastion is the stage, and here we go.
Right, 2 stocks on Tilde, 3 on Steve, and already Tilde has slipped underneath the aerial pressure and is putting the work on to Steve.
Got the grab too.
Gosh.
I thought it was going to be Steve who got the grab, but instead it's Tilde, faster on the button, faster on the trigger, and faster on the day right now. They find the down air into a turnaround forward air as well. They knock Steve away, forward air once again. Early side B forced there, right? Could not afford to just hold on and wait and up B, but now maybe a chance to turn things around. Goes for the jab, and I like the idea there to go for that lingering last hit, but weaving around it was Tilde, and now it's 2 stocks apiece. Stony Brook down to their final 2 of potentially of this tournament. Tilde trying to end it here and now. Oh, I like the idea there again to play patient on that platform, but it's just too elusive from Tilde.
Staying right outside this burst range, even with a full drift forward reverse nair. Steve just can't quite catch them as Tilde goes to ledge, looking for an opportunity. And there it is, the forward air. What do they get off of it? Catches the jump as well. No jump on Nike, might as well be dead. Interrupts the side B too, and air dodge to stage. A clutch recovery move, but Tilde was there to cover it.
Just barely escaping death in that instance, and now tracking them down so cleanly, 73% onto the Ike, looking for an opportunity. They'll find the up B, but not the full hitbox. They fall out of it. Everything going Tilde's way on Championship Sunday right now.
Oh, drag down with the Nair too. Back airs galore, interrupting this recovery. Going for the spike too. I don't even think they needed to. Just for the love of the game, Soy.
Oh my goodness, all the confidence. They try run up smash too. They're already off stage. They try and spike them, but it's over just like that. Tilde goes on a run, and the Fisher Falcons will claim the East Regional Grand Finals.
In dominant fashion. And it's to be expected, and yet simultaneously it's not. We're here to see if we should expect to see Fisher be as dominant as they have been in years past, and the answer is yes. Resoundingly. With the largest win ratio. Again, 5-0 the first time, 3-0 the first time, 2-0 this time. What was that? 9-0? No, 8-0 this time. 8-0? You don't 8-0 a team like Stony Brook. Fisher is unquestionably one of the contenders for the throne at the end of the year, and they showed up today and proved it.
And in a moment where you think, okay, they've got a 2-0 cushion, maybe they take their foot off the gas, maybe Stony Brook finds an adjustment, takes a series, takes a set, and maybe there's some momentum back. It is all ripped away by Tilde in the Falco play. What a fantastic performance from them, and what a real tournament from them. They also had a fantastic series against Delaware in the semifinals. They had a fantastic appearance. You know, we look at this bracket, you talked about how strong the East region is with schools like Quinnipiac also in the bracket. Even Stockton had their moments, I believe, as well throughout this series. But at the end of the day, it's the Fisher Falcons flying high and taking the grand finals.
And with that, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate will conclude with, as expected, but still entertainingly as always, Fisher College. The Fisher Falcons as your champions. But there's more Fisher and more esports coming your way as Fisher versus St. Clair in Valorant is going to be up right after this break. It's going to be Zobi and Nerdy Bird on the mic, so you don't want to go anywhere. But for now, I've been Keela Miles, this has been Soy, and there's still so much more esports coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
welcome back to the CSMG Collegiate Esports Cup. This is going to be one of our qualifiers, and today we're shifting over from the fighting scene into the first-person shooter scene because it's time for Valorant. My name is Nerdybird, and alongside me is Zobi, and the beautiful teams you're going to be seeing here for today for this best of three is going to be Fisher and St. Clair. Regarding these two schools, though, Zobi, what excites you the most about this matchup?
Ooh, well, I mean, you said we're shifting gears from Smash to FPS with Valorant, but we have one of the same schools, right? So Fisher trying to defend their institution's title, right? Especially for Valorant, 3 times qualifying to CECC May Madness through the East qualifier that's happening this weekend. STC trying to get in sooner rather than later, since last year they qualified through the LCQ, but then they went on a massive run, right? So in order to become our champions at last year's May Madness. So definitely the quote-unquote team to beat, but both of these teams have had major kind of roster shuffle ups as well, Nerdy, which is what makes this so interesting. When you talked about what I was looking forward to, it's just getting to see like on broadcast these two teams in a non-tier 2 environment, just strictly collegiate.
Well, I understand we're in a non-tier 2 environment, but when you're bringing so many players over from tier 2, we're kind of pushing that edge of like, how much talent does collegiate actually bring to the table when it comes to we're just college versus tier 2? I feel like these players deserve our utmost respect when it comes to playing college Valorant, because at the end of the day, yeah, some of them are here for their education, but they're also playing in tier 2. So the level of competitiveness that is here is going to be top-notch for sure. I mean, we're pushing into the pro leagues with regards to some of these players, so I'm super excited to see what they bring to the table. I'm interested to see how Fisher defends their title, considering the last 3 qualifiers went in their favor. Will that continue today for the East qualifier, or will their reign of terror or their empire, so to speak, be a little bit short-sighted this time, and will they be forced to go into an LCQ type of situation, or will that be St. Clair? That will be up in the air and up to these teams.
Well, in order to find out, we've got to see what the maps look like to see if maybe the narrative will lean one way or another. And it's Haven, Abyss, and Fracture. Now, Nerdy, you thought this gave Fisher a little bit of an edge in terms of the pool. Tell me why.
Okay, so Fisher across the board, like just by and large, always super confident on Haven. They're every single one of their teams, regardless, I feel like this is a map that they have always practiced. I feel like, at least in the collegiate space, it definitely is one of those maps that if you're not comfortable on, you are definitely going to be in for a hard time. This 3-point map is kind of a litmus test for your ability to adapt to gameplay, to rotate, and to not fall into traps of other teams. So I feel like that's why the Fisher teams are extremely strong on this map. However, this actual pick itself was chosen by St. Clair, and when we were talking about it, you mentioned that might be because, at least during this stage in our qualifiers, this has kind of been their jam, not so much Fisher's.
Yeah, I mean, when you're 13-4ing teams in the group stage like Fisher did on Haven, it's a little bit different than when you're 13-3ing the 4th or the 5th seed in, like, the semifinals, right? Like what St. Clair Saints have been doing. So, like, yes, maybe it's in the back of their mind that it's a strong map for Fisher, but if you're confident in your own pick of Haven, then go for it 9 times out of 10 and show why. Another thing to highlight as we get ready to jump into our first map of Haven is that you might see a little bit of a compositional difference with the new meta as well. I think we talked about this in the Esports Unite qualifier, Nerdy, that Tejo hasn't really been picked up on Haven per se, but in the group stage, Fisher, Mamiji has actually been playing it. So I'm curious to see if that was, again, the group stage mentality where you're memeing a little bit, you know, pulling out compositions so you can hide them from bigger opponents, or if that is their go-to here.
Well, I mean, I'm all for trying to do the bait and switch if you're comfortable enough to shake things up that much during group stages up until finals, keeping things a secret, so to speak. I support it. However, it can mean that you become a little bit rusty on the core mechanics of the actual composition that you want to do. So it's kind of risk versus reward when you are spending reps doing something that you typically wouldn't. Is it going to favor bad habits? Or is Momiji actually just someone who's going to bring out the agent swap instead and just go for it? And it looks like, yes, we are. The other one that we're still waiting on here is, are we locking in Clove? The variant that we typically see, especially from these Fisher teams, is on Haven in particular. Our Clove players like to play Omen. I don't know if that's going to be the same case here, but I think Clove might be the way we're going.
I mean, I would like to see it. We kind of talked about and alluded to the fact that a lot of these players are in the tier 2 space, and I definitely think that embraces a little bit of the chaos, a little bit of the individuality from a player like Sogo. So we get to see what they're going to be able to bring just in terms of fragability on an agent like Clove that is a little bit more, you know, I feel like the same vein as like a Reyna or a Phoenix, right, where they have their own self-heal, their own revive, and that's going to allow them, you know, to consistently be in the dual seat next to your duelist, but it's so interesting to see. We're getting, again, a battle of the new versus the old meta, right? Like, we have the Teo, the Yoru, the Clove, versus then just that tried and true go-to of the Breach, Sova Jet, and I'm curious then to see who's going to fare better.
I definitely anticipate we're going to see Sova Jet kind of being a duo over on A site, kind of lurking in towards sewer, maybe going A main at least early on to gather intel from our defensive team for our defensive squad. So my question is really, what type of response is going to be given to that area? Because that is a standard protocol run by a lot of teams. So we anticipate it here. What is our offensive team going to do in response? Are we going to just be aware, leave someone to lurk? Possibly be leaving that up to our Cypher to kind of deal with a 2-on-1 type of situation, or is our Cypher going to put up trips and make sure that our team's able to push if we're not going for that A-site execution, but we are looking to push towards A-site early?
I mean, you said it, Haven's been figured out, and this is why you're all ready to try and dislodge Fair from this aggressive angle. You mentioned, are they going to leave a lurk player to contest it? No, they face it head on in the pistol. They deal with that initial duelist, but what's interesting here is that the Omen wasn't playing Garage, wasn't playing towards C. They stacked heavily on towards the A-site because that's kind of an expectation, almost like a mutual handshake agreement is pistol rounds, go A.
And we're going to have Momiji doing our initiator, coming in, clears out the angles here outside of sewer, but does not clear chillin' because looking up is not something all of us will be doing. But being down one, St. Clair College is pivoting, opting to actually make some noise here at mid towards B site. You can see where all of the St. Clair players are, sorry, apologies, the Fisher team is actually pushing up towards B site. St. Clair waiting to create an actual wave or a wall to cut them off towards C, but everyone's starting to conglomerate near sewer, and this little bit of noise at B site is pulling our defensive team towards mid.
And they gate crash out and still survive, cause it's been this chaos out in just a pistol round, but it didn't dislodge some of the core players here, like Chillin, who was found to and is looking for more. Unfortunately, Blast, or lurk player, groups up with the remainder, and they still have numbers advantage. Spike recovered, and they are going for that plant, cause like they've been everywhere on this map and finding impact across the board. 4 pieces to seal the deal and get Fisher College or Fisher Navy the pistol on the board.
And we do have Sogo buying up. We have 2 players, Cuz and Sogo, buying up. This is an older strategy when it comes to the economy for a team that has managed to win a round, to buy the most expensive weapon that we can get our hands on for those assault rifles. And basically what's kind of most likely happen is we're going to buddy up with someone who passed away during the previous round, i.e. we did end up not getting a lot of value out of Momiji when we lose a little bit early on. But I'm a little interested in the fact that we also have our Breach opting to buy that Bulldog instead of it being maybe our Cypher. I understand that typically your Cypher's not the one to do it, but Cypher lived, so the fact that we're sticking with the Ghost is a little interesting. We're probably going to see a buddy system start to happen here.
That's their insurance policy. Momiji and Blast not going for weapons here. Well, Momiji, we might be in a tech pause if you notice. They might be coming back and buying something else, would be my prediction, since they don't have a shield or a classic or a weapon in hand. But I think that's what happens, is now your Sentinel will be able to buy a rifle next round, and when they're solo lurking, there'll be that kind of backdoor option after your eco strategy or your bonus strat fails, right? But I think what we already saw here, right, was that kind of like distinction between what you mentioned about this being a litmus test and who can respond better, right? SCC running a very dry or standard Haven composition means Fisher College knows their entire strat at this point, or if you didn't, then you haven't been in the Valorant space long enough. Versus it's going to be SCC and their ability to adapt to this new composition, not fall trick to the mastery over this Yoru. We saw just from a pistol round, mind you, right? Like, they got the opening pick over towards the A site. They faked a complete rotation through Garage to the C site that dislodged some of the SCC players. Obviously, chilled and didn't rotate, but it still had enough impact that then when they got back to the site, it was just pulling the rest of the herd and getting the spike down.
So, while I understand that, like, you said it best. If you don't know the core meta for Haven, then, you know, obviously you haven't been in the space long enough, but there's a reason why that core exists, why this meta is here. It's because it's a very well-balanced and well-rounded composition for this map in particular. So when you start to shake things up, I'm questioning, are you leaning into a personal strength, a personal strategy when playing off of your own kind of, not to pick on a role, but the duelist mentality that does start to come through at times, and will that end up being your Achilles heel because of the lack of adaptation that a composition that has been tweaked a bit when it comes to swapping out agents? I feel like it could fall short once a team makes those adaptations on the reverse side with the more standardized composition for the map, because it's meant to be adaptable for situations, as opposed to when you swap out an agent, it kind of changes how the entire composition has to work as a whole. So I'm going to be looking at Fisher to see what starts to happen when St. Clair does actually start to respond to these changes that they have incorporated into their composition, and what are the playstyle shifts that they have to start doing to compensate for the adjustments that are going to be coming out. Because at this level of gameplay, you have to anticipate that the adjustments, the tweaks will happen sooner rather than later. And because we do have a tech pause, at least the players are able to discuss, like, hey, what can we fix after what happened last round? They're not able to pull in the coach, but they're still able to like discuss amongst themselves, keep themselves somewhat at least active mentally, because they're no longer able to move around in the game.
I mean, yeah, I think, like, it's a pistol. We're dealing in theoreticals right now, to be honest. But I do think there's things you can, like, think that are going to translate into actual rifle rounds here. In SCC, I don't think they're, like, thinking to fix anything just yet, other than mentally note, okay, Cuz might sell fakes. Let's not over-rotate. Let's maybe be careful on our solo mid-fights, because I think it was their Cypher that got caught out there against Cuz, who had gate crashed. Maybe they thought they got the jump on them as well while they were TPing, and maybe they whiffed up a storm we couldn't quite see. But aside from that, something else I did notice from that pistol, right, is typically, right, when you're playing a Jet, it's like buddy-buddy with the Breach, right? Like, they're the ones setting you up for success. Cuz was doing everything alone, which, again, maybe a credit to the fact that they were solo settling a C-site endeavor, but also it could maybe show that, okay, Hwin's going to be a little bit more of an individualized Breach player, maybe supporting the rest of the team instead of being that kind of tied to your duelist player, and Cuz will be kind of this standalone player instead on this Yoru, because it is more self-sufficient with the TPs, but they have their own flashes as well. And I'm curious to see how that's going to fare.
Perhaps that is falling back into my question of, though, like, that duelist mentality of when you want to start breaking away, playing by yourself, which I do agree. Yoru is a awesome duelist to be doing that with, because you can be your own initiator and you have your own get out of jail free card with Gate Crash. But then with that in mind, if it starts to get figured out, what adjustments to be made? Are you then having to go and play like a second wave initiator for your team instead? And are you prepared to pivot away from the solo duelist role into playing in the secondary wave push when it comes to initiating on site with those flashes, or even a first wave initiation with the flashes to get your team onto site, understanding that odds are you're gathering intel, you're getting a trade, and you're helping your team get into site, and you're not going to be able to be there for the majority of it because you're going to be kind of solo pushing in with your team being your backup to get onto the site.
Well, timer's moving. The players are back and ready to jump into the action. And there's the final buy that we were talking about. Blast Momiji not forcing up as heavily as the rest of the squad. And again, I think this is because they do want to, again, have that insurance policy of, okay, if we lose all these weapons, we still want some to be able to buy next round. So obviously the heavy buy is to keep things clean, to ensure they can snowball into 3+ rounds, give or take. Let's see if it's as clean as they hope as they waltz onto the B side uncontested. What?
And Chillin, with a classic in hand, 32 health remaining, takes down 2 of the players that are pushing onto the undefended B site. Yes, we disengage after taking down 2 of the attackers, but still, finding 2 elims is absolutely massive. Tolio, unfortunately, has to give themselves away. Misses on the first attempted shot on that tripwire, gets it on the second. Momiji's chilling outside garage, looking for anyone to cross into their crosshair as they work their way up towards that window. Both of these two, it looks like the Valorant timing will not be happening right now, but the smoke's about to go down. The ruse is going to fade away, and we end up losing Chillin, but Momiji falls thereafter.
All right, so I mean, Fisher, I talked about how hefty this buy was. The fact that SCC, I mentioned it, they didn't have to make too many changes just yet, and this is why. They've recovered every single weapon that was invested by Fisher Navy into this round. They've walked away with the Thrifty, and they've walked away with the 1-to-1 tie. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Going B when you have rifles in hand, a little bold. Like, that is the site that eco demons thrive upon. Like, garage and B site is their playground, and we just saw SCC make monkey bars of Fisher Navy.
It's not just that. I feel like, to further the point here, it was kind of rubbing salt in the wound that Chillin took down 2 of you with a classic, and I think Chillin didn't even buy armor. That's just oof. Okay, go next. Let's not make that mistake again. This just goes to show why SCC deserves our utmost respect. And we're going to try and pull some attention over to B-side, but Sogo, this is what we talked about with that Clove, kind of playing that secondary duelist role, going off on ourselves, being our point for our team to initiate towards this A-site objective as the ruse goes down. And I will point out, our Jet has not been pushing up from SCC over into A main after the first pistol round. So the anticipation is gone for that. Tilo, unfortunately, will get stunned. Hopefully we can hold out till the rest of our team makes it here.
Ooh, this is crisp. You know, the breach is off, stuck here in this corner because of where the stun came from, where the flash came from, when getting forced out by every ounce of utility. Now it's all down to Momiji. Not spotted, but with only a deagle in hand. Or a sheriff, I should say. It'll take some effort. Fortunately, it's only the outlaw holding down this angle. It would have to be the flick from Fair to get the job done. Are they going to clear the close corner? Do they have a shorty in hand? They don't. But no scope works too. Why not?
No scope, short range, and we get to pick up a free sheriff. I mean, I don't think we need it. I think we already had one.
Had one, yeah.
Yeah, they just got to go skin shopping. Do you want this or that? Now, SCC... Oh, Fair is going to make the upgrade. We're dropping the Outlaw, and we are going to be picking up the Operator. So now this is where I do think perhaps the conditioning for the last couple rounds that we had of not pushing out of A site and instead being present on B with our team will work in our favor as Jet, because this time they won't expect that we're going to be pushing out of sewer. However, if you're a creature of habit, which I would say everybody is, you know better, and you will always check this area for this Jet.
Well... So far, they were worried about the deep lobby garden dart from the Sova. Little jumpy. So you talked about creatures of habit. They were aware, and it doesn't matter. They get clipped regardless. Fair, the opening kill, and now you've got to be extra cautious, right? The cage, just to like spend the mind games of, okay, did we deposit a Cypher Lurk? Are we still A? And the answer is they don't know. So Fair, the reposition's clean here. Because what utility are you and Huynh gonna address to clear this sightline? Because if you don't do anything here, I think you're gonna find another player down in this situation.
Well, the question is, what do you do with Fair? And you've already lost. So this is the thing that scares, I think, a lot of players, is dealing with an Operator with no sort of controller. But Cuz said it's fine, I got it. Goes in with the teleportation after the shot goes through, so that concuss in conjunction. Is able to throw a flash, gets the elim, and through the smoke, Truth knows exactly where you are. That's 2 falling down now for Fisher. It's just back down to Arteo, pops out of the smoke. There's 3 angles looking at you, and you will be eliminated. St. Clair is absolutely dominating in these rounds, looking like they're predicting everything left, right, and center. Fisher College, though, I will admit that execution onto A site was beautiful. It was just unfortunate that we no longer had our clove to prevent line of sight for the re-engagement from the defense, and that's why defense came in and reflooded the space so confidently.
I would even call it that. It all really came down to Truth. If you noticed, right, like you mentioned, the site exec was clean. That was because they did a really good job countering the Operator and like taking away all of Fair's options, right? The breach, utility gate, crash in, all of that was clean. What really was interesting was Truth was never effectively cleared out, right? Like, they were aware they could be there, and I was like questioning, like, wait, Truth, you're not getting the refrag on a Fair? But they calculated inside, okay, what's the trade-off? What's the cost-benefit analysis? And they took the time to then wait for the site smoke from Chillin and play around that. Like, yes, there was some RNG, the shot the smoke onto blast, but just sticking around there. And that's what allowed them to have that much space, so then the flood you talked about, Nerdy Bird, could still come in. But regardless, we talked enough about the last round. The timeout is starting to come to a close, right? And Fisher College want to make a change, right? They lost the second round. Now they're starting to lose weapons. The economy is stable for SCC. What are they changing, Nerdy?
Honestly, right now, I'm a little concerned. Okay, the change that I saw, I was a little concerned. I'm like, Momiji, I mean this in the kindest way possible, but the top frag of Cuz isn't even fully buying a weapon, so I don't think we should be buying ARs. I do like the idea of at least half buying if we have enough money to compensate, but we also have our ultimate for our Yordu, so Yordu's likely going to go in. This is a very quick re-equip weapon as well, so when we come out of ultimate, we are going to be able to immediately find eliminations and get this intel for our team. Let's see if we're going to go into the dimensional drift at all as we blind fire into this ruse in the window and actually force that defensive player to disengage and play from the safe distance. But this is where I get concerned. Is the Congo lining through an area when we don't have info regarding where people are? We just know where they're not.
And this is a interesting for a few reasons, right? Because first gets a frag here. And talked about dimensional drift. Well, now that they have a chance to win this round, that's when they're going to start investing additional resources. I think they were trying to be wary of if Cuz was selling a faker if they were actually there. And I think they found out that they were. A shorty's accurate with him while stunned, but if you're out of bullets, it doesn't matter. We talked about the B site and garage being the playground for ecos, and that's exactly what Fisher College is now utilizing to possibly birth a new opportunity here. And I love this, the additional utility just to delay that reflood in from SCC. Still 5 players alive, 2 super low HP, but this is looking feasible.
We're going to drop the ruse just outside of B, and we're also going to use another blast to just try and keep these defenders off the site. Looks like St. Clair is going to manage to find another elimination. Yeah, and St. Clair, they're opting to run away. So Fisher College taking down 3. Oh, okay, no, that's our own teammate. I was a little scared for a moment. I was like, hold up, how did we just walk into a crosshair, not get shot at? But we're fully running over towards A site, and you gotta anticipate people no standing on the metal beams over there to try and get line of sight. Predicted it, got the crosshair lineup. So we lost a couple I have questions, but that's
50.
okay.
They might have not had a gun. Like, yes, it would have been the same money regardless, since your team won regardless. But if you die, hold door. Anyways, regardless, what's different here is, like I said, the money was stable for SCC following the timeout. So they picked the operator back up, even if they couldn't salvage it. But Cuz with the attack operator, Cuz has been the main one opening the door of opportunity for Fisher College. So I'm curious to see how the operator is going to fare, especially when looking at the minimap, right? It's on the opposite side of where Fair is opping, so we don't get that duel. We don't get that kind of fair opportunity at a op battle to see who can walk away with the first blood. So it's not really going to be the tip of the spear here on a C entry, which is why I think there's these creative smoke placements. Because again, maybe trying to pull rotations over, maybe do some orb farming. I'm curious to see what's going to happen when the actual site exit comes through, though.
As am I, and you can see that we've not fully committed to the C site here. The 2 that were lurking towards the B connector, never mind. We actually did successfully pull people over with that utility usage. We might fall into the waiting arms of the Yoru with that operator. We're also going to use the guided salvo over into the B site entry point, and then we're sending even more utility towards A. We're effectively splitting so much attention, but the jump peek from Sogo again gets punished by Fair with this operator, and we immediately hit the Blade Storm, pull out the op, use that updraft, go on top of the box to see if anyone's trying to cut off the other angle, but no one is. They've slowed back down. Fisher College is not going to fall into the trap of trying to engage too quickly off of losing a teammate.
Yeah, and here's that trade-off of your Sova to Tejo, right? There's still a Cypher Trip, or was active on the site before the gate crash comes through. So slow down a little bit on the eggs. That gives a little bit more time for the rotation for SCC to come through here. Yet again, they left the operator on A temporarily, but now that you know the duelist, now that you know that Tejo and Cypher are all here, it's pretty much confirmed, which is why now the Hunter Fury has come out to try and deny the spike tap, but they did just that. Tapped and ran, baited out the ultimate because they had plenty of time here. Now they have their Tejo, but Momiji in the center of firing line deciding to back off. We just play off their team's contact for the trade, but the utility comes in late and it's still just trade for trade, blow for blow. Oh no.
Oh, Armageddon comes through, but it doesn't matter. Fair stands their own ground. It's a triple kill with the Blade Storm, leaves half of the defuse and has the opportunity to swap ops.
It's their op, what do you mean? They don't need to go skin shopping. But again, that kind of felt like a little bit disjointed of a post plan. You talked about the Armageddon, it came in late, so all the players, especially, I should say, Fair, were already in. And you talked about that proactivity, pulling out the Blade Storm, knowing to invest it as well. That was clean too, but really chill in there. At the core of it all, those 2 players were both blinded or nearsighted there, stuck, corralled on default, and that's what allowed the Blade Storm to have as much of an impact and find both of those kills to crown out the round. So SCC, yes, they lost the follow-up round out of the timeout, but they have since righted their wrongs. They've gotten a really big ticket ultimate out of Fisher College. Looks like they're back to just cruising on their map pick, but Fisher College, you still have the Rolling Thunder, you still have some weapons up in the tank. They've kind of located the operator off of that cam, so now they're pivoting to a different site.
They're pivoting, but Jet can also, of course, pivot through that connector and get over to A Heaven if we want to. Going to send in the stealth drone, as well as the concuss. Chillin does, I think, get suppressed and rounds the corner anyway, losing the duel with the Guardian strategy. But the Odin and Spray gets beat out by that Guardian as well. So Truth will get eliminated. Momiji has fallen. We're in a 3v4 right now. Fisher College still has their Cypher with a sliver of health. We also did hit that Neuro Theft, so we know where everyone's at. But look at this Jet up in heaven as they're trying to use the Shock Darts to bait out this breach. Will it happen? Or, yeah, the Rolling Thunder to push him out even further.
I was talking about Fair. Use the blades from last round. Doesn't have it as an option this time, but if they jump out of heaven and shorty kill anyways, this is still feasible. 2v2, the Rolling Thunder was respected, but there's still so much time to work with and win when you're out in the open. What are you thinking? Last player spotted. Sogo cannot get shut down though, even when you have all the information that you need. The 1v2 clutch, 3 kills total on the round, and Fisher College again utilizing ultimates in order to get these rounds off the board. Keep it close here in this first half of Haven.
All right, let's look at the ult economy. We've got the Not Dead Yet currently for Fisher College, and then anything close, the closest next is going to be Cuz with the Dimensional Drift, but then looking at St. Clair, we do have that Neuro Theft, and we also have the From the Shadows. A great opportunity for Chillin for maybe, you know, gathering information on a retake phase if they need to, if Fisher College manages to get onto a site. But Fair is going to push through towards window in mid, gets concussed, forced to use the Cloud Skill. Qualifier, while still concussed, gets the trade. Sogo, though, picking up 2 for themselves.
I mean, they're just carrying the momentum of that 3K into the next round. Tillo on an island. The Clove, though, is not dead yet, and Tillo trying to respect the timer, getting out, but full double blinded. It falls to Instinct, who, yes, gets the refrag, so they weren't alive for too much longer, but unfortunately, just the sheer volume of players there in Garage allow Fisher College to walk away with numbers advantage and the C site. That could change though. Chillin in the 1v3 clutch, almost catching a timing on to Cuz, and they still might back turn. It doesn't realize. That's Pixel perfect. Are they gonna clear the left side? It doesn't matter. Oh no!
Cutting through.
That timing needs to be studied.
Not just the timing, but like the series of just unfortunate events that had to occur for both of them to not see each other until the last possible second when the location was revealed with the orb touch is insane.
No, for sure. And now Fisher College, all right? I feel like I would have maybe been taking a timeout this round, because then maybe the next time they take a timeout would be my guess, like a 6-4 perhaps, because look at this, they're by, they lose this round, they're gonna have nothing, and they also have a lot of big ticket ultimates, so this would be your time to maintain that lead, but they're confident in their idea, their play, which was to deposit, Chilling down short, and unfortunately this time the lurk has stopped it, and the refrag attempt to pinch that player as well. Blast, who thought they got all the short control under their belt as well, was lost, so now you're down 2 players. That's not the opening we wanted to see.
No, and if you're St. Clair, what do you say? Do you shelve this round? Do you try and just use Rolling Thunder perhaps to re-engage on site and get some eliminations to try and balance things out as far as economy goes? Or do you ostensibly say, okay, we shelve it and we opt to play very defensively, very passive, hold down where we're currently at unless someone engages on us, and try to play our lives this round?
I think unless you get 2 kills, don't use the Rolling Thunder here. I think there is the idea to save weapons, because like I mentioned, this is their last buy before things get dicey, and Fisher has a chance for a 6th, but looks like they're still just trying to take that latter option. Go for a fight, see if it's winnable here. I mean, look at the rewrap coming through from the Sova. Tello about to clear out window. I think their footsteps have been heard. Blast low HP, really can't take the duel here, but they've definitely calmed it to their team. At this point, if feels like the defense is ironclad. The post plant, the spread of players, the crossfires. At this point, you're trying to get exit frags and not die to bomb. Hold on to these weapons here for SCC. That's why they're in these kind of off positions, like spawn, like garage, towards grass. It's ways you can escape easily and maybe catch some players out on the spike detonation.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that Tillo, my goodness, Instinct manages to blast down the 2 people that were aware of Tillo's existence over there, because Tillo did take down the tripwire for Cypher from FC. So Instinct actually effectively pulled all the attention away from their teammate who had revealed themselves 45 seconds ago, because they know that there's no way that you've crossed the threshold over towards C-Site. They know you're back towards their spawn. So by Instinct pushing out Garage, getting those 2 eliminations on the people that were looking for SEC Cypher, it was huge. Well, there's saving Sova's life in the process. Absolutely incredible.
And it's still so interesting that St. Clair isn't taking a timeout here. right? They saved those weapons. They lost another round. Fisher College, money strengthening for the remainder of this half, pretty much. Again, this is another spot where, yeah, Tillo could buy next round, but you still have these ultimates you're going to be sitting on. Tillo's off, you know, 1 from the Hunter's Fury 2. Their strategy last round failed immensely, and now the same idea has been thwarted. Yet again, they're just rerunning the same strategy. This time the difference was it wasn't a Blast Lurk, it was the entire team for Fisher College staring them down with breach utility and all, but all of that was just fake pressure. And this is what I feel like Fisher College has been good at. Again, the mind games, causing hesitation, causing CECC to over-rotate sometimes and under-rotate other times. And this seems to be the latter, waltzing onto the C side uncontested. That Cypher Cam garage, gonna spot out the cross at least to confirm, hopefully, the rest of the players to be here. And this could be a good retake opportunity.
And the Hunter's Fury is actually being used by Tillo early to try and cut off the rest of Fisher from getting into the site. We're rolling Thunder into the objective as well. I think this might be a chance where we start to flood in. We've used that dark cover to force them back into lobby for C site. And right now, if you're Fisher College, there is a Sova who's waiting outside in B and possibly might hear you if you rotate too fast. No, they're doing a fast rotation back over towards their spawn. They're going to chill out for a little bit, see if they can bait anyone towards B, towards A, get the pressure away from this garage area and the window, because they're looking to go back through there. And SCC is the wiser ones this time. They spread back out into their default positioning and they're just waiting.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty here. 20 seconds, you have to strong hand your way into the B site or fake it and go back C. That's where the stack is here. Yes, you've left Sogo deposited, but the Odin crouch holding A link. This is getting spicier by the second. 10 to go. Player alone, player blinded. Spike, 6-5. You have to stick, and it's just in the nick of time. No, I think they got it. They got it.
Wow.
Yeah, there was like 0.09, I think, left. But regardless, 2v2, how have we come this far in this round?
Well, I gotta say, our breach came in and initiated and executed at the same time for Fisher College. It was absolutely incredible. But now, we used so much of our util that I'm a little bit concerned. It doesn't matter, though. Hayun manages to find one, and then the follow-up kill from Sogo was perfect. And I think that, unfortunately, came down to, honestly, St. Clair made a fatal mistake. We left ourselves in a lot of positions where we had an angle, but we had no one covering our back. And so it was a lot of 1v1s that were given over to Hayun. And Hayun, honestly, is totally chill and confident in those moments. Took down 4 players by themselves that round, I think. So it just goes to show that this is why you don't put yourself in a 1v1 situation if you can avoid it.
Yeah. I mean, I really thought when it was like the timer was so low that they were about to get like meat churned on the B site, but whoever called for that C pivot there, I think really paid off for Fisher College. Like yes, it was still getting dicey, right? Chilling, winning out their duel, Spike being that low on time, but I think you mentioned it, right? Just the breach from Fisher, holding their own, fighting the CT player, and just literally like clockwork getting the Spike down with not even a second to spare is how you win rounds. And you know, I would say disrupt major plays from SCC. Because you mentioned how they were leaving the C side really open. It was for that retake. But there was never a commitment from Fisher, right? And I think that's why we were like sitting at 40 seconds left. SCC's ultimates were drained and everything was reset back to 0 where neither team had lost any players. And I think, yeah, when you invest in those ultimates, you need to be sure of a commitment. And that's what was lacking, and I'm hoping that's what the coach was bringing up during that timeout. Otherwise, I mean, look at this fragmented buy. They feel like they're just milking what they can out of their economy for these last few rounds. They're going to push it until the envelope here. And I mean, look at this Fisher College. The change up here was to fight C long, and the site for utils on A, where Fisher's headed towards.
If we had stuck with the default executions a little bit more for SCC, perhaps they would have predicted this a bit more, but we caught one. We get spotted by the guided Salvos as well. Yes, it is his clone. We hear it dismiss. Instinct is still alone inside heaven, waiting for this ruse to die down, and has disengaged far enough that no one will spot them. We're throwing in the default shock darts onto where the Spike is at. Instinct ends up getting taken out by Cuz, who then teleports back into hell. We're going to put that ruse back up at the connector, so it makes it harder for people to engage. No utility to flush out hell just yet, but we've lost fair. We've used the dark cover, teleported in, bait and switch. We judged one person, but then it is returned, and we are taken out thereafter.
Tillo, they were one of the players that I said did have a weapon and did have money. So maybe you try to hold on to this by your teammates, but Cuz is hunting you down. Remaining players decide to cut their losses. They don't want to spare any additional weapons, and Tillo will get the save that they asked for, as long as they're careful of the timer. And I mean, I was talking about how like this composition forfeiting the Sova didn't have a way to counter Cypher utility, but that round was mastery of how they do it, right? The clone, you know, the salvos, so you can't really get angles on the kill trips, right? You can shoot them yourself. Like it's very well rounded on the exec. Like they couldn't do anything there to benefit off their util. They had to play full retake with worse weapons, worse utility, and Fisher College, yeah, they're gonna win that sort of situation 9 times out of 10, and they now have won the advantage before the half swap. Up 7-4, SCC can hope for a 7-5 at best, and I mean, then the silver lining's what? It's an attack-sided map, so then you nail it with your comp on the side swap.
Hey, my silver lining here is I'm always saying that if you're at least at 4-round wins after the first half, that you've set yourself up to at least have a level of a buffer. That buffer, though, is getting smaller and smaller with every round that you forfeit thereafter. I'm not saying that it's a true forfeit, but every round is definitely important. Mantillo recognizes that, finding Momiji and Cuz, despite the intel having been given over. We do lose Truth thereafter to the Aftershock. The Rolling Thunder goes through. Instinct is still in this corner. The Cyber Cage goes down. They get the trade. Tillo follows up with the team, and that's the team getting eliminated. SEC getting a 5th round win for themselves, ending out the half 5-7. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, there's your really, really late stage adjustment that you were asking for, Nerdy, right? Like, we saw the ineffectiveness of the Cypher utility, right, from Instinct the prior round, how Fisher College was so careful in deconstructing it. So what does Instinct do? Get unpredictable, jump into their own cage on the drop down, have a really uncommon off angle, and find their own kill. But again, Fisher the refrags, and then just, I think that distraction from Instinct is what allowed Tilla to get the 3-piece that they did. We get the 7-5 half, and now everything is a clean slate, right? You win this pistol for SCC, you tie things up 7-7, and maybe that's why we saw the timeout so late. They were maybe just talking about, okay, how do we polish out that half, and have good energy going into the next half where things will matter.
I think that you're right with regards to what occurred during that late timeout, but now this is where the rubber meets the road if you're SCC. How do you win this round out? And anticipating that sneaky spot right there to get the shot down C main as well as into garage was good, but I think we anticipated a little too late. Both our duelists took a little bit of damage, but we've now lost Sogo and we've lost Tillo. They traded each other out because Chillin hopped in and made it a 2v1.
Here we go, the 4v4. What about the agreement to head towards the A side, but when you find kills on both sides, that kind of contract is null and void, so it's just chaos across the board. The B side left almost intentionally open, right? So they can make this trap play, pop out a garage upon the tap, and I was hoping that the players of Instinct and Chilling were in good positions to counter it, but now nothing has been found. The salvos shredding, chopping at their heels off the stun that followed suit. Truth now on a solo endeavor trying as well, but they don't realize that, okay, the tripwire didn't have to be broken because Instinct fell. So they are actually 3 strong here towards Grass, and while Fair gets 2 dominoes knocked down, it doesn't matter. The one standing strong get back to the site for the defuse.
All right, so you know how you made that comment of like B being the site for everyone who's on an eco, like
pistol.
Yeah, I get that this is the pistol round, but it's kind of like it still is like the economy is still pretty, you know, standard across the board. But to that, I also say it just means that B site is still a site that I feel like if you're on pistol, you can confidently say both teams are on equal footing on. And I don't know if I would have gone through a B site execution on the first round.
I mean, I think the execution was fine, right? They thought they identified an opening, but Fisher College felt like they were like steps ahead, right? We saw the counterplay, right? Like it's starting to brew with the group up over towards garage with your site, or sorry, your Yoru down C long deep, just waiting for that cipher to fall, for the trap wire to get broken. And I mean, at this point, they are brimming with confidence here, right? The 3 stack off the salvo, scaling down a long, leaving the players deposited off the fake gate crash, and you got into the B side here yet again if you're SCC, right? You identified that this was a weak point. You've gotten the same result of a spike plant. Let's see how they change what was that really heavy counter retake from Fisher College last round. What did they learn?
Well, I think first thing we learned is to watch out for Sogo, who's going to be pushing out of A main. Look at our Sova posted up. So, like, if Sogo decides to pivot and go towards garage, they're going to be welcome to the waiting arms of that Sova.
Hearing it.
But unfortunately, no, they didn't. They
soft-cleared it.
Timing. They soft-cleared it. Yeah, but then Truth was waiting on the other side.
Oh. And I mean, look at this. You talked about eco rounds. What was the force up from SCC that's doing work here? Spike diffuser killed, but they don't know that. They had to push in through the ruse and the players are falling. There's no time left. SCC for the second half in a row will win the second round and bounce right back. And I mean, we glossed over the fact that they forced there, right? Like I saw a few stingers and
I saw bulldogs.
yeah, like the economy's back square here. A little bit of a hero rifle from Mamiji. We're seeing again that mentality, okay, don't buy too heavily on your second round so we can salvage a third. But, whew, SCC, that was, again, you mentioned it, learning about those mistakes, learning, okay, how to counter the players that are trying to filter through spawn unimpeded. They left trusted Tillo there, and the timing was a little interesting, but they got the job done. And now, I mean, it's Nico. It's a free-for-all, right? You had Cuz playing with the idea. Huh? I'm interested how that dart, like, it was in the crevice and not detecting, but regardless, it doesn't matter.
What matters, though, is that SCC has lost their jet. So down goes our duelist now. SCC, we're posted up. We have to now go a little bit slower because our point is missing. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. But Momiji is pushed up here at the entry point of A site from A lobby. Are we gonna get swung on by 3 people? We heard 1 shot, 2 shots. Oh, we don't even trigger discipline it though. You heard 2 different guns and yet you took the first shot when you were in the clear. That's so tragic.
You got a deagle. How many are you gonna find? And you trusting your teammates on the site as well to close out the even advantage you established. It's all down to Truth. The blinds doing some work here though. Truth trying to navigate the solo fights. They know Cuz is alone. They want to find them before they group up with Blast in the situation. But the side smoke from Sogo, well thought, just buying that additional time for the players to join forces here. But with a Marshall in hand, how much more support are you gonna be when the blind comes through? Fate, just trying, hoping they'll make a mistake.
Is timing out.
No way.
We have 18 seconds. We're gonna go. No way. If you hit it, Truth, I will have the utmost respect, but at the same time be very concerned. All right, so I think we pulled out the Rolling Thunder, and someone on the team said, "Oh heck no, no, which was probably the right call.
I don't know.
But I support ego plays. You heard it here first. That would have been awesome. Still would have been very sad for your team because I probably would have loved to have had that later. It's okay to give up around here and there. I just think we waited a little bit too long to go for the plant fake. You gotta have an understanding of when Ruse is about to time out if you're gonna go for it because of how short it takes to plant that spike. Had we started literally 0.7 seconds earlier, we could have gotten it down.
Yeah, I think they were trying to bait out the information of if both players were short, right, off of that flash. That's why it didn't swing through. And then once they didn't get that information, they're like, okay, well, time's dwindling. I gotta go for the plant. And honestly, I agree with you. I wanted to see the Rolling Thunder get popped there, right? Like we talked about, okay, you can lose rounds here and there, but you're in the weeds of a comeback. Fisher College now has full weapons. They're on the brink of double digits here, right? Like, if you lose this round and use the Rolling Thunder, then again, it doesn't matter.
To that, I would have said, see, this is why we trusted Truth with the Rolling Thunder, but we're point flashing in. We're gonna hit another one over Tetris. Blast is inside of the dark cover here at Connector from C site towards the spawn. Location from Truth is revealed. In comes Armageddon. Will anyone fall immediately from it? I've seen a lot of success from these Fisher players when it comes to using Armageddon to find the elims. No one ends up getting eliminated out the gate. We see the teleportation go through. Yoru's in, Yoru goes down, and it's going to be Blast, Fair, Yoon, Truth, all finding elims. The trades back and forth leave us in a 2v2, but we have one player who has a sliver of health, and they get flicked on immediately, battling it out at Tetris, and we end up falling to Sogo. That's going to be FC taking another round.
There it is, the 10th round for Fisher Navy in this back and forth affair. And while the post point was starting to look clean, right? Chillin' getting the timing on the gate crash, on the flash, and Chillin' again, their classic mechanics are like on a whole nother level. Like the rapid fire shots, like one after another from Cuz to Blast. Like fortunately Blast doesn't fall there. But again, also just the offsite utility usage from Blaster was really, really clean. Like they're having impact while also playing their life here, which is really hard to do when you're like poised for a retake like that. So Armageddon again, the major disruption. SCC saved that ult we mentioned, that pivotal, that treasure of truth with the Rolling Thunder. But now, weapons, gotta go for it. Looks like they're trying to delay any A main space being taken by the squad. That's what the D4 smoke is for. Amiji, though, going with the idea of re-clearing it regardless with the drone. We'll see what it spots.
Locating target.
Yep, in goes the stealth drone. We're gonna go cut through.
Drone is down.
and it does get spotted out. We know Omen's there, but we don't know that Jet is also on the other side as well, waiting for you to push forward and get a little overzealous. Pop swing together. Momiji gets out scot-free, not a scratch on Tejo's head. Fair and company disengaging towards window to B main. Let's see if there's any sort of pivoting. Yes! Fisher College believes that the disengagement's true, is opting to go towards B site, which has been where SCC has favored a bit more, and is engaging onto using that initiator utility, trying to force the oh my goodness, giving our life points for the cause. Our Omen takes a disgusting amount of damage. No, actually, only takes like 25% damage, but in comes the Rolling Thunder from our offense to try and clear out the connector.
No one pushes in off of it, right? Truth would with the idea that they were alone. So really, the repercussions come from your Jet, who was posed up top, and it still doesn't matter. So goes back from the dead. Tillo's position known. Chillins as well off of that Cypher. It's all down to the one-way. We just had the biggest impact of everything that's happened this round. Can't stick the spike. You gotta take the double swing, and there's two players lined up ready to drill you down. And while everything seemed to be going awry for Fisher, from St. Clair, two players step forward. Fair for their two-piece, Chillin for theirs, and suddenly we are again back to who is going to finally close out this series. 3 to go. The econ shattered for Fisher. In this situation, this is where we've seen Fisher somehow still salvage rounds, Nerdy. So if you're SCC, what do you do to avoid that?
Okay, first and foremost, I just need to throw this one out there. That Rolling Thunder from Truth, I questioned heavily, but somehow it bought Fair enough time to get posted and set up to get a double kill and get enough damage onto a third for an easy follow-up by a teammate. I honestly think keeping Fair alive is our name of the game right now. Keep Fair alive and facilitate the engagement for our duelists. Be aware that Cuz likes to go on these solo adventures. Shut that down, immediately pivot, and be with the rest of your team after cleaning it up.
Well, Nico, and I said you've got to be careful, and that is why. Because she'll be able to get a weapon and get out, gate crash or not. They fake the runaway, still hold the angle. In the meantime, though, with this mid space being occupied, they've had an opening over towards A. I'm expecting the breach to grab Spike and accompany the rest of their team, but they're trying to clear out short first. Momiji with the Bucky dropped by the blades, and now you can Fair it in return.
And
they're setting up deep lines. I like this.
I like how they're pushing into sight, clearing the space out, putting a wall forward, saying you shall not pass to the side of Fisher College. They're going to come in off the Rolling Thunder, but we get one. We use the Tailwind to make it out alive, and because we took out Cuz, we know that that is a fake. We saw the Clove. Clove tries to go to heaven. They weren't prepared for Chillin to be there. We go for the pinch play. You have one area left to go, and that is to go up towards the heavens. And unfortunately for Fisher College right now, it is just Cypher left standing.
Oh, and I would have pros don't fake it now. I mean, ankle's broken. It doesn't matter. That Bucky was more lethal than the Bladestorm, and they picked that off of Momiji when they cleared them out of short. Like, okay, if Momiji does not have a Bucky there, Fair does not get any kills CT. Like,
most
literally.
definitely.
Like, that is insane to think about. That, like, that round felt like it should have been so in Fisher's grasp, right? Like, they had the Rolling Thunder going for the retake. Majority of the players stunned. And I mean, you had the hero rifle for Cuz as well, who was that main player re-entering off of the Rolling Thunder. Now, I'm not sure if they got hit by the stun. I don't think they did, because kind of had this jump when they were going through the smoke. But regardless, like, that Bucky, yeah, this is a great time to take a timeout, because that's a run that, in my mind, should have been theirs. Should have been another Thrifty. We talked about SCC, you know, how they could circumvent that kind of occurrence. I don't say they got lucky, but they kind of did with Fair. And that's where this timeout comes, right? Now you have to figure out, okay, we have rifles, lose this, and we're suddenly tied. So how do we make them count?
Okay, so I just need to lean into the fact that you're right. We kind of handed over eliminations to Fair, and it leans into what I said earlier, which is facilitate Fair. So unfortunately, Fisher, you did what I asked for SEC to do. But if you're Fisher College at this moment, we're at our last round bye. We already have double digits is the thing that I really want to press into now. I've said it before in the past, and that is the idea that the team that gets double digits is the one I favor more to be the victor of that map. With Fisher doing that, they should ostensibly be the ones that are going to be successful. I think here might not have been a force round. It should have been a save.
There we go. Finally, this aggressive A main play works out for Fisher College, and hopefully they're not flying too close to the sun. I saw the repeat idea from Cuz. Chillin' as well. Ripped from the shadows amongst the chaos, and unfortunately, right, when your team was headed towards A, it's pretty common where you're going to be ulting from, and Dogs are starting to sniff you out. Spotting out for you here, and you know your Cypher, sorry, your Omen needs help here, Chillin'. Unfortunately, while the players are trying to regroup, it just doesn't matter. A mass rotation from Navy, the commitment to the A site leaves remaining to Truth, Tillo with pieces to pick up. A 2v4.
If you're SCC right now and you're aware that Fisher College has forced these weapons, I think it's a little bit of a tragedy that we have come to the situation where we're in a 2v4, but I think you want to be looking to take down the initiator of Tejo to try and just make it that much harder for Fisher to full buy next round. So going for this plant and trying to bait them into the site might be the best idea that they can have for B site, being where they found a lot of success and a lot of eliminations. And they're even going to post up where they think Fisher is coming from, which is towards that A site connector.
I mean, the recon bull didn't see anything, so I like the idea now to kind of push through and clear this space. I question them splitting up, but I think it's going to give them a lot of information in return, right? Tillo might even be able to pinch as well. If Truth gets the stun back online, it can buy just enough time. But with leaving a player window, that's not the case, and it's actually Fisher College who does the pinching with the singular player, Blast, who was still A main. And Fisher College out of their timeout now, 2 for 2 on round conversions, and I don't want to say that's a make or break one, but it felt again pivotal in them starting to maybe steal away the St. Clair Saints map pick here on Haven.
All right, I'm looking at the two players that did end up getting eliminated for Fisher College during that last round. They are going to be able to confidently full buy, but we do have two people that are going to be a little worse for wear if this round goes awry. The thing I want to look at the most, though, is cuz with this dimensional drift, are we going to use it as effectively as we have thus far, or are we going to try and shift a little bit instead of being with our team, go a little bit further and go try and be more of a distraction element and get eliminations to pull attention and let our team execute onto another site, knowing that odds are we'll find 1 or 2 elims but end up trading out ourselves in the process.
Oh. Well, kind of fairly won that garage space, but never got rid of the trap wire, so still kind of back to square one for SCC. Plenty of time to work with, though. At this point, like, I feel like Navy might identify, like, okay, when all this is filling for SCC, they kind of gravitate to this B site. But this is what the difference is. Fair, the attack operator, the novelty factor shies, and they get 2. What's interesting here is I talked about that magnetic pull to the B site. Well, SCC used it against Fisher Navy, right? They talked about that trap play they would set up to kind of re-wrap through Garage. Well, they fought into Garage as they were maintaining that B pressure. And so now they've literally whittled away the players here for Fisher, and only 2 remain for this retake. Are they saving? They're saving, too.
I think they have to. They have to go pick up some of the weapons from their fallen teammates. Yeah, they have. And make sure that they have the highest weapon gear they can and save. Because I said it, you can see here, Momiji and Blast both dangerously low as far as their economy goes at the end of this round, as well as Hyun having just about 1,000 in the bank currently. So the true safe option is to make sure we can buy next.
Oh. And I mean, SCC right there, we're not out of the economic deficit either, so they're not even taking the chance on hunting these players down. Just keep it safe, keep it flawless here. And again, it feels like neither team can quite break through in terms of SCC catching up, in terms of FC pulling ahead. And I feel like it's going to come down to the next big ultimate round for who is going to win this map, right? Tillo, 2 off from Hunter's Fury, 1 off from the Armageddon here. This could be that round if they invest 2 to 3 ultimates per team.
This just goes to show how important economy is, though. When you buy improperly, it creates a systemic problem where we're constantly at this, okay, how much can we buy? How much do we have to save? Can we go for the exit frags? Do we have to stay alive? And I think it's put Fisher in a little bit of a rough spot if SC wins this round.
Well, they got what they wanted in terms of the A main space. That orb for the Armageddon. Ult online. Now you have a really strong retake, right? Use a dimensional drift to guide the Armageddon so you know where it can find the most impact. That's similar to what they did off of the spy cam actually on the C retake. Aside from that, though, it's been this slow approach from SCC, right? in terms of taking B space, baiting the rotations, and some of the kind of proactive counters that Fisher sets up and then breaking them apart. That's exactly what's happening here yet again. You bait them into thinking Fair's alone with the up, and then you collapse inward upon them.
Oh, speaking of collapsing, Cuz just got collapsed upon by Truth, and one other person was actually waiting on the other side of that smoke anyway. But Momiji dodges the bullets, is going to send in those guided salvos again. We do have the Armageddon. Doubt it's going to be used. Right now, if you're FC, I think tragically, because we've got a Guardian in hand and a Vandal, we need to play for these exit frags. We need to make the economy for SEC for as much as possible and keep ourselves alive. So that means dual swinging, going together. This is perfect, but we can't lose sight on these entry points. And Tillo takes advantage of the split attention and kills both of the FC players that were left standing.
Yeah, I think what FC wanted to do was upgrade the Guardian and then get out. So, like, maybe a little tunnel vision in on that weapon that was dropped. Like you mentioned, losing sight of garage window. And that's the repercussions. A full eco now for Fisher College coming through. I love this play as well. Fair. You know, you think they're going to have the operator here, right? They've had it the last 2 rounds. Now what they're going to do, I was going to say, oh, come on, you're making me a liar. I thought it was going to be like a death ball into the C site out of, like, never having happened. Instead, though, maybe look for a kill first, but...
Ooh.
I mean, it's an eco round.
Look at
It's
these.
name of the game.
Yeah, the dual pointed setups that are occurring out inside garage, pushing out towards B. They actually, if the timing is perfect from Cuz here to go towards window, they might actually find out where almost all of the players currently are for St. Clair, which would be huge. Cuz has dodged at least a bit of pot shots, but hasn't given themselves away. If we play patiently, could be huge. We end up using that the fake teleport, trying to buy some attention, but I don't think it was in earshot of anybody from St. Clair.
Well, this is an interesting setup here, cuz on Nihilin, the Mohawk spotted. No gate crash to bail yourself out either, so tuck your tail between your legs, try to get out off the cage from your teammate. The timing, not procced. Escape, fruitless. And now, you're down your duelist, you're down your dimensional drift. Now they've thought, okay, they got the kill B. They thought maybe they'd make a pivot to A. They gamble towards that site, and it's an incorrect call. Here comes the CECC. You'll know off the Cypher you kill at a minimum here. But again, 4 players without weapons on a retake. I think you just save the Armageddon and play for OT.
I think you save the Armageddon, and I think you play. Yeah, unfortunately, you got to play for that the 12-12 here and push it then, because if we lose, I think all of our players here, or if we lose all of our guns, we're gonna be extremely broke looking at Fisher College, because this would make a 3rd round loss for them.
They're on a save, so they want to Dino Bomb here, or just take some weapons off of SCC. And Sogo's done that, right? Guardian in hand, finds the first. Fair, unfortunately, found 2 in their dying wake of the aftershock. And at this point, yeah, they're just staying backside. Don't want to give an orb to your Cypher or your Omen. Don't want to give them any additional tools. And bro,
Well,
now you just had Sogo.
Oh, and they gave one to Instinct as well. It's very interesting. One thing I want to point out between the dynamic that's presented itself between Blast as well as Instinct is that Instinct and Blast are the 2, I think, extremes of how I've seen Cypher players play, which is Instinct is the I'm here, look at where I'm at, I'm Cypher and I know you want to kill me gameplay, the very forward pushed up one that is willing to put themselves in hot water for their teammates, whereas we have Blast, who's this very calculated and waiting and sets and trap playing type of Cypher. Both work very well, but it's interesting to see how both of them have an equal level of impact for both their teams.
Now this is the grand finale of Ultimates, right? Hunter Fury set up the trap play into grass, and Fisher College fighting off of it beautifully with the dimensional drift, full blind. It doesn't matter. Tillo supporting, keeping Blast alive in these situations, or Instinct alive in these situations. Oh, but the fight that happened to Main slips through. Oh. No way, not Tillo doing it again. Yeah.
Look, it almost worked out. Instinct did the look at me. I'm here getting info for Tillo. Tillo got the trade, but I mean, it was a 1v3, unfortunately.
Yeah, difficult. And here we go, SCC, the last time out, might as well. That's been kind of the difference between these two squads as well. Fisher College very proactive on the timeouts before things get out of hand. SCC does it like the last possible opportunity as possible, right? Like SCC doing it right before overtime. SCC did it right before the side swap to get that 7-5 half. And I mean, both of them, if you think about it, have worked out to a degree so far if SCC gets it to overtime, right?
Yeah.
If they don't, then Fisher triumph in more ways than one, stealing away even SCC's map pick here. And look at this. They utilized nothing in terms of ultimates minus the dimensional drift, right? Versus we utilized that big Hunter's Fury in the last round for SCC. So I don't know. This is looking like it could be just a little 13-11. I mean, look at the economy as well. I mean, Fisher College, maybe, yeah, Momiji buys Blast here. Wynn's kind of the only odd one out here. Like, maybe Blast can buy them a Bulldog or a Guardian. But, I really can't call this. SCC, that economy from the 3 rounds won is just carrying them right now.
It is, but Chillin, unfortunately, is a little bit broker than the rest of the squad. Instinct, yeah. Instinct is definitely got a lot of money right now, and hopefully no one is without their utility at this moment. That's all I gotta say, as we're going into what could lead us into overtime. I'm interested to see how we have Armageddon in conjunction with, perhaps we get a kill, we instigate Armageddon, and then we hit that Neuro Theft to see where people are at as Armageddon's going off, and we engage as Clove to use Not Dead Yet to get the trade and probably get another kill. I'm just theory crafting because there's so many ults on the board right now.
Oh, fair. There's so many possibilities here. I mean, but again, the one tendency that shines through for Fisher is this proactive approach, right? Take deep a main space, hold it, try to get a more complex flank if they do go towards the C side. But I do see out of all this chaos and aggression, they still are playing for a C retake here, right? Like, look at how deep your Cypher is off of this C site. Like, that's how they're going to play with the Armageddon with the Neural Theft here. And I think it's going to work out. Unless... That also helps, right? Now, look, that's 1 ult down for SCC. Oh, and you see this is early. I didn't expect this.
Oh, yeah. Armageddon, but then Sogo's already forced to hit that Not Dead Yet. Looking to kill Instinct, most likely chilling, vibing in a corner, tucked away with the shorty, waiting to get an elimination. Instinct gets one. Gets Cuz despite being completely blinded, is aware there's one more. The timing was impeccable from Instinct, and the pre-firing onto Blast was huge. Don't know if we knew there'd be another there, but the blind swinging currently onto Hayun. I mentioned it during like round 3. Hayun thrives in the 1v1s, and to keep themselves safe, will hit the Rolling Thunder to allow Momiji to have less attention on themselves as they engage onto C-site.
Target down.
Oh, and there's no way that Momiji wins this 1v2. Clutch! Fair. There. And ready to send this to overtime. 12-12. And all of that work rushed away. And it all comes down to possibly next 3 or more rounds. Or 2 or more, I should say. And... I mean, now though, that economy differential that we talked about is moot, right? Same with the ultimates. It'll take individual performance and orb management if they want any ults here. Fair with the operator on the defensive half, though, I do like. That was when they were the most successful, I think, here in that first half for the 7-5 that they found, or 5-7 they found. And aside from that, I think it's really going to be who can win the defensive round first.
I have 2 schools of thought happening on how this will shake out. It is Fair is facilitated very heavily by their team, or Hayun gets as many 1v1s as Hayun wants this for the last couple rounds, and that's going to determine how this game goes. Now, Fair, very forward, but this is a spot we've seen Fair in a few times, and honestly, FC, our Cypher, using these cyber cages to try and bait out these shots early has worked in the past, but I don't know if it'll work this time, and we actually get to clear into sewer scot-free because of no one opting to fire.
Well, look at how worried they are about Cuz selling another C-Fake. 3 players clearing out the clone in Garage. And now look at this, they're gonna insert themselves right back in with the same exact gate crash fake. They want to keep these players on C so that this Cypher and this Clove are free to walk up A. And this time, St. Clair is having none of it.
Yeah, they're not falling for it at all. I mean, we still have our Sova here. He's backing up a little bit, but he's not rotating as quickly as we have in the past. And then Fair is here, gives the warning shot after seeing multiple, I think, sets of feet come through. Is telling their team, hey, I gotta back off. we see the dart cover come through to try and make this easier on Fair. Comes in the guided Salvos to try and also force Fair out of position. Same with that aftershock.
Ooh.
Fault line goes through. It's good on one. The paranoia hits onto our Yoru. This could be massive for a retake for SCC. That's 3 down already.
This side smoke is like the best thing to ever exist. Like no one can convince me otherwise, right? Like it takes the idea, like, you know, on Split where they're like, oh, this Sage Wall's terrible. It allows them to retake so easily backside space. That's what that side smoke does. It allows these players to just be in a position so as soon as it drops, they collapse in on the default. Like before Spike is even getting planted. And SCC, after being down the entire game essentially, right? Like is finally back in the lead. 13-12, one more round. I did say it was the defensive half who won it first that would matter. And maybe they're flipping it, bro.
They might be. I mean, Sogo finding Fair early for taking down SCC's top frag. Yeah, I think that's might spell disaster here for St. Clair on their offensive round. We'll have to wait and see. Well, Cuz just kind of solidified my thoughts on this matter. This is definitely going to be a lot harder for St. Clair. I think this round's going to Fisher College, and if that's the case, I need to know what's going to happen in the next round because it's putting us at 13-13, so it leads us into double overtime.
I mean, don't count your eggs until they hatch. It's still a 3v5. Clutch Master Tillo alive, chillin', alive, who's been insane. Surprising in multiple situations. Beautiful dart breaks up the crossfire, cuz no gate crash to get out. That's one down.
All right.
One away from tying it.
It's one down, but I'm staring at the roster of who's still alive, and I see Hayun still alive for Fisher College, and that's where I get scared. We have seen that player decimate the entire roster almost themselves. So with that in mind, things are going to get a little interesting here. We're still in a 1v3, but we've inserted ourselves into C site. We're going to gain some space. The crossfire, the return fire has occurred. We know at least one person is located if you're Fisher College currently. We've put the smoke up. We're trying to bait them into areas that are in our favor. We get a little forward for Tillo, but we find the one limp back off, and we leave Chillin there to get a lot of damage out of Hayun.
And a play from Momiji spotted somehow. The Rolling Thunder online, you mentioned the other breach being the it factor, but look, both players 1 HP. Truth also low, but it's all down to Sogo, and through the wall bangs, SCC rises above 14-12. They avoid disaster and lock in their map pick. Whew. Both teams want this badly, Nerdy.
I mean, Haven being 14-12 has me thinking that this is going to be a close series all the way. And for anyone who's curious, yes, it's a best of 3. And I just want to point out the bans that did come through from both these teams early on, because we did have Bind getting banned out by St. Clair College, and then a follow-up ban coming from Fisher College onto Lotus to then lead us to Haven. And then the next map that we're going to get to go to is Abyss, which will probably be after a break. But before we even segue to that, I gotta get your thoughts on that map as a whole. What's going through your mind right now?
I need a breather is what I first and foremost. Like, it felt like we had consistent action from start to finish. It felt like what we mentioned, like, from the get-go came true. That it was gonna take time for SCC to learn how to adapt around this kind of, like, composition, right? Because Teo, like I mentioned, this isn't their best map. Like Fracture, great. Lotus, great. This map, it's hit or miss, and I think that's what we saw as well. So when they finally learned how to play against this composition, that's when, you know, they were able to keep it close and eventually rise above this squad. But heading over to Abyss, it's so difficult because it's a big question mark for SCC, right? Haven's that middle ground, right? The collegiate bread and butter, everyone plays it. It was just SCC feeling confident in their own Haven. Abyss, Fracture, we haven't really seen out of SCC. We've seen Abyss, like, that is the go-to for Fisher. So I think in my mind is either SCC is going to surprise us and be really well prepared for this map, or we're going to a map 3.
Well, we'll have to wait and see and find out. You asked for it, which is a breather, and I'm pretty sure these players need it as well. I need one too, so we're going to hop to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here with more College Valorant in just a little bit. welcome back to the CECC East Regional Qualifier. My name is Nerdy Bird. Alongside me is Zobi. And just in case you missed it, last map was Haven. It is currently Fisher College taking on St. Clair College, and that map went in favor of St. Clair. But we're pivoting our focus away from the 3-point maps because Lotus got banned out. RIP if you're a fan of Lotus, we won't see that at all during this show. But next is going to be Abyss. And on this map in particular, you alluded to it before we went on break, it is the idea that St. Clair is a big old question mark right now for us on this map. Can you shed some light onto why being kind of enigmatic on a map when it comes to your composition, your playstyle can both be a blessing and can also be a curse for some teams?
Like, it definitely, like, depends, right? Like, if they're scrimming it, then again, they're prepared and you don't know that they're prepared. And, like, then you don't know what their set plays are going to be. Like, you have to, like, adapt really quickly on the fly. But then again, like, then you don't have as big a flexibility if it's not one of your go-to maps. So again, then your reaction, your adjustment is going to be a lot slower. So when we look at how SCC had to adapt really fast on Haven, and it took some time, like literally the nick of time, like they went all the way to overtime. Like, it worries me in that regard. But then again, that surprise element, and you're counteracting that. And I think that here, like when we look at Haven and how they play just the cookie cutter old meta composition versus a new meta composition, and spoiler alert, we're going to see another kind of new style, like with the Vice from Fisher College on this map. I'm curious as well, then what vein are we going to see from SCC there as well? Are they still going to stick to some of the older Abyss, old as in, like, obviously it's still, like, the most newly released map, or, like, the newer, more aggressive style and approach? And that's where, again, I was literally looking at it and I'm like, they're not playing it in Fun Haver. They're not playing it in Collegiate. Like, and they just don't, like, either they have really insane RNG and it's like this map gets floated and then banned, or it's like an insta ban for them that they somehow floated in this grand finals.
Well, let's see if it is their secret weapon or if it is really just going to be a map that Fisher College is super comfortable on. I really am interested to see in the compositions that we have for both of these squads, just because Fisher has already showed us that they're willing and more than comfortable to break the mold, so to speak, when it comes to running comps on maps, especially Haven. The bread and butter maps who have a composition that I feel like is unique to your own squad is great, but can also, as soon as, you know, the team cracks the code on the other side, it makes it that composition can have a lot of weaknesses, and I think that was kind of exactly what occurred on Haven. So is Fisher going to pivot their focus a little bit more and go with more of a standardized composition over on to Fracture, well, it's not Fracture, onto Abyss for this map? I've seen in the past from their squads like to run a lot of double duelists, so we might see something in that realm coming from them. I do think that is a type of composition that is run frequently on this map. Either you're running the double duelist or you run double initiator, I feel like. So it really comes down to what your team's comfortable with and what you anticipate from the other squad. But when that other squad is a giant question mark and unknown, it kind of makes trying to guess the guesswork here a little bit harder, unless you pull up like their spike tracker accounts and actually look at what these players like to play, at least in solo play, or when you've seen them all together in the past on this map.
Well, I'll answer that question for you before we jump in Agent Select, hopefully, unless they decide to throw off all of my research. I do think we're going to see the double duelist from Fisher. And this, again, taps in the same vein of what we saw over on Haven. You know, Sogo was on Clove. What do we say? Aggressive controller. They're going to be your secondary duelist alongside Cuz. It's going to be Cuz on the Jet and likely Sogo on the Yoru, which I'm excited to see because Cuz was just on Yoru, so it's interesting that it's like a different duelist, but it also makes sense when that's your primary duelist. But what's more interesting to me, again, is this kind of Vice pickup for Blast. Blast is an insane fryer. We didn't get to see it, I feel like, as much as we were hoping. Like, there were some good shining moments over on Haven for them, but ultimately they were kind of getting oppressed, it felt like, a lot. And so I'm curious to see that. And then also you'd think, okay, then they're weaker on the defensive half. Well, they counter that with an Astra pick to kind of strengthen things, which is what you're probably going to see. Yep, there it is, get locked in. And then Momiji just runs the Sova, so no more Teho, at least for maybe until we get to Fracture, if we get to Fracture. But this is the answer we wanted to see from St. Clair. What are they running? And okay, the Instinct, Vice, and the Yoru are like, okay, then we're going new meta. The Harbor, though, screams like Abyss release. Like, they can't, like, that was something like that people like toyed with the idea, but if they stick with it, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, because I talked about the Astra kind of strengthening your defense, right? Like, when you have a Vice pick, I don't get that same sense of stability from this SCC comp with what I'm looking at right now.
Okay, so I understand the want to combine the Teho with the Harbor here because of the lines of cutoff, plus the ability to literally clear out hard angles using those guidance salvos.
It also slows.
But when you do that, the amount of speed, like the amount of aggression your team has to carry, and the confidence you have to go in with onto these sites to flood those angles, shut them down, make sure they're cleared out, and keep them, and then slowly move forward, and the discipline that comes with it thereafter, I feel like has so many levels of where it can break apart that this becomes a risk versus reward composition where, funny enough, the double duelist comp, when you have duelists that facilitate one another, don't rely on the initiator util as much, and allow your initiators to be more angle lockdown players, I feel like has much more sustain that Fisher is presenting right now.
Well, I'm definitely interested. I like that's one of my favorite things I think to do as an analyst is break down like new variants of a meta composition. So I'm definitely going to be looking at how this harbor fits into the rest of this equation because I feel like everything else is fairly standard for the new meta. Like even the Taeho getting experimented with on Abyss isn't like non-standard, I should say. Like it's really strong, like you mentioned, for clearing out like these backside angles. Not only are you just swing upon the entry, but then you lock in that kind of exec factor with, say, a cove, for example. And then we didn't even mention, right, that the cove and the cascade, right, slow you down.
Yeah.
So if you think about that, then it's harder to get away from salvos. And then you add the thorns as well. Like it's just gonna be a nightmare, it feels like, if you have lineups for all of these things on an exec. But then that's the question: is how prepared are they with this composition on this map?
I mean, I'm going to lean into the idea that they are extremely prepared because of the type of, like I said, if you pick a risky comp, one that relies on having these lineups in conjunction with one another, if the theory holds of what we're thinking of here with how they want to execute on these defensive retakes and on the offensive takes, you need to be practiced. You can't have not just been like, I know in theory how to do it, but actually executing it is not something I've done yet. So I'm going to trust the process and say it's been done, but Cuz has shut down Fair, our top fragger coming down already for SCC, and then takes down the Taeho as well. Tilla will fall, and Instinct right there after. FCC is just pushing forward, clicking head after head. There's two left standing, our Harbor and our Omen.
Are they still out of my strat bug? This is like my eco strat, is to go mid vents and then like usually take security space. They stop at heaven though. So now the last two players for St. Clair Saints here trying to take out these players heaven, but with so many players there, and Cuz on a 4-piece tear for the pistol. I don't want that to set the tone for the rest of this map because it's just a pistol round, but man, that's a statement way to launch into a map after you just lost the first.
Oh, I mean, it was a very statement first pistol round for SCC as well, I feel like, on Haven, so perhaps it does set the tempo very early. And look at these confident buys coming through, as we got double Bulldogs, double Vandals, so we know that those two are going to be we're going to have duos of a Bulldog and a Vandal within relative range of one another, and then we have Blast, unfortunately, having to be the person to buy all the utility and have a Ghost. Hopefully you get to pick up a weapon from one of your teammates if they fall with it, so that we don't waste any of our economy this round.
Mid-fight,
Chillin'.
stock standard for an eco round, and that's the benefit of your harbor, and that's how we wanted the harbor played, right? It allows you to scale up and take this space. I was gonna say more so on the attack, but they did it on the defense as well. So they already fixed the fact that Fair was alone last time they were trying to fight down deeper mid. That's great. That's a gun down, but like you mentioned, it's one for Blast to easily recover. So they're still just as strong minus the additional player, and I like this. Really effective re-clear off the Vice utility. You recall the Arcras and suddenly you're set. But this is the difficulty, the consistent cycling of Harbor utility, and all that space you cleared, suddenly it's blocked back off. Suddenly another player, like Chilling, could be holding top mid again.
And we've seen Chilling take down multiple players with the classic in hand. Fair inside vents needs to be careful because they are going to get pinched if they're not paying attention, because we did take down that door. They're coming in on the left with a Valorant timing favor Fair this time. It will not. It's going to favor Momiji, and Blast also took down Chilling. So FC, 3 players left standing, still is going to be able to hang on to their weaponry. Hopefully we see, oh, it's 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal, so that means we've lost 1 Vandal, but by and large, they're being successful here. It is just the Taeho left standing. Theoretically, this goes into Fisher College's favor.
Oh. I mean, yeah, as soon as you make contact, if you could even make contact with the Thorns procced, the other would probably go up the rope here. I mean, look at this. It's kind of like you can't do anything, right? You move through the Thorns, you're moving into the shock dart. Like, now you got Soko scaling up behind you, and I'm trying to figure out where they lost that Vandal to. Maybe the Void. Nope, they got it back. We're good. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it was recoverable. They were just waiting until the round ended. So SC, like, they lost 1 rifle, but they kept it clean otherwise. So still really strong attempt at a 3rd round conversion here for Fisher Navy. A standard buy from SCC, though. What I saw from that run from SCC was promise, right? Really nice mid-space take, really good opening kill. Like, you're not gonna be able to get away with that every single round, but it shows, like, the building complexities now behind set plays on this composition, and we'll have to see if they continue as Fisher College this time do something different and go towards the east side off rip.
All right, Chillin's put up the shadows. We hear the gate crash go through. The tailwind is good. We survived the shots from Chillin. Sogo has fallen. Hayun has fallen. But, I mean, Momiji will get the clear out and take care of one. Cuz falls to fair. We use the flash behind us to clear out the angle. No one's there. Our smokes have died down over on B side, and we should see that there's no one, at least as far as B main goes. And Instinct manages to figure out there's people in mid. Loses the duel with Blast. Blast is aware there's also someone trying to pivot out towards mid again. Disengages, and now I think it's going to be a full pivot flood onto A side as quickly as possible for our offensive players here and lock it down, get the spike down, and maybe post up in heaven to lock that angle. Oh, and we are actually predicting the perfect rotation coming out from SEC currently. Momiji is going to be in a 2v1, but if we can time it, yes, we can get a 1v1 first.
Now it's a very similar position that they know how to play. This feels like a good set play from Fisher, right? The Thorns come in, the shock dart. This time it's broken, though, effectively by Fair. And pros don't fake?
No, they don't fake. You hold it.
No way.
Fair. Yes. No. Oh, man. All right. Well,
Oh, no! Oh, no! That's an insane shot through the jump peak of Momiji. The shock dart narrowly clipping the edge when they were literally 5 HP. And somehow Fair pulls it back from really the jaws of defeat, because that was the bonus for Fisher. I mean, yes, it was a strong one with 2 Vandals and the Bulldog, but still, at least, I mean, are going to have another bye, have the first round on the board.
that was insane.
So,
that is all I have to say. That was absolutely incredible. So the fact that that actually worked out in their favor was huge.
no, for sure. And now, I mean, I can't even, like, tell what went wrong, because it was just effective trades from both sides. And Momiji, the proactivity was nice, but the idea to reposition through main there just took so much time that it was difficult there for, you know, Blast to play out the remainder of the round. But this is interesting. Instinct, aggressive hold here. While their wall is more for, like, the default plant location, not the choke point entry point for A. So maybe trying to hurl the players towards bridge, but all this utility more just a fake out over towards A. The Vice set up towards B. The sheer wall indicating that they want to end towards this side of the map, and Chillin has rotated off just before it crowns. Oh, they're gonna find out now. Dimensional Drift.
Oh, yeah. Fair with this Dimensional Drift. Picks up 1, picks up 2. Finds the 3rd. Looking for the 4th. Will we find them? Yes, we do.
Oh my goodness. You should not be alive. It doesn't matter. Your teammates are there to support from below. And alright, it's all down to your A side defender. Instinct on the rotate. The 1v4. And I mean, I like how the Dimensional Drift was played out. It felt like maybe it came a second too late. Like they already knew they were about to like pounce on the B site. And unfortunately, they don't get the kill onto Blast. But they didn't really find much utility then. Not much kill action. It's just sometimes FPS isn't an FPS, and they didn't hit their shots. And this is the repercussions. Instinct falls because who had popped the Blade Storm, so that's a nice benefit here. But at this point, SCC, they forced into that round. Can't buy here. It's another opportunity for Fisher to start developing that round advantage.
Looking at Fisher right now, we also have this Hunter's Fury online, which typically we do see a lot of teams use it as post-plant utility, but Fisher likes to use it on engagement to force people into traps, to force them out of areas that are a little bit harder to hold on to, well, a little bit harder to clear out. So Fisher College, if they struggle with clearing any angles, actually has the perfect response for a few rounds here if they think there's going to be someone there, as long as they hang on to this Hunter's Fury. As we see Chillin hippity-hoppity off of the property and make it out alive with just a little bit of health being chipped away, but we have lost Momiji, so there goes that angle clearing potential I talked about earlier.
Well, you don't need to clear the angles if you have already a flank brewing. Pillow. Seemingly untracked here. No sheer wall active either, so nothing to worry about in that regard. You do have your Vice at least holding now the window angle, jiggling it for info. Pillow. Looking dormant here. Maybe just hoping someone tries to re-clear or go mid-late, or maybe it's a tech pause issue. We'll have to wait and see. There they go. Now the speed up. What the timing from the Arc Rose? They probably expected that sight, though, not flank. So really no information garnered. They're still scaling forward. They have to have been heard. And the high tied up, this could be a good stick opportunity. If Tillo can buy time, but they can do better than that. They can find the ending kill. And SCC bounce back on a Thrifty. They're hunting for guns first.
Yeah, they want to pick up these guns because it is a Thrifty. They can at least have 2 of them that don't need to buy, and hopefully, yeah, they should be fine. There shouldn't be any... Did we mistime that?
Guys? There was a gun next to the bomb! Next to the spike!
I have no words. I'm just gonna leave it at that. No words. Yeah, chillin', I feel that.
Not saying this half's gonna end like in any universe as an 11-1, but if it did, I'd be looking at that round. like, okay, that was supposed to be your comeback. Now look at the money for SCC, right? Like, that should have been, okay, we get 2 weapons, we move forward, we have 2 people with money. Like, that was gonna be their, like, their loan on a comeback. And now, I mean, there's ults, there's weapons for Fisher, like, dimensional drift like this. Like, oh, that's collegiate for you. We'll put it that way, nerdy.
Yeah, they know they done goofed up, so we have to just hope for the best in the next couple of rounds because Yikers, Chillin is going to make up for the mistakes that just occurred by taking down 2 players of Fisher College. 3 have been eliminated thus far, poking out of that dark cover. Blast ends up getting eliminated. Okay, so we made a done goof, and we're going to make up for it by absolutely decimating on the following round. And Chillin's just like, here, have a snowflake.
And I don't want to say it's because of the chaos of the double controller, but that's what it felt like, right? We had the one-way over towards Link, we had the one-way on site, and just playing around that plus the dimensional drift and like the Yoru utility, it worked out. So not only did they get the round 1, and it was kind of like this forced buy from Fisher, but they got the dimensional drift out. Your rifle for Soga, but the rest of you, now your economy is stabilized. So we talked about the impact that could have in history. Now if you win the map, it's just kind of like a laugh it off moment, a good memory of like, yeah, we lost that round, but it didn't matter. And now, I mean, SC trying to brush it off here. A little bit of a quick mid take, a little bit different this time. Not really an early presence from SCC here, but they're ready to fight through the extremities, like Link, like Bear just did.
Fair takes down 2, has the opportunity for a 3rd, and then Truth finds a 4th and Momiji. Nah, Truth took down Momiji, so our ace opportunity is taken. It's okay, but we've got Blast lurking up with the Sheriff in hand, going across the abyss here, takes 1 shot, knows that we're cooked, is gonna say, I'm gonna do it. I'm either gonna go down extra rare, or I'm gonna go down rare, or I'm gonna go well done. And unfortunately, they go down rare. They're not going to be able to find Fair before the end of the round, nor Tejo, but still, that was an awesome showing from SCC. After the blunder that they experienced 2 rounds ago, it's like it never even happened.
Yeah, they're about to tie things up here. And this round, like, I don't think this is a point where either team needs a timeout because it has been so back and forth, right? 2-2-2-2-2. But, like, there's so many ults now, it feels like. And that is one thing I do want to note for SCC that I actually like about the composition. I feel like we harped on it a lot in Agent Select. Look at their exec ults. Steel Garden, Armageddon, and the Reckoning. Like, the retake potential here is immaculate. Like, obviously not this round since they only have the Harbor ult, but still. I like this as well. Look, now they have to use additional utility to re-clear past this Cascade. And they're so weary. Look at the deep fight. The Vice calming that they've taken space here, potentially be main. Like, it feels like finally Fisher College is on edge a little bit this round.
Fisher College also is sitting on some healthy ultimates as well, like Steel Garden and the Astral Wall could be huge. We also have been sitting on this Hunter's Fury for quite some time, but I understand it's probably a situational one. We've not successfully gotten into sight and got the spike down and been able to spread back out, but Fair gets punished for being a little overzealous and is taken out by Cuz. We're gonna hit them from the shadows. We're gonna respond by hitting the Astral Divide. So with the Cosmic Divide coming down, that should allow us to get into sight, get the spike planted down, but we've already pushed in front of it if you're chilling, and unfortunately got punished for that because you've lost all LOS, you've lost the sound as well. Tillo will end up getting eliminated by Sogo as well, so SEC is left with 2 players left standing, and everyone's still alive for Fisher College.
Well, 1v5 now for Instinct. We talked about momentum, maybe finally a snowball starting to accumulate, but since being dismantled, Instinct. Ooh, maybe a lineup. Nah, just clean shots. Flawless. Returned in kind by Fisher to hold on to the lead that they built really early on in this half. But again, it's just so even. Like, even money. Like, look at this across the board. Like, both teams effectively can buy SEC harboring ultimates, no pun intended. And I mean, at this point, right? Like, when are they gonna pull the ripcord? Like, are they finally then gonna play for a retake instead of these super deep fights like we saw from Fair prior? Like, I'm curious to see how it's gonna change their approach.
I think you could still play for like an early deep fight and not overstay your welcome. Make sure your exit is very close and easy to get to. Get the one trade and then get out. I mean, chillin', one of your teammates just got revealed, so we're forced to use the quick step to get out. We are going to sustain and be able to survive. Everyone's still alive this far. The cloud smoke gets forced. Portillo's not been cleared. I think we're gonna throw out, yeah, we're gonna use the drone. It gets eliminated, so we know because Stealth Drone got taken out, someone's there. Truth ends up getting eliminated by Hyun. That person I said earlier is a demon when it comes to those 1v1s. So now that we're both down one teammate aside, we've got the Steel Guard and we have the Hunter's Fury. But if you're SEC, I think honestly, you have incredible retake potential. Don't play aggressive right now when you don't need to. You have Armageddon, you have Rose Garden, well, Steel Garden, and you have Dimensional Drift. So much intel opportunity and so much damage output could happen here.
No, for sure. I mean, each player down, each team down a player. The reset up for the B exec Fair. You can get out, right? You talked about having an exit. Dimensional Drift is here. Oh, and you can just get an easy kill there. Maybe rebound for a second. That's dangerous, but it's danger for the opposition. They're going for more. Finally, they get shut down, but I mean, the damage has been done. The 2v3, the re-rotation. Armageddon a little early here, actually. Before their teammate could re-clear because falls regardless, chilling in the angle. This is a gutsy fight to take if you lose it, but they win it, and SCC again keeping us within one round.
I have no words for what Fair did beyond just I'm here for the ego play and keep it up, because I support it so long as you're not getting overly punished for it. And taking down multiple players before you yourself go down, I feel like is a perfect example of how you play as a duelist on an island when you need to be on an island, because that is where Fair was located. They were stuck, they could not get out. Yes, they had Dimensional Drift, you said it yourself, but there was a wall in front of them of 3 players, and they decimated it as much as they could before they got eliminated.
Oh, here we go. I mean, half buy equals a mid fight, right? That's what the Harbor's good at, setting up your players for these kind of plays. And talked about overstaying your welcome. Well, Tillo, I'm gonna say they have their out through vent, but now they're just gonna try and re-clear it with the drone, see how many more players they're perhaps dealing with, but they instead decide upon the passive route, right? They could be there, we block them off, don't give them the opportunity to refight. Instead, we just shot through the high tide and find a kill on the Cuz. Now it's even worse. 2v5. I mean, are we gonna have another flawless here, Nerdy?
I'm not going to call it just yet. Someone knock on wood if you're a SEC fan, because we still have the opportunity for Fisher College to catch these players off guard. They just need to wait out this high tide that has come through with the Cascade. But Tillo with the insta flick over to Momichi. Okay, this...
Ooh.
Oh, well, there goes the flawless. Either way, Fair will... Final nation for that round, and we are tied 5 aside on Abyss. You know, at the half, I'm gonna fully admit it to everybody here. During our break, I basically was like, Zubby, I think Fisher has this map in the bag, 100%. I feel like they're confident on this one, and they got it. But a 5-5 half is, well, a 5-5 at the 10-round mark is not what I expected, and feel like SEC might have surprises for us, and right now I'm getting surprised.
I mean, yeah, it's looking nice. I think, again, they're trying to, like, learn how to play around the Harbor and the mid-control establishments. Because I feel like most teams have, like, a mutual agreement to kind of avoid mid minus your singular lurk player that's usually, like, your Vice or your Cypher or your Astra. And this team, they're just taking it to a whole new level. Like, that's the battleground for this map. And speaking of battlegrounds, off the map, you don't clear out this space. And now, I mean, the gate crash out sets up a new high-low, a new threat to anchor this B site. And at this point, yeah, re-clear with the Dimensional Drift, confirm they've vacated the premises. Or maybe get another kill. Only a Deagle. You're not afraid of Deagles, right, Fair?
Fair is not afraid of anything at this point. I've been thoroughly convinced of that. We throw out the duplicate, we hit the flash, we send them forward, but they know that it's not you at that point and disengage. I think, honestly, that shows the discipline right there and the respect that Fair is giving to Fisher College, the disengagement, not overstaying it, getting out, rejoining our team.
Yeah. Now it's interesting, the regroup here. Maybe they're trying to play off the idea, okay, Dimensional Drift didn't see anything B, so they probably rotated A heavily. That's not incorrect. There's only 2 players here. And I like there, like, you're the one that should play for these kills, the rest to try and stay alive. And I mean, Chillin instead playing the idea, let me support my player, my teammate, and get the job done before the reinforcements arrive. Finally, he's lucky enough to get the spike planted, but with a deagle, ooh, Bulldog in hand with no bullets, gotta rely on your deagle. And unfortunately, the Sheriff not gonna get the job done. The 1v4 falters, and finally, SCC. Strike the iron while it's hot. They're the ones that beat the Fisher to the punch and get their 6th and get the lead.
All right, now do we end in a 6-6 half, or is this gonna be a 7-5 half favoring St. Clair? I feel mean, but I gotta ask.
I like the parallel symmetry of having the 7-5 on like SCC's pick favoring Fisher College, so I want SCC to have the advantage on Fisher Navy's pick. You know? Yeah, the irony.
I see you. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go for that one, I think.
Well, let's see. Will this be like our enigmatic map coming in favor of SCC, keeping their secrets, playing it close to the chest until they absolutely had to play it out? Well, we'll have to see, because right now Cuz takes down Fair on top frag. The favors returned immediately by Truth, so Cuz is fallen, Truth is gone, but this is where these double duelist compositions for Fisher College come in handy, because their point is not completely eliminated. They still have the Yoru who can lead the charge here and get out alive. Case in point, throws in the duplication, and it gets eliminated. We hit the Dimensional Drift. We're going to go in and get the intel for our team during the Hunter's Fury Chaos.
Ow! And that's how you like to play Momiji and your Yoru Sogo side by side, right? Dimensional Drift guides you to the Hunter's Fury, and you also saw Tillo on the way out, so they couldn't get in that off-putting position, but Truth, that's insult to injury, right? Like, their gun stripped away while the chaos was still ensuing, maybe just to confirm the round. It's the last and a half, you know? Might as well, and looks like you get your 6-6 half, no 7-5 irony last, but Truth 1v4, make us a liar.
Yeah, Truth, I don't think Truth's gonna call you a liar. I think Truth is just gonna go for some exit frags to try and hurt FC's economy as much as possible, but the idea of getting not just the 4 eliminations necessary to win out that round, but the defuse on top of that, because we had already gone to our first level of upticks here, was kind of out of the range of possibility. So we got a 6-6 half. Definitely not what I expected, but absolutely incredible to see that we are this close on Abyss, which, again, I need to reiterate, was not the map I thought would go in SCC's favor.
I think what's interesting to me, though, right, is like double duelist, like, for some reason nowadays is never attack sided, right? Like, you'd think it is, and so I'm curious to see how it's going to be played here, because in my mind we point out all these strengths for SCC for their attack half, not their defense, nerdy, right? We talked about the cove, the plant security, the space clearance of the thorns, and the guided salvos, right? And then you talk about smokes and visibility blockers when you have 2 controllers as well between the high tide and you know, the dark covers. Like, this is going to be so hard for Fisher, it feels like, to retake. So that's why we're seeing already early Yoru down mid, Sogo not clearing Tillo.
Instinct pushing forward. We send in that high tide. Momiji's waiting out for the high tide probably to drop, because you mentioned it earlier. These slow you down. That's why this util's kind of scary, but there's also the rose thorns on the ground, make it harder. We call back our flash and we're disengaging. I love how we have our 2 control, like our Senti and our controller playing at the back end to pick up as the anchors here to make sure no one catches our team off guard when they're flooding into the site here.
Alright, and there it is. Shorty kill. We talked about double controller. We only need 1 smoke to possibly get a 3-piece. The knife is out. Tillo saved from embarrassment with 3 HP to go. Maintains the player advantage for SCC on this pistol narrowly. But that's the big thing. They play their life. They tuck away safely where that 3 HP is enough to sustain them. You get those guided salvos back here very soon. And that is a huge strength in this post plant.
High tide once again is going to be exhausted. We used this recon bolt. No one's there. Ooh. The guided salvos come through off the tap, so Blast is forced to buy more time and just wait. We hit the flash, it gets destroyed. Momichi's gone, the time is going. Pros, unfortunately, may not have the opportunity to not try and stick it here. And that's another round going to SEC. Are we far enough away to all survive the blast? No, Instinct unfortunately does go down to the spike.
It's a pistol. It'll be okay. I mean, the ghosts are carried forward. Now this is kind of, I was gonna say, I don't even want to call it a more standard buy. Like, it's just uber aggression from both sides when they went around. I think that's like, okay, that's the first pistol I think that they've won, isn't it? For SCC? So, like, this is the first time we actually get to see what their buy looks like, and I like it. Like, it doesn't feel less aggressive, it's just different flavors of aggression, right? Like the Phantom's there for truth. The Instinct Outlaw is spicier to anchor the A site. Now you have some high-low action here. Alright, let's see. What? Ooh, the smoke! Ferris essentially taken out of the fight, but this is what I wanted to see. The use of the Harbor utility to scale up fruitfully. Look at this, it's like Caterpillar Smoke in all truth, taking their role with this Phantom to heart. Like, bro, like, what? They just are all, like, running around. Like, this is insane.
You have a cove, you have astral smokes, you have dark cover. No one can see anything. We throw in a high tide. Why not? Your line of sight's busted. Your only opportunity is to throw yourself to the wind here and allow yourself to be swooped into the chaos. And Cuz is just like, man, I can't see anything.
Oh, yeah, they were on the flame from the get-go, right? We saw the Outlaw like, kind of holding down the Vent's position. You can see the sheer wall was never tripped, so they took the long route, and that is what happens. You're down in the 1v4, and, I mean, alright, I think that's the, and then, okay, also, like, that's the cleanest, like, second round conversion I think we've seen as well. Because you remember, I think the first one, like, one player, I think, survived, and now, like, that was, like, 4. So, now, the player, Hello, who I think had a ghost in that situation, able to buy up their own Phantom. And this is what that strategy of an aggressive second round buy is supposed to look like. So I'm curious to see if St. Clair Saints are going to strike that vein of stability here. And finally, we'll see a third round conversion.
Oh! Well, Cuz is shutting it down first when they collapse the Guardian, but Fair and Tillo will immediately follow up in kind, taking on both duelists for Fisher College. So our points are gone. Tillo, it did not clear the high ground. We did not keep our head on a swivel, so Hyun got 2 players not even looking in their direction. Instant headshots taken down, and it's just Instinct left standing. We've seen Instinct frag, but right now, they are the ones who've got the least amount of information. Everyone knows roughly where you're at. We know you have the spike, and so you are basically being hunted currently.
The double swing, the triple even. Somehow Blast is able to get 1, which is sorry, Instinct's able to get 1, which is a miracle, but alright, again, never able to find a dominant streak of rounds really for either of these two teams. No exception found here to start off the second half. Blast showing off the lineups for the early round of setup here on the defenses so they can, you know, still play from the A site. And this is interesting, right? You're seeing the Vice play split util to help their team. And it also, like, doesn't allow you to have indicators of where the Vice is playing from. Because that's something I've noticed as well on maps like Fracture, is your Vice is usually, like, confined to one site, and you go the opposite because that's where it's strong-sighted. Not gonna be the case here. It doesn't matter if you're just gonna deathball your way into the A with your Omen on the lurk over towards E. Look at the counter, the flash, the fight, and the frags.
Because going up with their... Oh, chillin', what's going on? Are we gonna get Valorant timed here between you two? Oh, kind of. Okay, well, you know, you both know you're there now. That's the only issue.
Well, information half the game, shots are the other, and that's the second 2-piece back-to-back rounds we've seen from the Astra. Insane individual prowess right now. I talked about stability the Astra brings to a defense. That's like what they're doing, not just with their utility, but with their aim as well. Chillin', you were the B-Lurk player. You're 1 off from the shadows, which I think is why they're not recovering the spike. They're looking purposely for a kill here on Demamiji, so that then they can ult and just have the B side pretty much for free. But what's really more dangerous, right, is the Secluded Thorns, the double Astra Stars. Like, even if you did get your kill and the spike recovered, you weren't getting onto that B side. 30 seconds left. This might just be a save angle while they're, like, looking for any kills that might be additional. Or maybe it's just really slow and they think they can make their way back to B after recovering spike.
Perhaps, but I feel like Spike is in such a rough spot that if you're chilling, you just gotta vibe.
Yeah, there's no more time left. They're just playing
Yeah.
the safe position here.
You just take the just give up the round, take the A8 and go with it, but you get to take your gun with you into the next round.
Yeah. The only thing that's sad there is if you don't die, you don't get your extra ult orb, so you'll have to get it the manual way via a kill or an orb to get the from the shadows in. And that's where we're starting to see maybe the weaknesses of this comp on the attack. Like, yes, all the utility really helps the site take, but it's more by, okay, like passivity. Like, okay, they can't see us, they can't fight us, right? But then they don't have the strength to win those duels, right? And now with the economy not favoring them either, like, somebody has to be that fragging force. And fair, Dimensional Drift, Bucky, this is one way to puncture your way into a site and get a quick gun upgrade. Let's see if it goes how intended.
I'm just used to seeing Stingers and Spectres from the Dimensional Drift because of the uptime on them, but we're going to use the guided salvos to actually take down the wall here, which is, take down the door, which is a great strategy. Gonna look to place down probably a copy. We find one person, we get out of the drift, we let our teammate go up there, we hit the flash, they backed off, but someone's back is to an enemy, and that is unfortunately fair with their back to blast, and we see Tillo also fall to Sogo. Truth finds Momiji, but that just leaves Truth found Momiji, so we just have Truth and our Omen left standing as the spike goes down and a flash goes through.
Ooh. I was curious to see what the ult investment was going to be like from SCC, but it's actually Fisher to take the first step. Cosmic Divide goes in alongside Sogo on the dive out of heaven. They find both kills, and the round will follow suit. Fisher Navy was a brief recess, but they are back with the lead in their favor now. And, I mean, SCC, I mean, it was an eco, so great attempt there, right? Like, only one player had a hero rifle in that situation. And you didn't let some of these bigger ults rip minus again. What was the original plan to try and give you hope there, the Dimensional Drift from Fair?
Yeah.
This round is going to be a big determinant again, Nerdy.
I think the disengagement off the Dimensional Drift is what kind of went wrong there. Normally for Fair, you just kind of keep going, and we couldn't keep that up in that round, unfortunately. Hopefully this one goes more in our favor because the weapons are equalized. I do see 2 half shields, but honestly, everyone's so good at aiming in this game. One headshot, you're dead anyway. We're going to hit the Reckoning in on this engagement, and I think Hyun might be stuck in it. Yes, they are, because takes down Instinct, one of our, I think, by and large, huge anchor and art lurk players. Yeah, Hyun takes down both of the anchor players. That's not good.
At least they got the refrag there, and the B-site control does follow suit off the high tide, but this is so difficult. Fair's on an island, right? You're expecting your duelist to find all of these kills and still gamble the visibility out of heaven. I know, like, the Cascade came in late. Like, it's so difficult now. I like the fake out of the orb. The plant attempt was backside, but that's double digits for Fisher Navy. And, oh, SEC timeout question mark?
Look, it's double debit. Same question, but yeah, there it is.
That's my favorite magic trick, is I speak of a timeout and it exists.
You manifest it. But Fisher College, look, again, I cannot lean into what statistics normally shine through here for a lot of college teams because these players are a little bit above that level. So when we see this 8-10, this is exactly what we had on Haven as well. But who won out on Haven despite not getting double digits first? St. Clair College. So, what are the adjustments we're going to make here? You and I saw a lot of lockdown potential on the offensive takes here from this setup that they have, but unfortunately, it takes a lot of concise movements and utility usage in conjunction with standing your ground, getting those swing out eliminations first as you're pushing forward with this utility to clear out those long angles. The issue here is the follow through. Can they do that? Because so far they've only gotten 2 rounds in the second half, and so things are getting shaky for them, I think, and thus this timeout being very important. Hopefully it's talking about the follow through on the utility here.
I kind of want them to like again, side exits right now feel a little bit rough. Like the Reckoning wasn't even enough, right, to get them that space, because like the B side with the Astra is like unlocked. Like I think like they're starting to identify, like, yes, the Thorns are on the B site, but your Vice is alone A. And I think that's why they're going to fight heavily towards the A site this go round, while there was this more aggressive kind of counterplay from Fisher Navy, incorrectly called. But it doesn't matter. You have a gate crash. You know, you got Sogo back with the regroup over towards the A site with the team. And that's what's so dangerous about this Yoru. But speaking of a dangerous Yoru, Fair Now going for the deep dive, the entry here. The Shroud, or sorry, the from the Shadows will to regroup with the team, but you overstep off the recon bolt. The teammate's not destroying it in time. And this is the danger. They get partial site control, but never the spike plant. Oh.
I don't want to call it just yet because we have Instinct finding one. We're going to hit the Steel Garden as well, which I don't know. After the elimination on Cuz, which I think was right as the Steel Garden got initiated, it might have been a little bit of overkill, but it's Hyun, our 1v1 demon coming in. With that dark cover expiring, everyone is posted up to try and deal with where you're coming from, and I think they all know exactly where you're at, and in particular, Chillin wanting to get some revenge for earlier for that insane flank that you had taking down their anchors on their first attack.
That was a really good rebound after Fair had fallen, even with the opening kill, right? And like, it does take all of the ultimates, which again is sometimes what a timeout is for. It's like, okay, good about follow through on utility. Well, it was a little weak at the start, and then the beautiful counters, from the team, but then they did a great follow up on the ults instead of the utility, the pure utility. So that's how you get your round converted. It makes it a little bit dangerous because look who's about to have like all of their ults online, Fisher and AV, right? So we talk about like, okay, a map 3 possibility, like it would be like in the next round or two, they get their ults stream. But now, this is a great change of pace. Sogo's been that insane like multi-frag player for Fisher and AV, and that variable is out of the equation from the get-go.
Well, they do still have their Jet alive, which is what I said is the advantage of this two-pronged approach with your duelists. And with that in mind, Fisher can still use Bladestorm as a re-engagement tool so long as they don't end up losing Jet, if they're going to play for retake on either site. Right now, SEC is showing a lot of discipline. They're trying to go for almost like soft defaults here to pull attention as we hit the dimensional drift and we're engaging quickly onto A site. Fair's going to get us as much intel as possible, look to use the flash. Teleport's actually over towards the other side, so they wanted to pull a lot of attention, but look, Fisher College is not falling for it.
Yeah, I mean, teams are anchored for a reason, right? Like, both in their ability to hold this site and that the fact they don't leave paranoid, but it doesn't matter when that cliff is as narrow as it is. Streamlines the process, finds the kill. Now the gravity will trying to fragment these remaining players, but when you have an operator, they can't really age it too much when the high tide's blocking. But again, Fair has found himself in this position more than once. Pushed up deep alone, cannot find their kill. And now, I mean, when your players that are offside trying to play post plane are getting threatened from the get-go, they really can't hold on. Spike down landed for you. Instinct in 1v3, waiting out the time for their weapon to come back. And while it does, they're getting chipped away, one Bladestorm blade after another, and with plenty of time to work with. The double sight line hold is good, and so is the 11th.
All right, let's see, Fisher College. Do you manage to put us at that 12-round mark before SEC hits the 10? Which will post us up most likely to see an OT here once again. We have Cuz with that operator, but the one thing that does worry me is Hyun, even though they've been fragging out so much, is a little bit broke, as is Blast. So we could see this kind of start to trickle down a little bit. If we lose this round, it's going to make things a little bit rough for Fisher College in the next 2 rounds, which would force an overtime. So they have to win this one, or things are going to get a little bit hairy.
Ooh. That's why they're doing again the trademark special, the Yoru Sova ult combo. But what's gonna take the cake is the operator shot ringing through mid. That's your harbor gone. Sogo holding on to A main space. Now the rest of the team regrouping behind them. They never let up on this space. Fair. Having to re-clear. Make sure there wasn't a TP fake out here. And I mean, at this point, you're looking again for an opening, right? You know the op was mid. You know there was a heavy fight A main. So far, no one's giving them that opportunity on Fisher's side.
Ooh, Fair not checking the right angle. Ends up getting, pun intended, taken out. So does Tilo. Now it is just left to Chillin. Chillin only has a Guardian. What's the plan of attack here, my friend? Are we gonna... Ooh, we're gonna face down 2. We find the off, but there is some people swinging over towards our right side. We're gonna hit the reload, continue to progress our way over towards that spike, but we're getting pinched. We're getting engaged on from multiple angles, my friend. This is gonna get real sticky real soon, so you gotta keep pushing forward, hitting that W key, and praying you're able to get these elims. And there's Momiji on the high ground, able to win out that 1v1.
Yeah, there's your 12 before SEC closes the gap and guarantees their overtime like over on Haven. And I'm look at the buy here for SCC. This might just be our map 3. We talked about SCC and the surprise element, right? And then an unorthodox comp as well, maybe being more difficult to adjust to than, you know, what SCC had to adjust against for Fisher College over on Haven. And it feels like that seems to be the occurrence here. 3 rounds in a row needed for SCC to get to overtime. Could have been 10, but there's that one round. The spike defense slipped away.
Yeah.
Ooh. I had to hit him with it. But regardless, let's see what they can do.
Very patient. We lose our doppelganger.
Alright. Oh, that's a rough.
Oh.
Just not able to escape. Trying to trip the sheer wall. Just whittle away the Vice defenses. It does trip the Yoru gate crash, which weakens the B site, but they don't have to worry about B site control because of how deep Cuz is pushed into vents, right? They had so much space control they could commit to the A rotate, the A anchor. They know there's a TP set up here. They're gonna punish off of that as well. Pillow, they have snuck in here if they took the rope. They don't. Oh, but the recon re-clear is too strong with 2 players remaining. Fracture is coming closer and closer into our sight lines.
Oh, we hit we blind swing out. It does not work. Blast and Momiji clean up the remaining members of STC, and that is 9-13 going the way of Fisher College here for Abyss. We had a big old question mark there on the side of St. Clair College with their composition, and I think they fell to the same type of, I guess, issues that we saw on Haven for the side of Fisher College, which is the idea that when you're playing a little bit more of a creative or complex comp, if you're unable to make adjustments once the enemy team starts to make adjustments to compensate for what they're dealing with, then things get a lot harder to overcome in the end. And after that 6-6 half, things just ended up going in favor of Fisher.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it was 13-9 for them on Abyss in the semifinals as well. So I was like, oh, clearly this is going to be, you know, closer because it's the number 1 seed of St. Clair Saints. But apparently not the case in this situation as another repeat success. Because, again, maybe a slower approach, but they still have that stability on their map pick of Abyss. So heading over to Fracture. What about one question mark? Well, one nerdy bird. This is a map where neither team plays a lot. Just kind of like what was essentially left over when you're banning out the strong maps of these 2 teams, right? Why is SCC, I think, banned Split? That was one of those maps that they did play occasionally throughout this East qualifier. The FC ban of Pearl makes sense because that's the same thing, I feel like, for what SCC's been playing throughout this qualifier. But yeah, this just feels like Fracture's just like the last common denominator. Probably been floated by these teams like every single series, but again, this entire tournament, it's been all 2-0s for both of these teams. So they maybe always intended to play Fracture, but then never did.
So I will throw this out there. I do think that St. Clair, unfortunately, I feel like actually St. Clair banning Split was a little bit interesting because I feel, at least in the years of past, I know that rosters change and compositions change and meta changes. They've been very successful on that map, and Fisher College actually has, for the most part, struggled on it. So the fact that they banned it, I was a little surprised by. So now we're going to Fracture, and it is supposed to be this even playing field. I actually feel like Fisher has shown that they may end up struggling on this map a little bit more just because of the amount of ending up on an island that can occur here, which is something that happened a lot on Haven. I don't know if that's going to end up being the case, but we'll have to wait and see. We will hop to a quick break, though, and let these teams kind of come together, have their moment, figure out what went wrong, what went right, and what they're going to finally land on for their comps here for our final map of the evening here for the SEC East Regional Qualifier for Valorant to send them off, punch their ticket to go to Made Madness down in Texas. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. back to the CECC East Regional Qualifier. My name's Nerdy Alongside me is Zobi, and we are about to hop into, to no one's surprise at least, a map 3 for the evening. And yes, I know there are a few people here who are cringing because I get to say that this evening. Once again, we're going to be going to Fracture. It's going to be St. Clair College taking on Fisher College in the final moments here. I think it's going to be a fight to the finish because both these maps relatively have been pretty close. But when it comes to Fracture, what type of knowledge can you instill in us, that includes me and the audience, regarding these two squads?
Well, before we talk about Fracture itself, we gotta talk about series dynamics. You said you think it's gonna be the fight to the end. I know us in the green room were like, we think the collegiate thing is 2 close maps and then a stomp of a last map. When these two teams, right, have been playing since like 11:30 a.m. EST today, right? Like, they've been playing a lot of Valorant, so they could be running out of some steam. But back to Fracture, okay? This is a team, or a map where I should say, that SCC has experience on this map through Tier 3 events like the Fun Haver HyperX Momentum series, but it's been such a coin toss win or lose, right? Like, it's either been like stomps, like 13-1s in the group stages, maybe some closer like 13-8s, or they get stomped with 13-8s, 13-3 losses in their kind of arsenal. But Fisher, they're very similar to Abyss from SCC. I got nothing on them. But I want to go back to something you said before the break as we get ready to jump into Agent Select. And that's, you said that Fisher would struggle. I feel like Fisher was the one that was better at these kind of really aggressive taking space plays on Haven and on Abyss, which means they should be like theoretically better fit for a play style like this map ensues. But St. Clair's very good at playing like the textbook, even if they are switching compositions to a more aggressive play style. I think they'll be able to pick it up and adapt very well to it, as long as they don't as long as they lean into the Fracture tendencies instead of try and like fight and rear away from them.
So you're saying give in to the gravity pull, don't try to go against it.
Yeah,
I mean,
if they try to play their way, not like a Fracture requires you to play, they might have issues.
Yeah, and I'm looking at what we got here so far for St. Clair. Tejo, not surprised that we're shoehorning him in on both sides, actually, because I feel like a lot of teams are starting to bring him into this map, bring him into the fold here. But Fair opting to go with the Raze over like the Neon or even the Jet that we normally see on this map is kind of throwing me for a little bit of a loop, but I'm here for it. I'll support it. With you also elaborating on that, I furthermore will support it. But now, okay, yeah, even Cuz is going with the Raze here. And we have Sogo still hovering the Clove, which I'm going to say they're locking that in. We're going to have this Clove here. And Instinct on the Cypher, I also think is most likely going to be what's the final lockdown here. So based off what you have here, what are we anticipating for these, at least this first like setup phase that we're going to be witnessing from both these squads?
I don't know. Like, I'll expose myself. I think I called this as a 13-5 favoring Fisher in the green room. But now that I've like dived deeper into my archives and also just like looking at how much work in the background I think St. Clair has put into Fracture, it's either going to be that is true and Fisher just like carries the momentum of this aggro kind of puggy composition into the map, or the work that St. Clair has put in is going to pan out. I mean, like you mentioned, like, oh, we usually see a Neon. There was a time where Fair played the Neon. There was a time where they had the Brim over the Astra. Like, they have gone through iterations of this composition and settled upon a comp that they think works for them. So if all of that prep work and, like, these iterations fails them, I'm going to be really sad almost. So, yes, I called for Fisher Pred win here, just in terms of, like, okay, when you're getting tired, right, it's, like, the macro that breaks down, not, like, the mechanics. Because these players play ranked, like, a lot, right? So they're playing a lot of Valorant no matter what. It's more like calling communication, like competitive standards that break down, not Valorant FPS standards. So I think in that case, Fisher's favored. So it's hard to call.
Look, I was leaning St. Clair favor on this map, so I'm gonna stay tried and true on that. I still think it's gonna be a fight to the finish, though, and ultimately, I think it's whichever team gets overzealous with their ult usage at probably the when we're at the 10-10 mark.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I talked about the aggressiveness from the Fisher College comp. Well, or play style, and now they are definitely taking that dive here. Fair not cleared. Takes at least one down, but that paint shell basically finishing the job, sealing their fate. Chillin' trying to pick up the slack here, and now they are caught out by the trading players. Thus settles the 2v3. They think they have full site control, but what are the odds another player's there? What are the odds the Sentinel's there? Instinct picks up 2 as a result. And it's all down to Blast, but players separated. Spike has to get covered by Blast in the situation. They were your lurk player. made their way all the way through the A site. They're like, hey guys, I did my job. What happened?
Things have fallen apart. Blast.
Oh.
Oh no!
Did they not see it?
I don't think they did.
Then that's good. They're gonna clear. Ooh. I was gonna say, are they gonna clear out the lower player first? If they went back, then they would have had a 1v1.
Mm-hmm.
Now the flash gives it away. I would think we would start to see Tillo make their way towards Instinct.
Oh,
And they are.
That definitely gave them away.
Silent drop.
I have the spike.
Spike recovery, respect.
Instinct definitely saw the leg.
Oh yeah, for sure. But they're going A. 23 seconds. I really like this call because then they would have been pinched right between arcade and main. They make it around the corner. Instinct tracking right through dish, through drop, and they're not sure. They've never seen Tillo here, so they just got to go for the safe plant here. 10 seconds left. The salvos. Ooh, it's gonna be close, and they make it out. Half HP pinged away.
Drone goes through. Their location's fully revealed. They're suppressed. They hear the drop. They enter the spy cage. The two cross paths, and Tillo will be the one to get the final shot onto Blast.
And oh my goodness, if that round is like an exhibit of what we're gonna go through this map, like we are definitely in for a ride, like you predicted, Nerdy, right? Like it started out so like pop aggressive, Fisher, like getting the advantage, and then they don't think Instinct is there. And again, that's to me, that's also an example of, okay, they're getting tired, they're making small mistakes that have catastrophic impacts, right? Like any other player would have been still like effectively clearing out those angles, but they just like full gamble, like, oh, they're not here, let's just go plant. And now SCC. First map now, like they've improved their like pistol record last map, but now like it's from the get-go they have the lead for the first time in this series.
All right, Flash goes through onto Fair, who has the Outlaw. I don't think they're aware of how many people are pushing up their arcade. The Ruse drops onto them. They get hit with a concuss. They're just trying to bide their time in a safe zone and disengage and wait for their team. You can see we've got also one person by A site, and our defenders have completely pushed through A main and come back inside. And unfortunately, it put themselves in Blast line of sight. They did get a little bit of damage onto Blast. It should come back. But because of Blast being here, they're pulling a bunch of attention towards A side. Those three members who ostensibly would have gone through mid and gone over towards gone over towards B, are stuck.
This is interesting. I think, like, do you notice how far back the players for SCC are playing? I think this is because they recognize the space Cuz took, and they recognize that the players have forced here for the side of Fisher College. Like, and I mean, even then, still Instinct is somehow found. So it's just getting worse with each passing second. Now your raise is suppressed, util stripped away. Outlaw in hand trying to punish, talked about overzealousness. Player that might peek out here, but nobody is even taking that chance.
Tillo finding Cuz. We send out the boom bot through the smoke, trying to get it to pick up on anybody, but it didn't. Chillin gets that spike defuse started, gets it to half. We have an elimination onto Blast and Sogo. The guided salvos are on the spike, so that's why we disengaged. But Tillo coming in, cleaning it up, and Chillin's like, we are not having a repeat of what just happened in the last map, and goes for the defuse and sticks it the rest of the way.
Yeah, when Fisher got like the B site without much confrontation out of St. Clair Saints, I'm like, are we gonna see another 1-1 here in our CECC East qualifier grand finals? And then just again, how smooth and how paced SCC was on the retake was what pulled that back into their favor, right? You smoke the bomb, you get on, you whittle away the post plant utility, and you take the guns up in their faces into heaven. And that's something else I've seen is like towers become a death trap in the new meta, and death traps. Both land their shots, but an outlaw is gonna supersede a marshal any day.
And we have but when you've already taken damage, unfortunately, the Sheriff will win out that duel for Sogo to return the favor for their fallen teammate.
All right. Taking the rope slow, you don't want any sound cues in spawn. Regroup heading towards A, but the players dropped, didn't leave. He cleared that space, searched out for a lurking vice, and then fell back. Now, I mean, the drone will be your best bet, spotting out these A main players, and I don't know, this feels like a meat grinder of an exec. The smoke that I think was meant for Dish. No, it's just maybe 2 side smokes. Okay, I lied. And they are able to get the site control. But the players here for SCC are ready to counter immediately. Armageddon waits for these short ruses to fade. Now the players are just stuck.
The gravity well and concussion was used as well. Momiji Hoon also finding another. Momiji will fall. It is just going to be our breach versus 2, and they end up falling as well.
Now, when we forgot those first 2 deagle shots, I was a little like sweating a little bit. I was like, huh, there's no way like the player, I think it was Chillin should have fallen there trying to clear out the player below drop. I think it was Momiji there. And then they just somehow are protected from the A main players because the smoke fades. Like, insane, but still SCC. Talked about wanting our first like 3-0 up off of a round start, right? And like, or a half start over on Abyss, but we're blessed with it here on Fracture. Ooh, I mean, I said that SCC and the work they put in could start paying off, but this is an interesting start.
Let's see what they have to offer us now that firepower is going to be equalized here with Fisher College. Not only having equal firepower, but also having this not dead yet means that we have basically double duelists coming in, but there with the double blast pack on top of boxes to find Momiji. Unfortunately does some damage to themselves and gets slowed. Will disengage finally after, I think that was an accident walking into that.
Well, regardless, they already lost the player on the exec. I think your Raze made it in a spawn, but it might not matter. There's 2 guns here, close and short range. So some of the things they're pushing a player that has a sniper rifle, when in reality it's a judge. The reposition though, they heard the drop down, and now as a result, I mean, I don't think your Clove got the kill or the assist, so they're still gonna fall. But it's still gonna be a 3-on-3 as a result. Not getting cleared just yet. Blast! Caught with the arc rose out. But Cuz not getting cleared. Well, now, and you should know where the last remaining player is, but you're stunned by the Rolling Thunder. Cat and mouse, Rocket Fuse running out. The reposition through the door. Now they know you did take the opportunity to pass through. You're just gonna flip the site, flip the map. And yes, there's an opportunity to stick it, but it's slipping away. The aftershock, yeah, they still had that in their arsenal. There was no world where they won that.
No, yeah.
Ooh.
So that's finally Fisher College getting 1 up on the board, and I do believe everyone should be able to buy this round, but I think Blast might, opt for something a little bit cheaper just because they did end up getting eliminated the last round. Everybody did, but still, sometimes you just have no choice but to go with a lighter buy. Now we're looking at what St. Clair College is doing in return. We do see some force buys as well as 3 sheriffs coming through, so we're doing what we can without fully breaking the bank here. I like this kind of economy strategy they're going with for this one. Let's see if it works in their favor and if they're able to bonus 2 extra weapons into the next round.
Oh. Great counter finally towards these players that previously from SCC were getting all of dish space unimpeded. Nice little trap play here. I like the response though. This is smart, right, from SCC. You're getting heavy pressured out of dish, out of drop. You take main space. And while Instinct's also taking spawn space, the players for Fisher were aware of it. Even doubled up with Momiji at their side, but they splinter with the reclear over towards A, and now it's just Momiji on an island, and the troops, the voyage to reclear spawn coming through on the eco. That's 2 weapons down, and 2 weapons collected for SCC. An Instinct, I don't even know where you were, but you find 2. Now you got spiked down in arcade. And it's all down to Sogo. Position known and chilling. Insult to injury for the flawless... What do we call that? Anti-eco?
Yeah, that was an anti-eco, and I need to throw this out there. If Fisher College does not make up for what happens when they end up on islands, because they tend to end up... their timing's just slightly off, and they put themselves into islands. If they don't make up for that and fix it here during this timeout, things are just not going to be good.
Yeah. Gary stepping in here for a sec. again, the pacing here, like, is it wrong to say I think Fisher's taking it too fast?
No,
Right now?
I think that's actually what's going wrong. The timing, because so many of them are wanting to get in onto site, they're just letting some things slip through the cracks. The timing on the executions onto when they should be using their cooldowns for their protocols is just not quite lining up, and it's creating chaos, and the chaos is not favoring them.
I mean, it's not even that. It's just like the speed is making it predictable as well, right? SCC hasn't had to overthink like any of their rotations, right? Like at that point, like you were like pretty sure they're committing, and that's something I think SCC has done all series, right? They're more apt to rotate and play retake than just like hold on to their space, their positions, and I think that's actually benefiting them here on Fracture more than it has any other map this series.
The only person for SEC not having a Vandal being Tilo, the top frag, I feel like they're in a solid position to have this Fisher anti-eco round go in their favor. I want to keep an eye on this showstopper, though, coming from Fisher College. Does it work out in their favor? Are we going to see at least one elimination come from it after we get information and intel on where someone's at and use that to pick up a weapon? Because Tilo will just barely dodge the guidance salvos as well as the fault line that came through.
Well, doesn't seem like Fisher and Davies taking our advice, I would say, of a slower approach, but they still got, I would say, like, sand control, which is nice. And I mean, if Tilo won that fight, it could have gotten dangerous, so the fact that Momiji wins it out and gets an upgrade for their troubles is insane for the chances of this round, right? Now you post-play it with a showstopper and an Armageddon, and Soko deposited so heavily, like, it should have given them hope here, but just, again, we talked about resiliency, SCC sticking it through, clean, thorough, clearing every nook and cranny of this A side. It's all down to the Armageddon. Tap. I'm not even get the chance to pop it. Momiji was playing so deep, and they still get cleared.
So that's round, what, 6 going to SCC, putting them at 5 so far. I mean, we could still have a 6-6 half. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but the changes after that, I will say, because it was an eco round, that we perhaps did not see the changes coming for FC that they want to have, and that this is the round that we really see it. Typically, and I think you're the one who taught me this, that after a timeout's called, it's typically 2 rounds before you actually see the impact of what that timeout was meant for come to fruition. So this might be the round that we see those changes take place, and we really see Fisher College come online and like their third eye unlocking, so to speak.
Well, let's hope. I do agree. Like, we talked about wanting them to slow it down, and Eco is not the chance to slow it down. But it still feels very, like, basic, right? Hyper-aggression. And I like the stall out here a little bit, but still, they're execing where they first make noise. And just, again, the creative positions, the experience for SCC, continually changing things up here. A difference this time, the lurk, from Blast, actually successful. Takes out 2 players, so now that retake process isn't as streamlined. Even then, if a hero player steps up, gotta retaliate in some way. Fisher does so with a Steel Garden. So you're gonna take really deep space away, like don't allow them to punish into spawn. Respect the plant, play retake. Give numbers.
I mean, the Momiji does have Armageddon, but so long as none of us are caught directly dead center of it the entire time, it should be okay. Now things are going to get a little bit harder because you're dealing with the fact that Armageddon's there, plus you're in a 2v2. So that means these angles need to be perfect. You need to not walk out and end up in the crossfire of 2 players at the same time. And if they can manage to figure out where one is, shut it down, and then move on to the next with this Cyber Cage, which is perfect. Pinch Momiji off, take care of Heaven. Oh, the stun didn't, it did not land.
Oh, that messy fight. It gets the job done. They're actually not going to use the Armageddon here, which is so smart when you talk about the prospect of a 6-6-6 or a 6-6 comeback. And I mean, SCC Instinct finds one on the exit, but that's all you're going to get is your weapon saved. That was a nice. I mean, okay, but what did they change?
I don't think they slowed down. I honestly think it was sending Blast not on an attention flank, but on a go and kill flank.
I'm gonna see your point and raise you that they didn't have them in an impact lurk. Like, usually when they're hitting B, right, they would have Blast, like, prodding the A site, right? They had them just playing to more cover their flank, right? Like, to make sure that they didn't set up that kind of streamlined retake process. So, I think that's what they changed, how Blast was playing. And it helps that Blast, you know, was able to find 2 on their own, on their lonesome. Not necessarily
I'm
changes,
having
but...
flashbacks. Do you remember you and I, that I'm having flashbacks to that right now. Let's see how this works out. We've got a 2-pronged approach front here. We're opting to take down the 2-player wall that's posted up at Arcade first. It works, but now we've got a free entry point onto the objective for Fisher College. However, it's at the cost of 3 players.
Ooh, and here we go. SCC has so many ults to work with. Rolling Thunder, disrespect of the aftershock, because you know the player's stunned, you know you have a shorty. And it's Sogo, head on a swivel, too many angles to hold, the paranoia sets in. And the round goes the way of St. Clair Saints. You know, they just roll forward, they secure their 6. They're like, yeah, guys, you won your round. Like, after your timeout, but it doesn't matter if we are in control of the pace of this game.
And we're going to be, I think, in an eco round yet again for Fisher College. I wonder what their plan of attack will be here, considering they do have that Armageddon, but likely not going to be used this round. Full transparency. I do not think, unless most people are standing and we have weapons in hand, we're not going to probably see, like, I'm talking like 3 players with stolen Vandals standing. Will we see the use of that Armageddon?
We'll see. I think if it comes down like a 1v1, even if they don't have a weapon, that's when you could use it.
Oh, yeah.
But I definitely agree. I hope they don't use it on a, like an exec or anything. But this is a clean exec. The satchel in off the stun. But then again, SCC, I talked about their awareness, their creativity, and spread in this post-plant, or sorry, this site hold, right? And that's exactly what they do here yet again. And yet again, it gets the job done for now. Bravo, really nice on tower. But unfortunately, just not enough HP after the exchange against Blast and the 3v3. Now, we said SC wouldn't use any ults, but do we see the Armageddon from St. Clair? Do we see the Cosmic Divide from St. Clair on this retake?
Theoretically, we could if they want to play patiently and let Fisher College actually get this spike down and then fully play for retake, which I think they might. They've showed us that they're pretty patient. It could just be because my comparison is how Fisher College quickly executes on the sites. Let that be known. But yeah, it looks like they're trying to just be scary and not let their space get taken into by Cuz right now.
There it is. Fisher, maybe. You said you didn't want to see it popped. It was utilized to try to take deeper spawn space. But Tillo counters it. Chillin' feels the spidey senses. Checks their back. Momiji was Canteen. But now Spike was in Generator. So they basically hand-delivered on a silver platter the win con for this round before Spike got planted. And, I mean, the grab, well, you just delay at this point. It doesn't matter if you have a roost from your clove or not. SCC guaranteed themselves a lead at the half.
All right, SCC, show me what you got when you've got so many ults in your back pocket and ready to go. All right, now, the timeout was called earlier. Things did not change very much. Is this the round that we see some shifts? And if we were to see some shifting here for Fisher College, which they're looking for that 4-round mark, and it's getting farther and farther away, what are they looking to do here? What's the difference maker?
That's the thing, is we say, like, from an analyst perspective, we want Fisher College to change. But I don't think they are making changes. And sometimes just the speed of these rounds, right? You talked about how early the timeout was. You can't make those quick, like, very stark adjustments on the fly. You have to stick to what you've done in scrims, what you've done in practice. And unfortunately, that I feel like it's constricted them and what they're able to do. I mean, this is just another repeated, like, arcade hit. And I think since the pistol, they haven't really faced much, like, I feel like pushback from SCC on this type of exec, because SCC is usually confident on the retake here. This time, oh my god.
We're even opting to hit the not dead yet. In return, we hit the Armageddon, but Cuz will find Tilo after the trade for their own teammate. Sogo, though, runs out of time, and we're in a 1v1. Spike is not down. It is out in the open on the other side of this ruse, and Chillin, I think, is aware that it's still there.
I mean, after all of that, after what looked like Fisher Navy having utter dominance, it still crumbles into a chillin' clutch and an 8th round for St. Clair Saints. I mean, I was trying to figure out how I wanted to phrase what Cuz just did on Defair with the showstopper. I'm like, oh, did they slam dunk them? Did they style on them? Like, it doesn't matter. That was such a shutdown of some of these hugely impactful ultimates that SCC you were waiting to see get utilized. And, I mean, again, I don't know how that went so wrong so fast for Fisher Navy.
I think their Achilles heel is the fast execution. So SCC lets them use as much utility as they want. They disengage and then they retake at their own tempo using the utility that they saved up because they didn't press anything down.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? Just 2 trap wires on the site? You take space away from that aggression, right? Well, now you're taking space into the aggression, which is a change SCC didn't necessarily need to make, and we see the repercussions. But there's also a change, I feel like. They're experimenting, yes. Oh my gosh, and that could be why they trust in the clutchability of their individual teammates. I mean, Kaz is 17 HP. This is still winnable, right? Cosmic Divide online. Still only a deagle in the hand of win. Like, okay, number 1. Number 2, Fisher, they were actually making a change that round. Did you notice? They started more of like a 2-3 split, right? Your breach was over towards Arcade. So, you talk about last round and how, okay, they were avoiding taking fights. Fair, to avoid that fight, pushed into main and was uncontested, right? So since they were uncontested, they could have, like you mentioned, that streamlined retake process off the showstopper, regardless of the results of the showstopper.
Yeah.
And so what did they do this time? They tried to punish where SCC has been taking space, and it worked.
But also SCC is not rotating off of B site entirely. We're poking over near Arcade. We see the ruses go down. So most likely we believe that this is the execution site, that this is where we're going. We're probably going to struggle to take over tower. I will say that if we're SCC. Also, I could throw out the idea that you just let Fisher win this round.
Nah. It's 8-2. You're able to buy next round if you're SCC regardless. Like, you just see if Instinct can pull out another miracle clutch here. Got 2 cages to work with. Split the players up. Expect them to try and cover some weapons. Utility, pretty impressive, but I like this. Again, they're doing everything they can to avoid any refrags using these cages. Now they hear the reload, they're tracking, scenting, when it doesn't matter though. The team ace, finally, a breath of fresh air for Fisher Navy.
All right, 1 off of that pinnacle 4 rounds when you're struggling in a half. Let's see, can Fisher pull this off? They've got the Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, and the Steel Garden available for them. On the flip side of things, we have that Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide that can come down, which I feel like Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder both can be really huge to help try to push back any form of forward pressure that gets created off of Steel Garden for Fisher if it's for taking objective type of capabilities. But I feel like post-plant Steel Garden is what Fisher might be looking to do here, which is what they did last time. Midway through plant, we heard Steel Garden go down.
Yeah, I completely agree with that analysis. And we're seeing again what I wanted to have happen, right? This split, right? You don't have your blast alone, because then you expect them to have these heroic plays. But this is the second time I was going to say they've gotten away with this position for fair, and somehow they survive. The Rolling Thunder comes in early, just to clear out generator space. That's what they wanted to use the Armageddon for last time, right? But that was more of a desperate play. This was more of a informed play. Now, speaking of information, you spotted out how many players on the flank? 1, 2, maybe 3. A flick. Protection from Chillin. They've cleared out this space. And again, 2v3. Do we see the Cosmic Divide? Do we see the Rolling Thunder? Yeah, here we go. 1 or 2? I think 1 maybe. No, both?
Oh no, we're hitting both right now. That, I feel like, is very spendy and not worth it. And I didn't say that just because I saw both Truth and Chillin fall. I don't think both those in conjunction with one another actually work well in that instance, just because of the way the site is set up. So you're pushing people further away from you first and foremost, and then you're putting up the Cosmic Divide, which ostensibly they could be on the other side of the Cosmic Divide after the Rolling Thunder. So I don't feel like using those in tandem was the right call there from St. Clair College.
I don't even feel like that was the issue. It's more like they already knew where both of you were. So after you pull the Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide, they know where they had to be looking, right?
True.
And like, again, we talked about how they used their Rolling Thunder on Fisher Navy's side. They had such deep spawn space that a Rolling Thunder didn't have much impact because they weren't playing site, right? Like, to the minimap, there was 1 site, 1 canteen, 1 Jenny. Like, it felt like you were the attackers trying to take the B site at that point. And 8-4 half, that's the minimum you say you like to have, Nerdy, for a potential comeback, at least streamline. See what happens here. SCC is on the pistol, on the attack.
It looks like Chillin also has a possible love interest in our chat room who's asking if Chillin is single. I don't know the answer to that. You'll have to ask them yourselves later on. But we've got Cuz waiting out this ruse, seeing if anyone has the gall to be standing in it as it expires, which I highly doubt anyone intentionally does most of the time because it goes away and no one is there. We also send forward that spy drone. No one is in it either.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my god. That truth stolen. That should have been your kill. The dink you hear it rang true, but your duelist gets it instead. But still, great punish on an overstep from Fisher Navy. Talked about their proactivity and how it. I mean, we saw it time and time again on the attack. We even talked about the dial maybe being too powerful. Now we get punished for that on the defensive approach. But look, this is like, to me, like such staggeringly different approaches to this map. And look at the speed, though, that SCC is able to apply. I talked about adaptation, picking up what Fracture requires. Well, they've studied it, and now they are looking to ace that test. A beautiful exec. Now 1v4. Tillo reclearing the flank. Like, okay.
I think SCC, like, what they're doing is they're taking it slow and steady until they see the perfect opportunity to explode onto an objective. When they get that pinnacle information telling them where people are, they find those 2 kills, they flood in and they clean up the rest of the space. And then once they get them, they're aware, hey, flank is going to be the next place they're looking to go. We turn back, we pivot, we take care of it, spike is down already, and we're good to go. I think that is a textbook execution of a first round on Fracture, but now it's up to FC to respond. Will they stop trying to take these duels early on? Because don't get me wrong, they can take them, but should they is really the question here, because if they disengage and wait for backup, they have a much better chance of being successful.
Well, this is your answer. I mean, it's Nico. They want to group up.
Round 2 notwithstanding.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, taking a main space is just, like, a default on the defensive Fracture. Overstepping into spawn, that's where things get dicey, where it's a risk, where it's a gamble. And on Nico, where you don't have weapons, right? Like, you're hoping to catch maybe 1 or 2 players off guard, hoping they're playing for a split, but again, just wait and respond. That's how you coined it, and that's exactly what SCC just did. Now they get the A site for free. Your Sentinel left rotating from the other site.
We just played I Want That Skin.
They just got robbed. Both
They did.
guns. Oh, highway robbery, bro. And here we go. Oh,
Fair?
fair? You saw them like bluntly on your
There's a level
screen.
of confusion that I don't
It's
care
the
to address.
sleepiness. It's the sleepiness.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm calling it out 90% of the voice comms right now. SCC was like, bro, fair. You saw them on your minimap. And they're like, what? I did? And now they're clearing the space. In truth, highway robbery back into the ghost, back into the kill for the flawless. Double digits for St. Clair Saints, showing why they are your CECC reigning champions right now.
Oh, look, comeback is still not impossible. For the Fisher College fans that are in the chat right now, I need to throw it out there. It's not out of the cards yet, but every single round is one extra card being removed, like we're playing Balatro right now, and you just decided to use your ectoplasm too many times.
I'm gonna act like I understood that reference. But I do agree with you. Like, the odds of them pulling like a straight flush right now of a 6-round comeback, low. And I mean, again, it's just like, this feels like, I don't want to say like experience, because both of these like teams play tier 2 a lot. It feels like a Fracture experience difference, right?
Yes.
And I talked about how like maybe the mechanics could be very Fisher, but they're making small mistakes, right? We see the energy wearing at them as well, but it doesn't matter if you take the fight head on, right? Because if you're taking the fight head on, there's no corners to clear, there's no hunters to worry about. Beautiful Arcro splash, but it doesn't matter. We've gotten away on only scathed, mildly maimed. Look at this, SCC, I love this.
Flesh wound.
Yep. They're throwing weapons out, they don't want them to collect them.
I like that strategy. And they actually have the agent power advantage on the field currently. Instinct might be able to shut that down though if they get a little overzealous. We'll have to wait and see. Instinct, ooh, getting shots fired on them from Generator, puts down the spy cage. It's not enough. We do see a 1-for-1 trade though, but it's gonna be blasted by the last 2 players. SCC finally able to pop off a little bit more.
Yeah, there we go. Round on the board for Fisher. Second half. And that's the most standard second half we've seen yet, right? The rifle round comes online, you win it out. The way they won it definitely spicy, right? Like taking again that extra step forward through A main control. Like it was kind of like FC being like, you're not gonna expect it to do it twice, right? Like, and they did it twice, and SCC this time wasn't expecting it, wasn't able to handle the pressure. You know, they had hefty weapons, but not like the equivalent of what Fisher has on their buy round. So, SCC now back to rifle buy. Let's see what happens when it's even footing. Look at this. You're Cypher, you're about to get overwhelmed. I hope you're ready to go on the zip line.
Momiji sending out that stealth drone. Instinct at drop. Is it a 2v1 overstaying their welcome? Not recognizing the hot water they're in because there's a lot of the team over there.
Alright. Last, doing a decent job anchoring here. For enough time for Momiji now to play out of Canteen with them. Enough for Cuz as well to get to Generator. The Truth cleared out Jenny's base. And all these players I said were there for support swing out one at a time and are dealt with as a result. Oh, Chilling what?
Oh,
You're out in the open there. And now it's a 3 on 3.
I'm that on the sleepiness. I'm with that one on
me
sleepy.
too. Doesn't matter if their team clutches. Yep, and here we go. I mean, Tillo, they're trying to track them down. They know they're playing the guided salvos, right? Because it's like, that was my first checklist option here, but... Ooh, bomb bot. Red herring. Reloading what should have been a safe position. And at this point, like I said, I mean, yes, you could win the fight on a Truth. Yes, you could tap the bomb, but the guided salvos would have been back online. You didn't even get that far because Truth wins out their duel for the 11th on the St. Clair Saints. And look at the ults as well that are following. So right now, if you're SCC, this should be... Okay. I was gonna say, in your right wine, you would be expecting Fisher College to save here and play for OT.
Oh yeah.
Fisher College is forcing though. So I think what they're gonna do is they should go slow, wait to recognize if this was a buy or not. And then that's when they're like, okay, maybe we need to invest some ults just to lock in our 12th, right? Otherwise, like if they take this as okay, we're gonna death ball into a site because they're broke, it would be rough. So and that's kind of what they're doing. They wait out the util, they leave their typical Cypher. This is something that Fisher's been good at, right? Clearing out the Cypher, overwhelming instinct in these situations. And look, close, Sogo, gonna do it again. Reach stun and all. No way.
Look at Instinct is baiting them back, forcing them into 1v1 angles. Still, I don't care if Instinct goes for the trade. Instinct still got 2 kills. However, the team ends up falling to Momiji. Chillin gets blast, but we're now in a 2v3 type of situation. Make it a 2v2 because Chillin knew where Momiji was and went head hunting.
All right. Showstopper online as well. Cosmic Divide, a nice fake out here while they head to the B site. I think the players for Fisher just far enough they won't hear it. And I wish the Cosmic Divide stayed up a little bit longer. You know why? Because then they wouldn't have heard the spike plant and would have thought it was still the A site for a solid few more seconds. But now, hear the spike tap, nowhere to rotate towards the B site. Here we go.
All right. Is it going to be showstopper time?
I don't know. You don't know where the players are, so I don't think it's a good move. But
My thought
they're going to
process is
anyways.
you find out where they aren't or where they are based off showstopper. If it kills someone, then you found out where they were. But
This
now
is
you
two
know they're
First
not
Line
in
players.
tower. Yeah, that is true.
Guided salvos. No. Well, I think Tillo made the mistake of playing that so close because they know where you are when you pop the salvos. They didn't know where the Astra was, but they felt the mounting pressure as Cuz was clearing out Tello, and both players for Fisher College win their ones and they win the round, fending St. Clair Saints off of map point, proving why they may be forced into that round. And SCC, we talked about how theirs have been very reactive last-minute timeouts. I wouldn't be against them taking one, like...
Just right now, cut the
Yeah,
momentum.
they shipped 2, right? Still, they didn't take one in the first half.
Yeah, they
So
do.
take one now, and then take one like right before you're like about to lose. Like, look at the
I'm with
money
you on that.
I
I'm
mean,
with you
next
on
round.
that.
Okay, I think they had the funds to force into this round, but because they're not, they don't take the timeout. But definitely take a next round if you lose this round, please.
The guiding words of our sage on desk.
Please, please. All right.
Blast being up here inside tower, I feel like is so risky for them.
They've gotten away with it every time, though.
I
interestingly
know,
enough.
that is the crazy part about it.
Like, I've been like a Killjoy, a Sentinel playing in tower, getting oppressed by that, but This is interesting. They've cleared out all of A main space. And I talked about this. When you know they're heavy arcade, sorry, you take B main space, right? And you have to have somebody from SCC try and clear it out, and they've yet to do that. Now, if there was somehow a big brain read and they like let like a Breach Jolt and Armageddon rip into B main, this would be interesting. But they don't. They don't have that foresight. So now the Armageddon players funneling in. This was perfection of a retake.
That was clean.
No way.
Well, the defuse is still going to
Too
come
late.
through, and it's
What util do you have left? Are the salvos online? I don't think so.
no.
Yeah.
When we hit Armageddon and Cuz just found instinct, it was just a one. Until
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I would
we
not have
hit
used
the
that.
Armageddon. You know what?
The deagle shots were nice. Don't get me
yeah.
wrong.
We
But
got a
again,
little too spicy.
like no one to back down. Fisher College, like that was like outplay. Finally, the SCC. Okay, they listened to the what did you say, Grand Sage on the desk.
Yeah, the sage advice on Des to take a timeout after that
I
round.
think that was like I said that before what we just saw from Fisher Navy, but especially after what we saw from Fisher Navy, like just such an outbrain outplay, and they almost took that page right from SCC's playbook. They would look back to how Fair would take main space and then ult back in, right? Or how we would see Instinct like playing off to like refight in immediately as well. Like that was like, hey, we took your strat and did it better kind of thing. And 11-7 got some ults. This is your last buy again before a save round. Also, if you lose this round, Fisher College has a lot of money to work with, and they'll be re-entering their next ult cycle here. This is the best time to take a timeout.
But what are you talking about right now if you're SCC?
Ooh. I don't know. I feel like okay, that round was different than what they were doing like previously because it was an eco, right? I think their split plays were working. I kind of want them to do what Fisher was doing, which was try to take deep space after you get site control. Right? Like you have your Rolling Thunder. Try to maybe like do a little split B, which is what they're kind of I was gonna say maybe priming up for. Are they using Teo for a fake on the B site? I think that's what they're doing, and then they're going A here. And the stack is like 4 strong on B. So this is like Fisher trying to like have a big brain adaptation to that timeout and failing. Okay. How fast do they rotate's the question.
I'm also wondering if we're going to get a Valorant timing here on the flank happening with the taking the
Oh, no.
ropes. Uh-oh. Yep.
Such as
They were looking at it! And it didn't matter!
Yep.
Reaction time from Omiji, superior. Neo delivered. Talk about the speed of the rotation. Well, it's not speed of the rotation. It's like the mind meld between breaches. Simultaneous. Rolling Thunders neutralize the impact of each other. It will go down, but this is where the Steel Garden from Fisher Navy. There it goes.
Yep. I think Blast has been a pivotal mid-round player, but Fair is doing a fabulous job standing their ground. Takes down 2 before they themselves fall to Blast. And now with the what is line of sight set up here on this objective, we have Chillin headshot 1 while disengaging and leaving the other for Instinct to clean up. It is just going to be Blast who's on the objective right now. They know exactly where Blast has to be. We're going to hit the gravity well, pull them off, drop the percuss, 30 health, and the Instinct comes through.
Wow.
Spicy.
And again, I mean, that's their 12th, but I don't think, okay, like, I don't know if this was said during the timeout. Like, that's the thing, is like, coach, like, philosophies are so different. It's like, okay, is it small mistakes that they're saying they need to clean up? Is like a strat that they're pulling out? But if the strat was for Tilla to sell a fake over towards the east side, I think it worked, right? It kept the players there long enough so that they didn't have much kind of like fight there towards dish or towards main, so that they could pop out. I think it was just also unfortunate because Blast was playing for the retake as well, so they didn't like find anything there. And the Rolling Thunders, just the timing was insane.
Yikes! Cuz is getting the Valorant experience. We have a 1-for-1 trade. Sogo, Fair, falling. Cuz going to the aftershock. That was ouch. There are very few occasions where I feel like Valorant becomes overstimulating, but if you're a duelist player, I feel like it's a regular occurrence, and my heart goes out to you. As we have some people lurking up, slowly going for a rotation from the defense, but it is an opposite location of where the rest of the spearhead from SEC is coming from.
I mean, bro, the Rays like movements like have like been like perfectly overlapping like this entire map. Like it's insane to see as our first Rays map of the series as well. And all right, here we go. SCC, the 4v3, taking a lot of arcade space, and as a result, like as soon as that space is taken, right, the the players for Fisher know they can start continuing to scale through spawn. Looking for
it's
please
scary, though.
clear your left side. You think you know where they are because of the neural theft? Well, it'll be from the second to stun alive and win.
Oh my goodness!
And then look at Momiji. They got it salvo finished off instinct. It's all down to truth with 41 HP. Some util, like one flash and one stun. 20 seconds though, right? You don't have time to rotate to A.
Oh no,
this
you gotta
point-
just stand your ground.
And what's really funny is, like, at this point, it's probably not long until the guided salvos come online either.
For sure, which means we have to get in on side.
matter.
Ouch! Don't matter,
Yeah.
Momiji's there and watching you.
Yeah. 12 day. I thought that was gonna become the beginning of the end, right? And like, if they just like ulted from safety instead of being visible from A main, very different outcome there, right? It spots out the two players. I also don't. So did they take this space and then rope across? Because if you saw, there was still a trapwire A main.
Yeah,
So I don't know if the trapwire, like, they jumped over it, it was too low, or if they took the rope. But either way, that position not accounted for, not even in the realm of possibility.
I think this time it'll be fixed for sure, so that that doesn't end up happening twice, but we'll have to wait and see. Momiji is the person I'm wanting to keep an eye on for at Fisher College right now. They have been a powerhouse. Like, they have their misplays, but when they come online, speaking of the raise crossing paths time and time again, Cuz getting 2 and then a follow-up, getting a third coming out from the breach, taking down Artejo, and now we're going to immediately go for the reflag, but no one's there because they've all been taken down.
Yeah, I mean, that's, like, I think the first successful time we've actually seen Fisher hold a main space. And I'm not gonna say it's because they didn't peek spawn, but I think that's low-key why. Right? They held the deeper sidelines, the deeper space, they tucked away in the rat corner, which sometimes is what you need. But this was interesting, right? Now that they took that space, now that they won that duel, they kind of followed through and took spawn space. So Spike was never dropped. The players through Dish got that space. So now I'm gonna like this. This is gonna be a bait. You tap the Spike, the players here in spawn are gonna start re-clearing a main. And I don't think they're gonna clear this corner.
If that is exactly what comes to fruition here for Instinct, that's huge.
But they
Oh,
whipped the
but I
shot!
think Instinct panicked! The 1 in 1/4 chance that it goes awry with your first bullet comes through. That is tragic. Hey, looking good.
Oh, like, and look how low HP the second, like, was. Like, Quinn was 1 HP. It should have been a 2 deal. And now it's Truth, right, into 1v4. Well, Util trying to win out the fight, but Cuz good for 4. Talked about the exhaustion these players must be feeling. At this point, if you've played all day and you come away with nothing, no qualification spot to May Madness, it was for naught. And so at this point, Fisher College pulling out everything they can. Cuz as well, trying to pull this team towards the finish line. 3 rounds to go for overtime.
All right, but if you're St. Clair, I feel like that this is almost no sweat for you. I say that because you still have a 3-round lead. You can still play for overtime. And last chance qualifier has been your bread and butter in the past. This would just be a pleasant surprise for you if you're able to not have to be in that situation yet again. So there's a lot of things that they're already used to, so now play that to your advantage. You're used to being under the wire, under the pressure. Let's see if you can feed off of that in the best way possible.
Setting champs fair, good for the first kill. Shows off where to neutralize the impact, but it's a Rosa ult. Fortunately, Truth has their back. We talked about your initiator duelist relations. Oh my god, I was gonna say it's worth it though. Instinct baiting their teammate, chilling, thinking they could get away. And it's the beginning of the end. 1v3 Momiji, Trapwire holding them. They have sightline on the Instinct. And they don't win out the duel. 13-9, 2-1 victory. And SCC, your defending champions, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, will be returning to May Madness, now disrupting what would have been a 4-year East qualification win for Fisher, who now will have to likely play in that LCQ to secure their spot later on.
Look, all I gotta say is Instinct playing this trap player the entire series has been the most joyful thing I have ever seen. Like, the Senti being like, okay, I get it. They're no longer on flank, so I have to put myself on the front lines for my squad. I got you. And doing it successfully was just awesome to see throughout the entire series.
No, for sure. Like, I think, again, that last map, I was like, okay, it's gonna come down to the preparation, the strats, holding. And again, like, they had to have, like, mental fortitude without that breaking down. And it was going to be versus, like, the hard mechanics of Fisher, and that's what it came down to. But because SEC held and played that strat book from that experience and didn't break down in comms or in calling, like the timeouts were perfectly placed as we asked for. Like that, I think, is why they ultimately came out on top. The better fleshed out squad and area victors.
Exactly. So congratulations to SCC. Y'all are our victors here for the East Regional Qualifier, and you have successfully punched your ticket, guaranteed to move to CECC May Madness. And now up next is going to be some Overwatch. It's going to be Clutch Key and Tiny Shiny. Before we pop out and say good night for the evening, Zoe, do you have any final words for everyone?
Ooh, I'm just excited that we got to cover the collegiate action now for 2 weekends in a row. 2 teams we've gotten to see win their spot in May Madness later this year. So I know you're not going to want to miss it for any other titles. Nerdy, it's been a pleasure. Shout out to those behind the scenes. We got Colton and we got Cool Scoots and Overwatch. Have fun.
Bye. See you next time.
Such as
My ult ready. You want to find it?
We're less than 70 days away from the big dance in Arlington, and right now we're punching the last of today's 4 tickets to CECC Main Madness. Fisher College already punching the first 2 tickets with Rocket League and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, while a little while ago you just saw last year's Valorant champions in St. Clair denying the Falcons of the first ever regional sweep by winning their series 2-1. Now, these two schools face off each other again, but this time it's an Overwatch. On the road to Main Madness, we welcome you into the grand finals of the CECC East Regional between Fisher College out of Boston, Massachusetts, and St. Clair out of Ontario in Canada. Alongside the one and only Tiny Shiny, Clutchkey here in the booth with you to bring you the final match of our day and of the regional. Molly, according to the Ochre rankings from a couple of days ago now, it's a top 10 matchup. Fisher right now ranked 3rd in the nation behind only Illinois State and Winthrop, and they're up against the tough St. Clair team ranked 8th right now. So just by that eye test alone, this should be a pretty good matchup for what we have here on the Sunday primetime slot.
It's been a great day for both of these schools, as you said, across all esports titles, and it's a great day for collegiate Overwatch fans, having 2 of the best, the top 10 that we have right now, as you said, Keegan. So when we look at what we're expecting from these teams today, I think the biggest thing we need to take into account, number one, is this is one of the first events that perks are going to be enabled for these teams. Perks, new abilities, 4 new abilities added to every single character, 168 in total. Bit of a nightmare if you're trying to learn all of them as a player, as a caster, anything out there. We're going to do our best to help walk you through them and talk about kind of the significance that has and the implications that will have over the course of the series and what heroes are going to be picked.
Yeah, and obviously one of the big things, right, is that perk sequence. I know obviously we're later on there might be some other talks as well down the line because perks have been really kind of adjusted, right? Maybe later on this year, they said it during the entire sequence there on Spotlight that this may change half the year in. So we could very well see some different perks coming up later on as well. But what we have said, version 1.0, looks to be very interesting. Like you said, over 160 perks at that. Mind-blowing already, not to mention that later on in season 16 we get a new hero, so that's another 4 perks you got to add on to as well, and just the insanity of this perks thing. But all in all, sometimes it feels like, I mean, you and I play this game on a constant here. Sometimes it feels like it makes a difference, sometimes it doesn't, and so we're gonna find out if it does or not here for these teams, because obviously this can shake up what everybody has in mind for team compositions, because I feel like, right, with the new perk system in play, everything can change. Your team composition can change. If it was crazy enough already to try to find a meta, this just now makes it worse.
And I think it's good too to start on a map like Lijiang Tower. That's a lot more familiar for these teams, and it's always been just the favorite pick of a collegiate zone because you know what to expect. You have your dive points, you have your brawl points, and you're able to make adjustments accordingly. The one thing about perks that will be interesting is it does affect a little bit of composition swapping, and because it's control, it will carry over from point to point, so it doesn't reset once we look towards a new composition. But we're going to start, by the looks of it, at control center. This tends to be more of a brawly angle. In the past, St. Clair have been known for a very brawly approach to this with a Malga, but instead this time, they'll be on the Ramatcha and it'll be Fisher instead. Iron rolling out on our Samoan hero.
Yeah, they're going to roll out on the Malga to start us off here, and Action will go on to the Ramattra. Action picked up this semester for St. Clair. Fisher, in the meanwhile, Kiwi picked up as well as Hydrogen, so this game a little bit adjusted on either end. Malga's just going to dive right on in here, make things a little bit tougher. It's all over Action here, and Action can only wait. Watch the health bar just drop oh so low as Fisher College off and running.
Playing against the Symmetra and a Malga, like you're just walking through a dumpster fire at this point. If you're St. Clair, it's not fun for any team to have that much like just damage shoved right into your face. And I think that tempo is going to be difficult to match as this game goes on. So you need to do your best to prioritize Hydron, where these turrets are being placed, and of course, do your best to turn and burn when Iron jumps on it.
Yeah, for right now, this Fisher team is spamming all sorts of damages with this Malga's overrun. It's just going to lay down a lot of pressure and lay down a lot of damage on you, and unless you can maybe make some composition swaps or something else, it's just going to be a flurry of damage running upon you as Cosmic already getting a dash onto Redix, and yet again, a similar story to that of the first fight, first player down, and Fisher's already running with it.
This composition is just pure evil to play against. I think St. Clair needs to start making some swaps. Redix will be the first to do so. Razor following suit. Matching Hydron, Symmetra. Symmetra's perks are incredible, but also the space control in these small corridors. We'll see how that's going to pan out. With Hydron already having a photon barrier available, this should just be an instant Fisher fight with them.
Well, let's see here. They have ultimates on the board. Kiwi's got themselves the Orbital Ray already, and already a first perk into play as well for Hydron. Well, as Kiwi Orbital Ray is going to come out. This is going to impact the fight immensely here. They're just going to push forward on it. There's only one lane where that Orbital Ray can go, and Iron is going to chase down a barely escaping Soaks, who lands him at low health, but no death. Still, Fisher holds on.
No, Fisher going to play their time. Now Noxious has the turn. Going out to overclock, but this is where all the ultimates start to come to play. We've had 7 that have impressed in just this fight alone. The cage fight, though, Iron wants to have the final say in it, and that will go ahead and do it. St. Clair, that was 3 big tools dumped into it. They got no return from it.
Yeah, now you got Fisher pretty much timing out what they want to in terms of perks here that they want to select and make sure they get the right ones in turn. And St. Clair now switching on over from the Ramattra into the Malga Mirror, so this will be all over. Noxious switching on over from the Sojourn into the Far as well, which means almost guaranteed unless they win this fight here, they're not going to have a perk to play with, and that one's going to be a Kitsune Rush shout out about here. Cosmic's going to see if he can get anything going, as well as the Kitsune Rush out from Redix. That's the only ultimate on the floor. Otherwise, this is Drive-By City here. St. Clair, in the meanwhile, is able to pick up the point. Just pushing out Fisher right now with their own sore pressure, as just kind of finding an entryway in. This Malga's trying to find one way in, and that overrun makes a big difference in terms of making space. Fisher does recap the point in the meanwhile, and halfway down to overtime clock, St. Clair able to contest for the moment, and now it's just who's going to burn out the other right now. Symmetra trying to burn away the Malga, but not having enough to do so. It's going to be the Photon Barrier out to try to protect this team on one half of the point. Is it still going to be enough? Because they're still running them over right now. The rally comes out to stun out the Lucio, but the Lucio runs away just in the nick of time. But Hydron and Cosmic finding their picks, and it's just going to be it. Nearly clean on this first point. Fisher's going to win at 111, starting us off on Lijiang Tower.
Beautifully played by Fisher there. When that fight started, just completely respecting Redix's Kitsune Rush, backing off, forfeiting that space, allowing St. Clair to burn their tools because they were desperate in an overtime situation before waiting for the right opportunity to strike, come back in with that rally of grapes, and actually had a massive shield bash in there that opened the door for both Cosmic and Hydron with that full charge beam to come in and get those final blows done. I mean, Fisher, all around, you look at players who've hit the highest levels of WCS and even Overwatch League, and somebody like Hydron here. The experience is plentiful, and the discipline is really showing today in this first round.
Yeah, right now they're showing very well why Fisher is inside of that top 3 rankings at the moment. Now it makes a big difference here, because that first map can very well ultimately change the pace. If this goes all the way to a game 5, this first map makes it so much easier for the deciding team to take their map, take their strength, and win. Not in a tight one, but this could very well still be a very good matchup regardless. 3 versus 8. I'm looking to see if St. Clair can redeem themselves as Noxious and Azure will run right on in and actually stomps onto the head of Straits at the same time. That's a rare one for you inside of the kill feed, and St. Clair does exactly what Fisher did to them in the first round. They run them over to start.
I'm liking it. Bit of a taste of their own medicine. This is St. Clair's bread and butter for most of the fall semester, actually. Only ended up playing these Malga-type compositions, and you can see why. A much better start compared to the last round. This composition is not easy to push into. We saw that in the last round. The amount of poke that you're able to put out, and not to mention the pressure from Noxious now on this Symmetra makes it even more challenging to get maneuvered.
Actually, right now, making sure they hold on to the point and run into each other. 2 Malgas running into each other. It's a cancel out, and now it's a whip shot off the map here from the Brigitte. That is Soaks, but Soaks does go down. Doesn't really matter though when the rest of your team is falling away anyways. Poor Juno has to fall off the map just to make sure they don't give any more ult percentages here. St. Clair looking like a different team right now, Molly.
That was a wonderful play out of Soaks. Not only just boops Hydron, but also forces Grapes, dodges out of the shield bash, and he goes sailing right over the edge. I mean, that is some serious ankle-breaking tactics St. Clair had, and read the teleporter play. They had it set up first, and with these ultimates coming online, particularly Redix's lead on this orbital ray is going to be very helpful for this next engage.
Big thing here for them. They're going to go have the speed boost. They're going to have the hyper ring. They're going to have the orbital ray, and all that means is speed away. This is going to be a quick one unless Fisher can do something about it here. They get a 1-for-1 trade launches for the Genji of Cosmic here. Blade's going to come out. Let's see if Fraser does anything. Yet another trade. Both of the smashes are gone. This Blade does nothing else but hold on for just a couple of more moments. Kiwi finally takes care of Fraser, but look how quick this Malga is falling down. Axure in a 4v1 scenario. You're not winning that at all. It's going to be Fisher taking it back.
Fisher were able to walk their way around the objective and outmaneuver Razor's Dragon Blade. It was actually great. Again, he came up as the hero on this Brigitte. It's not his favorite thing to play, but it's what gotten Fisher to such a high ranking in the first place. You can really see why these two teams are within the top 10 and can bash heads like this. It's now a matter of can St. Clair manage to push back on a Fisher roll, or they got stuck last time.
We'll see if they can make a difference this time around here inside of the cage, and it's a cage fight, and it's a Blade fight as well. Slashing and dashing away. Cosmic finds 2. Cosmic's gonna find a 3rd. It's a clean wipe, all thanks to one Rage in the cage known as Iron.
Cosmic showing up in that kill feed. He particularly is the one player on this team that was kind of unknown, kind of coming into these last 2 semesters just out of the rank ladder, but has been an incredible showing on Genji in particular. Something Fisher are using to their strengths so far.
Genji getting that blade twisting as well, doing 25 additional damage over time when shortly after an elimination. That just means dashes after dashes. Once you get that elim, that's going to do a lot more damage as well, especially on a blade that gives you 30% life skills. So Fisher's got a good combination right now. Cosmic, and I'm pretty sure Razor will do the same here when that they're just matching here. It's a flurry of ultimates going to be used to start off, and that's just great, using the rally first and foremost. And now it's just an orbital ray that comes down from Kiwi, looking to see if they can secure this fight. They get a 1-for-2 trade now in favor of Fisher. Axure gets one back from the higher than he needs. He could turn this around, but a full are in the middle of the cage. Means they have to hide on one side, but that cage is small. The fight still continues on here with very low health bar, and somehow, some way, Fisher and St. Clair are going to trade here. It's going to be Genji on Genji violence, but it's Cosmic that deflects it, and Fisher's going to hold on.
That was all Grapes too. That was a shield bash onto both of St. Clair's backline. There wasn't a chance for them to get up, and overall allowed Cosmic to sustain just a little longer. Fisher now, this is the last fight. St. Clair, they're gonna have to rush to touch, not just setting up the TP.
Yep. It's gonna be the full-time berry immediately right after the teleportation, as so right now just trying to clear it out, and they've got a touch for a little while. St. Clair is there, but Fisher's calmly tights out for the moment. Razor does have to pull on the blade. Now it's a laser beam against the blade. Who wins it this time? Thanks to the help of Malga, it's the blade that finds 2. And this is going to be St. Clair now forcing Final Fight territory out of Fisher with almost nothing on the board.
And now Fisher, they're going to be the ones to scramble back. They're close to a couple of ultimates, sure, but what sustain? Look how far up St. Clair are pushing. They're trying to deny this touch altogether. The TP can't get set up.
Does Hydron get there in time, though? That's the problem. The TP is there, and the TP gets around. So, yes, they get the TP off in time. And the problem is you've already lost 2 of your players. Soaks and Razor are gone. And now this looks to see if we're going to take it all the way out to the Garden. They find Graves as well. Healers are down and about. Cosmic going down as well. Rally Bash just to make sure Cosmic can't get anything else going. Wally, tight match to start us off here. 111 to start on Control Center. How about St. Clair turning this around? 199 on Night Market. Garden comes up next.
Yeah, and to think how Control Center went too, this was not looking close. I'm like, oh, we gotta buckle up. This might not be a long series, but then Claire came back and proved that thought wrong almost instantly. This composition is something that, again, they've ran in the past semester with a lot of success, and if that's what Fisher want to play, St. Clair had zero issue meeting them for that battle. They've had great value out of these teleporters, but more importantly, Razor on this Genji has really stepped it up for them, following up on Axeray's jumps, but this time we'll be going over to the Pharah on a more open map, and we'll have to see how that's going to handle, because Fisher don't have a realistic way to contest the Sky Hero.
Yeah, Razor moves on over to the far instead, and absolutely right. They have really nothing to handle this. I mean, unless Kiwi is very accurate and does have the shots to do it, but Razor already doing some Pharah things on this map, knocking Hydron off the map. This should signal a very early fight win for them as well. But Kiwi fighting 2 on the torpedoes? Are you kidding me? Soaks and Nox just go down by the hands of Kiwi's torpedoes. Does this make a difference? So you have a Genji in play, but this Genji might just be in a little bit more trouble here. Kiwi able to back off for a little while. So despite Kiwi's efforts, looks like St. Clair will get first hold on the point unless a Hydron switch here onto the Soldier instead makes a big difference. Cosmic taking out Redix means that despite what that start was for Hydron getting off the map, it's going to be Fisher's point.
Yeah, it's wonderful comeback. Again, Fisher know how to play their timings, and St. Clair, they got that elimination so quickly that the point wasn't even unlocked yet. So they waited for Hydron to regroup, instantly swapping over to the off to the Sojourn to match this Pharah that Razor's put out, who's just going to go ahead and counter swap again, because that's just how Overwatch is sometimes. St. Clair are forcing Fisher to play their game and still have a ton of damage output with these changes.
Razor goes back on over to the Genji instead to make sure that at least there's something of familiarity here, and there's nothing really to take you out of the sky. Scrapes, by the way, moving recently on over to the Lucio instead. This team is back in, so that gave them a fight win earlier on. It's going to be Torpedoes out yet again. Does have the familiar Vitals out to keep this team alive as much as possible. Gets the orbital ray out at the same time, though. So this is going to be a very, very quick clear out here from the orbital rays. So while Redix uses it, now they're going to use a sound barrier here to try to keep themselves up. The rally comes out at the same time too. St. Clair still thinks they're going to use ultimates here to win out this fight. Hydron falls off the map. That's an expensive fight win for both Fisher. For Fisher to lose that fight and for St. Clair to keep this.
Redix too late to save their Malga, Grapes too late to save Iron. Both those supports ults just not hitting their mark, and because St. Clair, they ended up dying first, and you had the backup of the rest of your team. They were able to come through, but now you gotta deal with Kiwi's unmatched orbital ray.
Yeah, Torpedoes yet again, hitting at least 3 people inside of that sequence for Fisher from Kiwi. Now the orbital ray out on the bridge as well. They trade 1 for 1 though, but the bigger one is running going out. Less healing available to you. It's just Snow on there. Now it's the cage fight that comes out here. Asher thinks they get to win this in the cage fight, which they do, because it's going to be the overclock and the blade used at the same time. So that's 3 ultimates for St. Clair just to hold on, but Iron also using the cage too.
I don't know about that cage fight from Iron or Razor's Blade. The fight was already done. 4 players from Fisher were dead before that Blade even ended up coming out. So St. Clair looking a little dry in terms of the ultimate bank. At least Fisher, it's even drier. It's a desert on the other end. So it's going to be looking more towards these engages, which I got to give it to St. Clair. Going in with Razor has had more success so far than what Fisher has found. And of course, it doesn't matter if your Genji doesn't have a head.
Yeah, Genji's head just rolled off from the secondary railgun fire shot. It's going to be Axer running on over Graves. This fight is all but lost, and that just makes the biggest difference, right? When that secondary railgun hits on a head roll, man, oh man, it's just fight over already.
And it's gone from bad from worse to Fisher. Because you lost the player so early, St. Clair just got a bunch of ult charge. Both support ults online. Nowhere near that amount is the same for Fisher, especially since you have a great Lucio instead of the Brigida. Last fight territory, and Fisher got one heck of a mountain to climb and really at the mercy of Soaks and Redix.
Trying to fight territory. St. Clair guaranteed at least 99% here on this map. Let's see if they can keep it though and keep a win on their side of the board. Good start though. Razor's able to take care of Hydron as Redix and Soaks both use the rally and the orbital ray. Graves taking out Noxus onto the map, so that's 1 less damage down. One to go here for Fisher to see if they can hold on for dear life. Grapes using the Samurai, but the Samurai wipes off, and Cosmic still finding down themselves to low health. It's going to be the Hyper Ring alongside of the Orbital Ray too. This could be the turnaround for Fisher. St. Clair's got nothing in the boat, and so St. Clair has to back off, already dying to it, and Fisher holds on.
Fisher came back again. The fights that they win, Keegan, are the ones that they should lose. This is a really weird pattern that we're starting to fall into. I guess Fisher just need that extra pressure to go ahead and clutch up, and you'll have to win about 2 more fights to make it happen. But again, we got our blender combo. Cage fight plus Dragon Blade for St. Clair to work with. Their engages have been impeccable. Fisher, the only fights they've won, Keegan, have been the ones that they've lost a player first.
Well, let's see, in a high-level matchup like this, the first player to go down usually means the fight over. Cosmic finds 2 on a dash, on a slash. Cosmic's gonna find more in the cage, and the cage fight goes down by the hands of the blade as well. Cosmic finds 4. My oh my, Genji from Cosmic.
We know Cosmic can come up with these massive plays, and that's actually terrible for St. Clair too, because you ended up committing the cage fight. The first player to die to the Dragon Blade was Razor, so you had no opportunity to strike back. Fisher, now knowing that they have the upper hand here, will back up a little just to save some space for the overclock.
Gotta win one more fight here on either side to cap this point off. St. Clair is able to recapture this, by the way. Fisher kited off, nearly let the overtime clock run out. But now Razor's blade's gotta be a little bit bigger than Cosmic one so far. Now the cage is out as well. The cage keeps in from Iron, and now Iron's got to make something happen here because the members of Fisher are falling low. But Sora, St. Clair, Hydron's going to get one up the Redix. The overclock comes out at the same time too, and Fisher's going to hold on, flips the entire point. I don't know if anyone's touching here in the final seconds, and it's not even going to be close. Fisher comes back down 99-43 and wins the second point 100-99 here. So Fisher College up 1-0 here in the series.
Yeah, Fisher College, that got close, Keegan. That entire time, we could tell that St. Clair had a good amount of control over what the engages are. And again, they were near perfection. Almost every single one where they got to set up the way that they wanted to, it was successful. The fights that they lost, though, were because of how well Fisher played when they were missing key members of their team, often giving up a little bit of space so they would lose less percentage and able to come back in much faster than the players of St. Clair. They're punishing some overextensions after that initial kind of initiation took place with that charge we're typically seeing from Axaray. So Fisher actually took a lot of advantage from the experience that they've had playing both this composition and kind of denied this skill and this practice that St. Clair have on a lot of these setups. And it's so interesting to watch, and it's honestly just another testament to why Fisher is still a number 3 ranked school right now.
Yeah, Fisher lining up number 3 in the previous rankings. Obviously, for them, they started 4th. And if you were watching throughout the entire semester, they started 4th in the preseason, and then they moved up just in this recent one in the second poll of the season here. And then, of course, they finished back in 3rd, back in fall 24. So not a lot of movement, despite picking up 2 players between Kiwi on the support side and Hydron on the DPS side. Safe to say they're making their impact being felt here for this Fisher team, because obviously Kiwi, earlier on, I said it before, supportal combat, it's great, but Kiwi getting those 2 kills on the torpedoes, really nice to see that your supports can still keep up with your DPSs as well as your tanks. But Fisher doing well. St. Clair, though, let's not push them aside as well. They made some great plays. They were down 100-11 to start off on that control center mark, and then they come back winning 2 close fights and nearly got a second point as well in that close 199 on Gardens. So St. Clair's got something to say here, and I wouldn't be surprised if this next map they got something else to say on this next go around.
St. Clair showed us that they could adapt, and that is a really important thing against a very top team. I guess no secret that Fisher, they are the favored here, and if honestly we're going into this, Fisher should be able to handle this pretty well. But the fact that St. Clair were coming out and winning a lot of these fights and forcing to not only winning a point but forcing overtime on another and making Fisher clutch up in several situations. Like if this was, we're going traditional odds that, hey, you get the first pick, you're usually going to win that fight, St. Clair would have taken that map. It was only just Fisher's pure clutch potential that they were able to come up with that second point. And we're going to see how that plays out here, because a map like New Junk City leans even more towards what this Malga can do. If this is something that St. Clair want to keep trying, which I really think they should, given the success that they found on Lijiang Tower, this map will give them the perfect environment to do it.
Yep, New Junk City gives them the speed, gives them the angles, different angles to take as well, depending on the randomized points here. So This is going to be a challenge for both sides here. In fact, again, this is a tough, or every single composition you find here, they were swapping left and right? We saw the Pharah swap off early. We saw Lucio come in for the change. We saw basically what was, I mean, earlier on the Malga, but we saw Ramacha early on for St. Clair as well. So this can very well change up what everybody's doing here. And Fisher's going to go for what was a Lucio earlier on, but then Kiwi switching on over to the Juno instead. So pretty much no changes on either side. Nearly mirror for, actually is mirror for mirror here to start us off. So it's going to be a quick fight. Who's going to get there faster? Looks like St. Clair's got the upper hand to start up on Fisher. They're just trying to push their way in here, and now it's going to be the Malga running in. Iron's got enough confidence to run into this whole team here. And this is, I mean, these kinds of fights here are the ones that either go really quickly or really slowly, and this slow burn is what we get to start us off. It's already the point unlocked here, but Axer takes down Iron, trades that out. But Axer showing up with 2 hearts here right now, giving themselves 2 kills, and the rest of the team will follow up. St. Clair is the first one to start.
Yeah, the fact that the 2 most important pieces of these competitions right now are your Malga and your Symmetra. The Symmetra is the majority of your damage, and you want to get your Symmetra in a position where she's close enough to charge up that beam and shred through the other tank. The Malga is your initiation, barreling through the team and buying the space for that sim. The fact that Iron couldn't get Noxious out before he lost all of his health, it really did not set Fisher up well there, and they're really going to be trying to collapse on this specific hero. And you can see that Noxious knows this. He's literally sitting on a teleporter to try to avoid getting jumped on.
Side having their first work just yet. Still trying to build it up here in the meanwhile. It's St. Clair just melting away this Vegeta for a little while, but gets back up. Reddick's now using the orbital ray here, and that's going to allow this team for St. Clair to just push the door wide on open. And so there's some long fights here, but St. Clair just snaps their finger on 1 orbital ray, and that's all they have to use.
What they did too is they started to try to push into the other team. Iron's like, no, we're going to split their attention, go right into the back line, and everyone just turned around. They ignored Reddix's orbital ray entirely, fought without it to collapse on the hills, and it forces Hydron to make a swap over to the Soldier, hoping some more consistent poke damage will put a dent in it, but isn't going to do much for this point. 97% and counting. Fisher with a touch.
They do have a touch. But do they have a contest here? There's a big difference, because if Razor can get anything off this blade, that would be big for them. Cage fight is out. Blades come out on either side, but Razor's going to be the first to find 2. Cosmic only finds 1 before burning away, and Reddick's getting that kill. And all that's left to go here is 1 lonely Soldier just to burn away. And it is St. Clair taking it clean on the first point arena as we head to the next.
Welcome to Malga Juno Sim Comps, people. Oh boy, visual clutter at its finest, let me tell you. These comps run on ultimates. They run on that specific rotation. Fisher used 4 and lost, okay? That's a problem. When you're looking ahead towards these next couple of fights, St. Clair, sure, you also used 4, but you're gonna be closer to an orbital ray, and in the long run of these kind of things, if you fall behind on an ultimate economy, it's really difficult to recover unless you're holding something later or using something super duper early. So it's Fisher now on an even further uphill battle.
Yeah, the first perks coming out here. Dragon Burst out for Genji to start this off, and now they're going to have deflection. A lot of bullets deflected. Razor falls down half and will fall down to Cosmic, who is somehow just right behind Razor to take that assassination down. It is Fisher that's able to start off on the point, and they might even be able to capture this a little bit further as well. Early on in a fight here in a 45, not a situation you wanted. Reddick also extending the orbital ray as well to what could very well be and what will be a lost fight for them.
But they do end up getting the flip for a little bit, so St. Clair, they'll go ahead and buy some percentage away. I like the thought process of Reddix there, going for a 45. Problem is, Cosmic was still deep in the back line, not really scouted out, and there wasn't a thing to deal with him. And Fisher like, alright, just go kill, we have Hydron, and for the poke range, they're kind of taking advantage of St. Clair's composition, having T-Rex arms. You can't get your Symmetra close enough to do the damage that you need, because Hydron can be effective from basically any range on this point.
Right now for Fisher here, looking to see if they can hold on to this point after what was a clean St. Clair first point on Arena. They're in Refinery, trying to see if they can refine their strategy a little bit. Overclock is going to be used immediately as soon as Hydron sees 1 out the door, and maybe even a push in here. They're just trying to, they split the team entirely, and the Symmetra, what a shot as Hydron gets, as Noxious gets knocked away thanks to the Lucio, but Hydron's able to find the flick on, and it looks like Fisher's going to cap this point. Molly Rattata won a piece here on NJC.
Ooh! It's looking good too. And Fisher right now gonna go ahead and clean house, and I said at the beginning that this composition will run and die on that ultimates, and at that current time it was Hydron's overclock that helped get them the rest of the way there. You got a full economy. It is bustling on both sides. I think St. Clair, I like their odds, not as much. The support ultimates here have an incredible amount of impact. Unless Axeray and Razor can really force Fisher into a blender, it's not going to take too much of this Dragon Blade and Robo to stop it.
Thinking about another thing as well, this is a cage fight that comes down. Cosmic has the blade to combo that as well. Axer using the cage, but that's not going to amount to anything. So Fisher using 3 ultimates, yes, secures the fight, but St. Clair's 2 as well. Axer and Razor using their cage and using their blade comes up off Fisher though with that extra help.
I'm telling you, I was watching all the ultimate buttons that whole fight. Iron, Cosmic, and Kiwi all press Q at the exact same second. I kid you not. That is how in sync Fisher are with these types of plays. St. Clair, they want to try to go in more with this rally and orbital ray, but the beat from Grapes is too early for them.
Well, Grapes actually nearly Ajaxed as well. Soaks had landed that rally shield bash on, man. That would have been an Ajax to call, but instead what we're calling is Soaks as they take down Hydron, and this is who ultimates use Molotov barrier as well as the rally at the same exact time, honestly there, as it will be St. Clair taking over this point, but not before Fisher has to say to stall out this. Only a couple of more moments, and there it is, St. Clair before the 62%.
I'm not a huge fan of that beat from Grapes. In these types of comps, you're expecting it to be more of a give your team a second life, not just run at them with full force with an extra boost. And because you didn't have that extra sustain later on, St. Clair were able to outlast them, and without having an orbital ray with Noxious setup and turrets at close range. I mean, this is exactly where St. Clair can start to thrive for instance time.
Here for the team out of St. Clair. See if they can make a difference. That's 2 dashes away from Cosmic. That's 2 kills. Orbital Ray here for St. Clair. Looking to see if this can make a difference and turn this game, which it does. It takes down Iron, so despite Cosmic getting the very 2 early picks, never count out St. Clair when they have the ultimate board with Redix is able to help to find 1. We're going to try to take a different angle here. That is an overclock from Hydron, but doesn't find anything. This might have gone to waste here unless Hydron can find 1, which it doesn't. Overclock runs out, and St. Clair still holds on to this point. They've got at least no ultimates on the board for now. Kiwi can make the difference here. Kiwi does have the orbital ray to use, not a Hypering though. Hypering finally paired up alongside of it, and this could be a Fisher win for trade-off. Redix does find the dash on the Soaks, and Fisher's going to hold on.
Playing the long game there, that's for sure. It was this kind of Grapes Cosmic duo that started it off, had a good off angle with them, and it's even harder to catch a Genji if he's speedy. So Fisher did use that to their advantage and will have their favorite combo up and ready, but this time one of the support ultimates to back it up. It's this war of attrition between these Genjis and these Malgas that's going to come down to decide Junkyard.
7%, they do get the touch on. They get the 2 hearts as well from the Malga out. Axer drops the cage. Now it's going to be a play from Razor, but Razor's not even inside of the cage to do that. Razor is chasing, but is able to find a Hydron. That trades out. Iron and Cosmic find it, and Cosmic finds 2 in the process here. So despite what ultimates were used on that board, it's a 2-for-2 with both the Genjis and the Malgas. It's going to be Fisher taking 2nd point.
Razor just was so tunnel vision there on to Kiwi. It was like, guys, I can get this if I get this kill. There's no healing for Fisher, but at that point, you're so far away. Juno's so maneuverable, and Fisher were able to win that cage fight battle that was so important. Perhaps a slight misstep here, but I don't think St. Clair are out of this just yet. We're moving over to Bomb Flats for our next objective. More on the open side, just like Junkyard. But as St. Clair is here first, you can posture Noxus and have room for Photon Barrier.
Must-win point 4 here for St. Clair to keep themselves in NJC and hopes to tie up the series. That's an overrun that runs into 3 there. And it's going to be the Stout Barrier invested from Grace to make sure they can still win this fight out. Iron's got the headshot on the Axer. Now this is looking like Fisher's going to take over this point, although St. Clair investing the round, Soaks gets nothing out of it. Instead, finds 2 of their teammates dead. They do get the first point on. See if any more ultimates are invested. In fact, it is. Hydron uses the overclock. St. Clair backing off for this, and in fact, that's another DPS on top. I'm trying to find 2, but if I'm St. Clair, that's not a bad trade.
See, this is why I use the beat mid-fight, not at the beginning of the fight. Fisher were able to re-engage a lot faster than St. Clair were ready for. Completely ran over Axeray before they knew what happened. And with us holding this far up too, there's not a lot of breathing room for St. Clair to walk in. Redix is going to have to use his orbital ray just to move through this first choke, unless Razor just gets Hydron out of nowhere.
Yeah, it just gets him out of nowhere on the side. So Azure Now just diving right on in, and Razor's going to find another one here. Torpedoes with Familiar Vitals out. At the same time, healing your allies quickly, making sure that damage is poured on here. So St. Clair, a very quick fight win if Razor's just going to find 4 in that team point, by the way.
I heard your orbital ray go down. I'm like, oh, St. Clair, they got a pick. They want to make sure they can win it. But no, that was Kiwi's orbital ray on the other side. So Fisher invested that tool, and they weren't even able to play in its radius. Razor was already so deep into that backline. This is such a great spot for St. Clair and to be in to hold. Well, we said that before, Keegan, and Cosmic has taught us a lesson anytime this Dragon Blade has made an appearance.
Yeah, just beware of Cosmic. Cosmic can do wonderful things with this blade. If it's any indication here, Iron's almost up to a cage fight as well, and if Iron gets up to one, that Cosmic-Iron combination can be and will be deadly. Right now, it's just a poke battle. They're not really doing anything with it. Here comes the blade right on top of the Juno. Orbital Ray doesn't save the Juno in time, and in fact, it will be a trade-off because now the Samurai doesn't save out Redix in the nick of time. Obviously, we don't get it. Now Asher's going to go ahead and drop down the cage. It's going to be the Sound Mirror out from Grapes. Grapes is only able to hit 2 because it lands up inside of the cage. Isn't enough to save anyone. Both cages go down nearly simultaneously here. Hydron finds a pick, and this is going to be a fight win for Fisher here. Can St. Clair turn this on their head because they don't have a lot of time to do so?
I don't think they get another touch here. If Fisher are going to hold all the way up, there's not really a chance. Razor's the only one who's even alive. Redix being sneaky around the back. No, that's not going to matter. Razor dashing the point, using the Dragon Blade, and it's a boop to go ahead and deny it. Fisher are now up 2-0, Keegan. 1 map away from booking their ticket to CECC.
Yeah, this would be a very well-known team, obviously, for Fisher. 3rd straight CECC Finals appearance, seeking for it because they won in both 23 and 24. And yes, 2-time, seeking their 3-time defending champions here in the East Regional. But team looking like they're on a tear right now. I mean, but again, St. Clair giving them a run for their money, right? Last 2 points, 199 on Junkyard, 187 on the Bomb Flats as well. So this is a really tight match, despite what the scoreline says right now on a 2-0. But you're right, Fisher tearing it up right now, and it's reverse sweep time here if you're St. Clair, if you want to make CECC. Otherwise, Fisher, 1 more win, and they're into Texas 1 more time for May Madness. So, I mean, question to you here, what does St. Clair have to do? If they're going to mirror this right now, you would say the mirror advantage heads on right on over to this team from Fisher.
Yeah, and this is hard for St. Clair, and they're doing a lot of things right, and I want to make that very clear. Like, their initiations are great. How they're setting up their players in the best things for their heroes, perfect. Fisher is just clutching fights that they shouldn't be winning, to be totally honest. And there's a couple of misplays in there, too, from St. Clair. Once they get that initiation over, things start to get a little bit chaotic. We'll see these players start to split up, and we'll overextend. Hydron's found a lot of picks off the backboard. We've seen Cosmic just pull Dragon Blade kills out of seemingly thin air at points, too. So Fisher really have this idea of post-engage, what do we do for steps 2, 3, and 4? I want to see what St. Clair, I think you're going to stick with this Malga, because you kind of have to mirror it at this point. You try to play any other composition, again, you're walking into a dumpster fire, it's not going to be fun. You tried that back on Legion Control Center. I want to see them tighten things up a little bit, to see these kind of post-engagement pieces come together, because St. Clair have a ton of potential to get a map here.
Yeah, sign in these high-level matchups, right? Most times it's one player dead and the rest takes on over, but instead we've got a matchup here that's very, very scrappy, and obviously with this composition you're gonna get a little bit scrappy. And now we're going on to if you don't know the map rule set here, it is unique map mode to the loser side. And next up, we're headed towards push. We are headed to the streets of Portugal, aka Esperança comes up next here. So is this the answer the rest of the way? It is a must-win game 3, must-win game 4 if we get there for St. Clair. Otherwise, again, 1 more win and Fisher is headed back again. And earlier today, again, you saw them play in all 3 games we've had so far previously. Fisher played in Rocket League to start. They won that, and then you go on. They won that series over Stockton, I believe, 4-1. Then, of course, in Super Smash, they won that also in a 3-0 match. Excuse me. So this team out of Fisher right now looking for the near sweep because they lost 2-1 in Valorant to St. Clair, which you saw earlier on here. But a sweep potential here, a 3-0 potential here for Fisher. We are off and running in Esperança, and a little bit of a change here, by the way. Iron onto the Ramatra start, mind you, and Noxious is going to try to see if a Reaper works out for them.
Interesting. So I think St. Clair are going into this expecting Fisher to roll out on the Malga. Again, it's not the most fun. to be playing Lamantra into Amalga, but with the perks that are in, you can have your shield last longer. You can have things work out, including this range. Much better poke damage, and just having Grapes send it into the backline certainly helps with that cause.
Yeah, it's already 2 players down here for St. Clair. They're looking like they want to take this over. It's going to be the Nemesis form from Iron punching away Soaks, and Redix, and Soaks gets a little aggressive would be, I guess, the word.
Yeah.
Maybe greedy to an extent. But it's first fight over to Fisher.
It's a Lucio thing, you know.
It's a Lucio thing. I mean, what?
To be fair, Grapes did just full send it at Noxus's face at the start. Like, I mean, it's a Lucio thing, you know?
Yeah.
St. Clair do need to find a way to close this gap. Grapes and Kiwi combined, much more speed than what St. Clair currently have. Razor is a great start to that, winning that duel out on the Cosmic, catching them off guard, but Fisher have been very good about giving space when they know they can't fight.
I didn't even realize too, Redix now on the Warrior as well, Soaks to the Lucio, so a little bit of a Warrior Lucio combo. A combination we haven't seen in a little while too, here from a little compositions, but Azure's gonna just run over both Kiwi and Iron. 24 meters first fight win, and first 20 meters goes on over to Fisher, but St. Clair able to turn this back.
Yeah, that's kind of the experience I expected Iron to get playing Ramantra, and he's gonna go over to D.Va. A little bit better in that, and even great. X-Ray absolutely should not have died there. Just overstayed his welcome in the open, and Redix too sticking around is shocking. St. Clair really can't be staggering this out.
Well, they are, though. Redix goes down nearly to a coalescence as well. St. Clair does take the lead, but this is going to last much longer considering where they are. This is swap after swap here for either side, because now that Ramantra turns into a D.Va instead. First time we've seen the D.Va, first time we've seen the Tracer, first time we've seen the Reaper here, and first time we're going to see the Junker Queen out as well. That's a switch on from Azure as well. So this is swaps on swaps on swaps here. Minus going the Genji. Coalescence comes out down the lane, down main. They're just trying to push them all the way out. Hydron getting a good amount of healing here from the support line. So Hydron's going to credit the teammates after this if you have any endorsement buttons left. 40 meters to 25 meters. It is going to be pushed back towards St. Clair's side. Cosmic though taking down Soaks, meaning that there is no Samurai that's going to be provided in this fight. Let alone Noxus's health bar is also falling also low. They chase them down. And so it's going to be another fight win here for Fisher.
It was a smart play from St. Clair, trying to flip the map and realizing that they had the advantage up top. But again, the speed and the range disadvantage that they're at is a little bit too much for them to handle. I like Noxus swapping over to the Tracer here, and hopefully it may allow you to get a contest on this point, because you are down Renix, and it's not great for the whole team to have to get it engaged without the significant portion of their field.
We'll see Soaks coming back into play right now. Great doing the same thing, as it is a great knife from it is a great knife from Azure to pull back Iron, and Iron just waiting for Doom. 50 meters left. St. Clair can turn this around right now. No tank, no chance at this fight unless St. Clair or unless Fisher wants to get a little bit greedy, which Cosmic can't because Noxus trades out for the Tracer instead, and both DPS is now gone. St. Clair, I mean, it's changed all over the place, Molly.
We're seeing a lot of these fights just ending with one elimination, and Fisher, for the most part, have actually come back from those because St. Clair will overextend. This is the first time that didn't happen. St. Clair stuck closer to themselves, which is what they needed to do in order to come back. It's going to be a lot harder, though. So many ultimates about to come online. Kiwi start.
Yep, Kiwi start. Soaks will counter that as well with a Samir alongside to help Razor out with the blade. But Overray and Samir dropped on Fisher's side. Iron still has the self-destruct. Azure still has the Rampage too. But there goes Kiwi. There goes Great. Both support's gone. Cosmic trying to turn this around. Somehow lands a pulse bomb onto Redix with no fade available. But still, St. Clair is able to take the lead, and they're going to be able to take the checkpoint too.
Hydron can do whatever he wants. Sure, you gave a point. St. Clair got what they wanted and are okay with you committing 2 ultimates just to clean up here. I mean, this is best case scenario, honestly, for St. Clair. You take this any day of the week. Fisher utilized, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 ults between everything on that. You're holding on to 3 going forwards and will be able to deny this checkpoint push.
Actually, it was 5 because Cosmic used that pulse bomb early on to Redix, which didn't make a difference. So Fisher expending everything in the tank and the kitchen sink, and St. Clair's might as well throw the kitchen sink back, except this kitchen sink, all you have to do is throw up the coalescence, and you find 2, thanks to Razor getting 2 in the backline here. Steva's trying to dive in, and the Steva dives in with no self-destruct anyways. Iron falls down. Yes, Soaks is gone, but that Soaks can go ahead and speed right back in. Cosmic and Hydron, by the way, getting some kicks into the backline. That's both supports now, but St. Clair's still going to get some progress out of it.
Dude, Renix and Stokes have died every single fight because the DPS line and Fisher just managed to live like all the time. And they're still in the back line. By the way, Cosmics and Hydron are just chilling back there. St. Clair said, if you want to be here, that's fine. You can stay there. We're taking the spot. They're prioritizing this objective, and that playstyle is really coming back to bite Fisher here.
Yeah, I've had my fair share of finding out who's spawn capping me, but this is a little bit different enough. I guess on a higher elo game, just stay in the back line. It doesn't matter whether you're in spawn or not. It's just a fight 1v1 between Tracers before Cosmic's like, okay, enough of this. I'm just going back to the rest of the team. Iron finds Soaps, though, so that's a Lucio's gone. And now it's just a bomb thrown up mid-air. See if that lands anything, but that just lands for nothing. Whiffs wide. The Graves getting the sound boom kill onto Azure, and this is going to signal a fight win. This is still close to Molly. Problem is, though, St. Clair already got the checkpoint and progressed forward. Fisher still has yet to cap it.
Yeah, Fisher at the end of the day will end up taking that fight, and I didn't think it was going to be that way. Azuri had that rampage, hit nobody. Nobody got hit with that, and that is really tough for St. Clair because that is your big ultimate that you're kind of banking on to win these fights. Razor has been playing out of his mind throughout the course of this map, and is going to have to do so here as well, having the only real big tool other than a little pulse bomb that Noxious is keeping in his back pocket.
Yeah, Noxious holding that into the back pocket, seeing if that can make a big difference. Razor also having a blade as well, so both DPSs online here for St. Clair. They still don't cap the checkpoint. That robot's still near mid, and Razor trying to blade away here. It is all that Iron can do to stave off, but Noxious bringing out the pulse bomb from the pocket, able to find a Hydron. That's a 3-for-1 trade, make it 4-for-1 onto Graves. How about the team kill? St. Clair will advance even further. They're keeping the hopes up with 3 minutes left.
And the supports lived, Keegan. It's a
And
miracle.
they lived!
I know they got almost the whole team except Nox, but it's okay. He's Tracer. He'll be back fast. Anyways, both support ults here now online, and hopefully they'll be able to move around this first corner. Fisher, you're going to start to sweat it a little bit. Hydron has gotten great value out of the overclock in the past, but it's not going to be easy to St. Clair initiate.
Molessence is going to initiate this as well alongside Soaps and Sound Barriers. So Sound Barriers invest on either side. Then it's a continuing rush. Then it's an overclock to see if Hydron can get anything here. And it's a Junker Queen very much stuck in this swamp. Azure's going to fall here. So Fisher expending the tank. They get 3. St. Clair using 2 ults of their own. Fisher's able to turn it around though, but it is expensive for them to bring it down.
And then that whole time, again, St. Clair, after losing their tank, they're just like, okay, we don't have X-Ray. We're just going to put everybody else on the objective and keep it moving. So they got like an extra like 15 meters just because of that, and the players not taking so long to die. St. Clair will be able to get another contest right about this bridge, and that's important to especially deny Hydron this Hydron space. He's really been hitting those shots if he's had the room to do so. And St. Clair not only have the good setup, but they also have Azure at Rampage.
Rampage only hits 1 though. That's onto Graves, and that's it. So Graves is going to get out scot-free for this unless you have a Suji, which you don't. So Graves falls down in the meanwhile to take from Noxious to chase that down. So again, Fisher not having this checkpoint here in their earlier fights is devastating for them because St. Clair brought it back.
Welcome to Push. I'm telling you, when we look at where this team is, St. Clair are playing the map correctly. They might not be winning mechanically, but they're playing the map. They're pushing the objective. They're alternating their fight wins, saving ultimates on the ones that know they're not favored, and dumping them on the ones that they are. And suddenly, we're left with just about 60 seconds on the clock. Fisher need at least 3 fight victories in a row to get this lead to where St. Clair has it.
Now that time melting away, down to the final 60 ticks, plus potentially overtime here on the clock. Fisher's got 2 ultimates online. St. Clair Noxious last time landed up with the false bomb, was able to land it. This time around, you have it. It's chasing down Akitiko in so much trouble, half to swim step away. Cosmic and Razor both finding a dash, but who's got the better one? Iron Rampage is able to take down the counterpart onto Azure. Cosmic's going to already have to deflect here, but the Lucio's chasing that down in the backline. But the robot keeps progressing. The bot keeps pushing on to 92 meters. Fisher has to go back to claim it, but still the distance. St. Clair, like you said, playing the objective, and they're still winning it out.
St. Clair are playing this push map to perfection. They're exploiting Fisher. They know that they're winning these ones, and they don't care. You're now fighting them their own spawn. Still 3 fights in a row they need to win, and you're going to have 3 ults coming up online. Fisher needs to drag them out as long as you can, because St. Clair have a 5-fingered punch about to smack them in the face.
And that robot's still on the side of St. Clair as well, so either way, 4 checkpoints are in favor of St. Clair. It is going to be the Kitchen Rush out and about here. Sound Barriers dropped at the same time on either side. QB with the Kitchen Rush alongside of the overclock. Last time this did get them a few kills, however, will it do that this time around as well? Azure goes down the hatch of Cosmic. Overtime clock hits. Hydron and Cosmic both finding their picks. Everybody falling also low with the team kill, but Fisher's got to play perfect here on out.
And it's not going to be easy. The fact that St. Clair used a lot there is definitely helpful, but it's still another fight you're going to have to win. Axeray still has this rampage. Kiwi needs to hit the biggest Suzu of his life, or Fisher just better have fancy footwork and hope they can make sure Axeray just full-on whips with this ult again. St. Clair can position around this corner as far as they want, and they want this bot to move because they don't want to play into Hydron's high ground Cyclone.
The question is, if Nox just lands his pulse bomb, what are you using your Suzu on? Are you using it on the pulse bomb or using it on the rampage? That's the two biggest things here, because that's two things you got to worry about if you're Kiwi right now. And gotta make sure you have it up. It's a land on the crates. No Suzu there used either. So this is gonna be a fight, but Kiwi goes down already. Rampage is just to clean up house here. St. Clair says, sweep be damned. It will be St. Clair holding on. We got a 2-1 game. The Saints stay alive.
And we knew that they could do it. And Keegan, this is the thing. St. Clair, we said it before, I'm going to keep saying it. That is one of the best games of push I think I've seen a team play. Like, in terms of the map type, pulling around the objective, denying the power positions from their opponent, and flat out forcing Fisher to take fights that they aren't favored in. And even the fights that St. Clair knew that they were going to lose, they forced point. They forced themselves to get set up for that next power position that they could go ahead and take, and at the end of the day resulted in one map. And generally, Keegan, I'm curious, like, if I can see statistics for that map specifically, because I guarantee you Fisher had more eliminations, more final blows at the end of this map too.
Yeah, and just genuinely here for this team from St. Clair, just the fact that they're staying alive in the process is an insane amount, because, I mean, obviously, like we said earlier on, if you want a backstory to this right now for this team of St. Clair, they're 1-1 currently in top 20 matchups if you're looking at Okra standings right now, and they are putting up a dang good fight up against what is the number 3 team right now, and it's not lost upon them that they are top 10 teams themselves. But obviously the powerhouses of ISU, from Winthrop of Fisher, are all scary to look at. But St. Clair's looking up, and they're punching up too. They're putting on a show here. They're making their fights, granted, like you said, played that push map to near perfection, really, because they had control of the robot. Even if this team from the backline, right, for this team from Fisher of Hydron and Cosmic are pushing this backline, they're not worried about the bot, and the bot is pushing forward without you. The train is leaving the station, they're not on it, and they're just letting that free roam around, and that's what causes them to get the forward spawn. That's what causes them to give themselves more room to work with, and it came up big at the end as well. So next map up for Fisher, I mean, this is a little scary now because, I mean, it is hybrid. You had 4 maps to choose off of, but looks like for Fisher, next map up is going to be Scrims Row, aka Kings Row.
Okay, and I think this is a good pick for Fisher. It's going to force them out of mirror. Again, we will not see any more of this Junker Queen Ramontra, I'm thinking, just because of how close quarters that is. If you're picking a Ramontra and Junker Queen, you're going to play against a Bauga. I don't think it's going to be fun for anyone that's involved on that team. So I'm assuming we're going to see what we saw in the first couple of match, which, if you're St. Clair, that will start to get a little scary. I think Noxious and Razor had incredible performances in this last match of Esperanza 2, between the clutch pulse bombs and confirming the eliminations when they were necessary. You can't really do that as much on Kings Row. It's a lot easier for something that's like a Sojourn to get better value if you're not closing those gaps fast enough, which is where St. Clair found themselves victim to in the past, or just getting scattered after that initial engagement. And these are the two pieces that we really need to keep an eye on as we look into this match. St. Clair gave themselves another breath of life, still in this series, but Kings Row is going to pull out some old weaknesses that we saw in the first couple of maps.
Yeah, for St. Clair right now, this is going to have to be a really solid comeback, and the momentum carrying them right now, especially on that push map, that's pretty good. But now you got a game mode here of hybrid that everybody knows. Everybody knows this map. And again, like I said, this is called Scrims Row for a reason. This is where you test out your entire team composition. This is where you test out those perks too. Why not, right? This is where you test out every single thing. And for this team from Fisher as well as St. Clair, top 10 matchup. I mean, sometimes you scrim each other. Obviously, this is their first, and for those that don't know, this is their first matchup here officially in the school year that we could find so far. So if they scrimmed each other, great. But if not, this is an official match that sends you to Texas. And so big things happening on either end. St. Clair starts off on the attacking side, so same side throughout the entire thing. St. Clair's been on red, Fisher's been on blue side. St. Clair runs the Junker Queen, but like you said, here comes Iron on the Malga.
My apologies there, people. I was muted, but basically I was yapping. Axeray, you gotta get close to this team. Iron already burning the charge will make it a lot easier. Noxious needs to get in an effective position and start dealing some significant damage to this front line.
Yeah, but the significant damage first comes from St. Clair, who's able to find the back line early. That's great. Down one of each rolls down as well. So it is St. Clair that starts us off in a very quick one as well. So last two maps have been all St. Clair starting these points off, and why not? Because it seems like the pressure is mounting, and already a swap off here. Iron's gone on over to the Jungle Queen instead.
Yeah, Iron's gonna go ahead and just try to mirror it. I like that we have this agreement to just, let's play the fun hero, the one that takes more skill. I don't know if Axeray had any fun with that. Kind of got executed in a small room, and it seems that the rest of St. Clair is gonna have a similar fate here, Keegan. If you're St. Clair too, you're about to be in a world of even more pain. Fisher are gonna set up in one of the spawn hold type points that we get to see. There aren't too many left in the current state of Overwatch 2, but this one on King's Row is especially brutal because of the high ground the attackers have and the small choke plays that you can funnel yourself through.
I mean, there's two brutalities if you're thinking about it, right? There's this spawn chokehold that's very infamous, very in different games, but also that underneath the archway as well. Hydron's gonna pop the overclock too after getting a kill onto Soaks. Is that gonna counter out to the Coalescence? Coalescence doesn't reach Hydron, in fact runs out just in the nick of time here. That's a shot. Grapes helps that out onto Noxious, so Fisher's still gonna play this defense, and now they're opting to maybe go back under this archway, but yet again, that's another point where it's brutal if you hold this.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give up more than the archway. Iron ended up going down in that engagement. That was a good Coalescence too. You can't hold that spawn hold if you lose more than 1 or 2 players, just because the spawns being like several light years away. So St. Clair will have some more breathing room here, and especially a rampage to work with. There's zero answer for Fisher right now if that ultimate is pulled.
See what they pull out of the bag here. Real ultimate from the side of St. Clair. There's 2 out for Fisher, and it's already going to be the rampage out. Kiwi's not going to get an effect on it. Neither is Hydron. They melt away thanks to the bio, thanks to the purple of the rampage from Azure. They are able to clear them all the way out. But look at Cosmic still clearing out the back line. That is a Kiko gone. That is a Soldier gone as well. And yes, while St. Clair and Dan's gone over, that's the back line gone. Cosmic's going to get more. And even Iron investing into the rampage, and why not? You got the cleanup, you got the kills, and so Fisher gonna hold on.
But at what cost? All of your ultimates is what that cost. Fisher ended up going so deep into the backline that if you genuinely didn't commit 3 ultimates there, you would have staggered out this entire objective and likely would not have gotten another contest on this point, which is why Grape had to make that decision. So St. Clair are a little bit better off in the long run of this sort of battle that we're seeing. It's mostly on Razor now. Dragon Blade has found most of the value in the past. They can do it again here.
Noxious is able to find one already to start. That's Cosmic. Your back line and gambling down. That's one of each roll yet again. It's stuck inside of the bar. Yeah, you're not here for drinks. You're here for depression. Just another death.
Wow.
3 minutes left to go on the clock here for St. Clair.
That was dark. I'm surprised. That was dark. That was dark. I mean, it is kind of a dark, dreary day for Fisher, because St. Clair pressed none of their shiny buttons. There's still 3 of them going in. Should be another contest available. It's a very speedy team. Noxious wants to make sure that doesn't happen, though. Very early overclock, and Fisher are going to have to burn several people out just to engage.
Let's see here for St. Clair. They use the overclock. Reddick will use the Skates and Air Rush just after that, and Hydron will counter with their own overclock, but neither overclocks get anything. It's a dry fight either way, except for Razor having a blade. If Razor even decides to activate this, but with no backup available except the Sapper coming up from Soaks. If Soaks uses that in the process, Soaks does use that. But if Razor pull out the blade, you might not even need to use it, because Azure and Nox both getting their picks down, and Genji helping away inside of that disruptor shot. So St. Clair, what a time bank here, 340 to play with.
This kind of clutch game that Fisher have been playing, St. Clair are exploiting it. Their ultimate management has been so much better than their opponents so far, and in longer objectives like this where you get multiple fights in a row, that's going to come back to bite you if you're not using your tools properly, especially in your competitions. St. Clair now have a Suzu in their way should they pull a rampage out, but even then, I'm still in a much better spot unless Razor just takes a dive off the map.
I don't know if that was by Lucio Poop either, because
it wasn't
Razor
Grapes.
It wasn't Grapes. I mean, Grapes doesn't get a kill credit for it, so it's just Razor just saying whoops and falling off the map. So St. Clair time wasting away for a couple of moments here. Azure, Razor both having their ultimates, Cosmic and Graves online as well, so we might see a split of blades here. If anything should have happened, it's going to be the Samurai out from Graves. Only catches 4. Cosmic in the middle, that's with basically no health and no shields to work with. The Cosmic's like, yeah, no problem. Able to find 2 slashes, able to find 2 kills. Trades that out for Razor taking down Kiwi, but in this manner right now, defensive stand will still hold their all inside of the storm. Forces out the Suzu as well, so Go button is on. Fisher Iron investing the Rampage yet again. They'll find a Rampage on either side. Soaks and Razor melting away. Soaks barely staying up on that health bar. They'll keep trading. These Younger Queens are just going to trade blow for blow here, but Iron's going to get the better of this so far to hold on yet again.
Holy bloodbath. What am I watching right now? These fights are getting crazy, to say the very least of it, and I think the timing's on a lot of that was better for Iron. Not having a Suzu to cleanse anything out. The bleeds are doing even more damage. That's one of Junker Queen's perks, is when you go at it in the, well, it's not the one Iron has equipped, but having full 100% life steal on the Carnage too, your Junker Queen's not going to die in those instances. You don't need the support, and Fisher were able to take advantage of that, and now are propped up in a better position. St. Clair need to play slow to get their ults up.
That's 2 support on for St. Clair. They're not only using 1 to start. That is going to be the Keaton Rush. But what's better, though, is when Iron and Graves use their own Keaton Rush from Kiwi and make the big impact yet again. That's a quick fight. Keaton Rush finds 5 assists and or elimination, and 1 Keaton Rush makes the big difference.
A huge play there. St. Clair, you could tell there was panic in their eyes, even having their own Kitsune Rush. The pace at which Fisher were playing at totally overwhelmed them, and what used to be a near 5-minute time bank is now getting down to just about 60 seconds. Now eyes turning to Noxious. How can he help buy St. Clair back and pushing this payload?
Ultimate usage has been good so far on this point for Fisher. Overclocked here. Sees if this finds anything, but Fisher calmly is able to kite off of it, and now the Sound Barrier out and about alongside of the blade. Sound Barrier's dropped at either end. Everybody gets it. Razor's health falling a little bit low now. Razor has to get out of dodge. So everybody's ultimate falls down, and we got no elimination here despite a bloodbath of ultimates here. Now Rampage comes out from Iron, is able to find Stokes and Razor. And Iron's been pretty good on these Rampages in the last 2 ultimate usages. They push them back again.
Iron's so good on this Junker Queen. Like, I think he was happy when he's like, oh, I don't have to play Mauga. Thank goodness I can pull out a Junker Queen any day of the week, and has looked wonderful on it. This time, though, we didn't get a trade for the Rampage, so if Oxray can do a similar thing when Fisher doesn't have a way out of it, and that's kind of the only thing that St. Clair are looking towards, or Razor just to be an overall hero. Either way, something big needs to happen because you're running out of time.
Yeah, you gotta hope right now that it is a Suzu used by Kiwi earlier on, but Kiwi's got another rush available here. Good Naywall here from Azure to take down Hydron. Yes, it's late in the game, but that Nay can make a big difference. Azure goes ahead and uses, or gets 2 picks alongside of a Keaton Rush help as well. The defensive stand can still hold on here, and look at the backline. Cosmic here, still trying to find more, trying to dive into the backline. Nearly gets the Keaton, but Noxious is able to find 3 in the process. So home stretch, here we go. No points.
Whoa.
Oh, this gets scary. It's a Widowmaker now from Hydron too, and this gets a little bit scary here because if Hydron finds 1, it might be game over here. Maywell comes up just in time. Sound Barrier out at the same time from Soak. Soak is able to find Hydron after Cosmic. Got both of the DPSs down. You got 3 meters left to go. Do you have enough of the tank here to call this out? Now Iron, 65% to a Rampage. You cannot find it just yet, and Iron's gonna fall down here. It is everybody falling on overlap, 1800ths of a meter, and for St. Clair, final seconds, they go uno, dos, adios, all the way on Kings Road, just by the skin of their teeth. The Saints still march.
And they better be patting Noxious on the back after that one. If you did not have your Mei building up a Blizzard in a fight and like a quarter, then you don't have a way to close that out. And the Maywall pick to go ahead and isolate Iron, punish him for his aggressive gameplay. Like, that was a wonderful choice out of St. Clair to counteract the kind of full force, I'm going to run at you until there's no health left kind of deal that they've sort of been pulling out. It was a great option. It did come late, though. Fisher, again, were faced with a 5-minute time bank that they had to fight back against. Got it down to actually nothing. So overtime completion means that there's a very good win condition for them, especially if they can keep up that same tempo they set on their own defense there. I think that this is a Fisher who can come back, and it's on to see St. Clair how they can start to weather this storm that we've been watching.
Yeah, the storm so far has been St. Clair trying to make their way back. But Fisher's found, obviously, a way to melt out that time bank. Unfortunately for them, right at the end, a swap to the Mei makes the biggest difference as Noxious finds 3 at the end, and then it's just touched and just, you know, it's just stagger after stagger after stagger. So let's see if Fisher can come up with a similar situation. First fight win there for St. Clair very quickly early on, mind you. Can Fisher do much of the same here as they already go quickly, just right out of the gates? And usually, and that's where some teams would be like, okay, let's peek out with a Widow first and see if anything goes. Now, Cosmic's just going to be up there to start with the Genji and just take the full front of damage, which was basically nothing as they hide around the auto or full health. And Azure's going to come right on in, has to use the commanding shot just to stay up before the rest of the team heals on up. First because they reset at the beginning of it. Cosmic, though, with a couple of shurikens, is able to find the headshot onto Soaks, and much like St. Clair's start, Fisher's going to have themselves a quick fight win.
Yeah, this is where you start to get a little concerned. Snowballs can go fast, and St. Clair proved it on their own attack. Cosmic, as well, has been the majority culprit when it's coming to these final blows and the pacing that he's able to go through on this Genji. It is his main hero, and if you let him play it, he's going to have a field day. St. Clair do try to contest this, though, but they don't get somebody on the objective. I really don't like that. Trying to take the fight to get the spawn hold, no longer an option. And can they get out without staggering?
Oh, Fisher's gonna make sure that they can. They already used the Suzu too, mind you. So a speed boost here would be so good here for Fisher. No. They might not even need it. They got the commanding shot to take down Reddick. So they took a big risk. The big reward does not pay off. And it's gonna be Snokes taking out Hydra, but what for at this point?
Oh, I think that's the worst way that could have ended. I think if you're St. Clair, either you get the point and you all die together, but dying that far apart is a bit rough. The one nice thing is that Fisher weren't really on the objective for most of that, so you actually get to hold a corner at the bookstore. Ever Kitsune Rush ready to match this. He's even a shot at a chokehold.
Let's see, Kitsune Rush comes down from Kiwi and Redix at the same time, so it's going to be a very, very quick fight here. Suzu used very early on, so Weston couldn't know who that was, but it might have been from St. Clair early on, as it's a rampage from Azure that's able to find at least 3 picks there, and St. Clair looking like they can hold on unless the blade does something. Cosmic pulls the blade, but it finds nothing as Razor gets the punch. That's a little bit questionable.
I mean, Cosmic, in his defense, has popped off with the blade in the past. 1v4 with sub 50 HP, that's a question mark in my mind. Fisher, you're not gonna have that going ahead. Sound barrier is still an option to kind of help stabilize this. The only thing is, SoX has one to counter out your rampage, so the timing is going to be very important. For Grapes in particular, he's been impeccable with it so far throughout this series. Big reason why Fisher won those first 2 maps. And with Razor on the hunt for a Dragon Blade flank here, you're going to need it sooner rather than later.
Big here. It's going to find at least 3 on it. Sound barrier is there as well. No Suzu used from Redix because they have the sound barrier, so that Suzu can be safe for a little while. It's going to be the overclock also used from Noxious, but Kiwi finding one onto Noxious. That overclock is gone. That sound barrier is gone, and that's all for nothing here. Razor also popping the blade here, but you would think that Fisher wins the fight.
They should be able to. It's only Razor and Soax kind of living in this backline. Fisher, again, not pushing the payload throughout most of that, so another opportunity for St. Clair to recontest. Wonderful sound barrier. Goodbye, Soax. Wonderful sound barrier by Grapes. It actually hit to counter out both the Dragon Blade and the overclock. He waited a little bit longer to see if the blade would come out before using it when the overclock was actually starting to get players low. And Fisher, they're going to try to get this point all the way through. It was a boop onto the tank action right. No, St. Clair still going to take the fight.
They still can take this fight, but not without Azure. They cap the point in the meanwhile, too. They get Azure. Nobody else was touching, so they do get the additional 90 on the bank, and they might get more out of this as well. A big reward out of capping that. They're going to find a very, very low Genji backline who gets mega health back, but it doesn't matter when the team melts away. And in fact, Molly, they get probably these first 2 quarters for free.
Yeah, if you're St. Clair, you're starting to sweat just a little bit. 4-minute time bank, and if anything over a minute gets capped, you are in a lose-draw situation. That's not where St. Clair want to be. Something needs to be changed, and in Zachary's mind, it's the battle cap that needs to make an appearance, hopefully, quite literally body his way back into these fights.
Now Noxious also switching over to the Mei as well. Here comes the Kitsune Rush to see if they can push forward. Good wall at the same time. That's 2 characters that can get out. One by the Haddock Manning shot, the other one just climbing the wall. Noxious still fighting Hydron in the process. Able to just down that DPS for the moment. You're Genji getting a little bit risky. There's the Kitsune Rush that gets past the wall just in the nick of time. So Fisher's able to push past it. But Noxious finds 1, 2, and 3. This Mei is devastating for this team. A Kitsune Rush used by Fisher and a blade, but it don't matter when the Mei is a monster.
Dude, Fisher just lined up together, and it was 3 icicles between the eyeballs of Fisher's players. Oh, Noxious, that was beautiful to watch. St. Clair are existing to make sure Iron does not have fun. CC Madness is the name of their comp, and we need to see how that's going to pan out even further with a Terror Surge on the way. Fisher going to do their best to fight through it, but this ult is so good at setting up plays.
Let's see here if
Off
it
the
does,
map!
because that's going to be the Terror Surge. That's
The
off
beat!
the map. That is the Ajax of a lifetime there for St. Clair to hold on to this. And no, Razor also getting Iron. Oh, you had your hopes in the head of a sound barrier and an overclock, but it goes away to the depths of below. Oh my goodness.
That's a feels bad, man. I gotta tell ya. Oh, poor Grapes. Just thrown into the abyss. It's like, well, team, I tried. I really did, and well, those are 2 ultimates off the board just with the spawns of 1. St. Clair have already burned half of this time bank away, and there's only so much that they need to do, and with 4 tools to do it, you stagger them out properly, we very well could see this going for the rounds.
Blizzard comes out, Suzu's already used, so now they're going to push up on this, see if there's another Maywall in Storm, and now it's a Keaton Rush to counter that out instead, and the Keaton Rush all alongside the Samurai is now going to counter Strokes out away. So St. Clair has their counters up, but Azure going down early is not going to be a good sign for you, and in fact, another swing of the axe is bad news for you as well. Yes, we get a final fight, but that's home stretch territory with 2 minutes left. If you're St. Clair, you're hoping at least 60 more seconds pass.
Oh, that beat hits Axeray too. That'll be a St. Clair 1 fight, most definitely. But Fisher, even when they know they're at a disadvantage, those are the battles they seem to decide to win. Rushing out the Kitsune Rush, St. Clair just forcing Fisher back. They're just going to kite the entire thing.
Yeah, they had to use the ultimate maybe just to try to get onto point, but either way, that's a good win for Fisher to try to trade this out. If you're St. Clair right now, you're hoping 35-second passes. Otherwise, you are not getting a second attack onto this point, and the best you can do is withdraw. But let's see how quickly they can win this one out. Iron's got Stokes down. That's big news for them. There's also a Blade out as well. But Blade isn't the one taking care of everybody. It's Kiwi Grace and Iron fighting their pick. Final 3 meters. Battle Cattle's got to do a lot here, and they're going to leave time on the clock. It is uno dos adios for Fisher. The Falcons find all 3 points, and they're going to be the only ones to get an answer for this last round. 1:17 on the clock for them, 0 for St. Clair.
And it was a 17-second difference here that separates a win from a draw and a loss from a draw. This is a very tough point to be stuck in. And St. Clair were doing so well there. Like, genuinely, if that sound barrier hit the ground a half second earlier, I'd say there was a fighting chance. But Fisher, this can't hurt them anymore. It just makes you play more Overwatch. Sure, that's fun. You like that. But you've been up all day. You don't want to play more Overwatch. You want to go to CECC now. We are not patient. And with how this pacing went, neither team was able to hold a single fight on this first objective. St. Clair, you got 2. You got 2 points that you're going to need to hold. The Junker Queen couldn't do it. So you're bringing back this Mei. Noxious has been incredible on this hero, slowing down the pace, slowing down the tempo, and partnering that with Axeray's Ramatra, too, to have more of this brawl kind of potential. It's going to make this interesting. Fisher will have close spawns. If they want to swap to the Malga, they definitely could, which is why St. Clair want to keep this very closely guarded. No secrets on their side, and Fisher, they're going to have to be guessing, because honestly, this is the map. This is their CECC ticket on the line, which is 33% of a point.
Yep, only one tick needed for that ticket in the main madness. Do they punch themselves a spot one more time? Are they 3-time defending CECC East Regional Champions? Minute 17 decides that right here. St. Clair must win fights in order to draw this map and send us to a map 5 at the very least with a 2-1 scoreline still. 55 seconds on the clock. Redix, though, starts us off with a kill on the Hydra. That's not bad for you. If you're Fisher, though, that's an early fight. You had 17 seconds extra from over that minute. You can regroup, and that's exactly what they're doing.
And this is good. Fisher have been great at kiting after they lose a hero, but that's why I was concerned. You see the Ramatra? Iron's gonna pull out this Malga, and it just nullifies Actuate completely. You have to use all of your cooldowns defensively just to live, and because you're focused on one thing, you forget about the sharp edge of another.
Big thing, too, to mention as well, if you haven't played yet, it's 2 perks every which way. Everybody's got a minor. Everybody's got a major here in overtime clock. Oh, Iron finds 2. That's 2 picks already. The team starts to fall away, and the Falcons, they may not have gotten in the school sweep in the East Regional, but they are going to get 3 out of 4. Not too shabby. Fisher, once again in Overwatch, are going to be your 3-time defending East Regional champions, and the tickets are punched for Fisher yet again.
Yeah, Fisher, and again, top 3 ranked school for a reason, Keegan. Excellent clutch potential throughout the day today. We saw the individual mechanics of both Hydron and Cosmic come to shine. Grapes was impeccable when it came to these sound barrier timings, and it was consistency across the board when it came to their kiting and re-engaging off of the pushes, and it kept St. Clair off guard. They exploited their weakness of struggling to regroup fast enough after these objectives, took advantage of their lack of stabilization, and were able to strike where it hurt them the most. And Fisher, very deserving of yet another spot at the CECC Main Madness tournament.
Yeah, and Fisher looking to see if they can climb their way back to the top of the mountain. I mean, you take a look at their history for CECC, right? Runners up back in 2023, lost to Maryville 3-0, who would eventually become champions, and then semifinalists in 2024. They lost to Illinois State in the semifinals. They lost to the eventual champions 3-0. So you're hoping if you're this Fisher team right now that there's some way to break through the mold here. Unfortunately, if you're looking at just Okra rankings alone, there's 2 other teams up there. And by the way, Molly, next weekend it will be the South Regional. Winthrop is in there, your number 2 team in there as well. So there's a lot of action here at CECC. I mean, what are you looking forward to when we come up the next weekend?
I want to see where the South region can go. I think Winthrop right now is a clear favorite to take it away, but if there's a lot of these other schools like our Texas A&M teams, both maroon and white, have made some really strong performances as of late, and I want to see if anyone can fight up to that big dog that Winthrop is. We oftentimes draw a line like it's ISU Winthrop, tier break, and it goes down from there for the rest of our top 10. And I think this is where things could start to shake up if we want to get some of these more contested matches. It's so possible to happen with the addition of perks. We're seeing teams try new things, whether successfully or failed. They're going to pull it out and see if they too can become a champion and earn that spot in one of the best collegiate tournaments out there.
There will be tickets punched next weekend as well for the CECC South Regional. Don't want to miss that. It's 2 weekends in a row, by the way. Overwatch and Super Smash will take the first weekend this coming weekend, and then the weekend next to that will be the other 2 of Valorant and Rocket League. First and foremost, we got a couple of shout-outs to do here on side of the broadcast. Coming up tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, you got the College Street Fighter Spring Qualifiers. That is round 2 coming up here, and that they've been providing some great action as of late as well. Don't forget, check that out again. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Esports. You can also check it out on the Capcom Fighters official channel as well. And of course, for everybody else here at the same time too, next weekend, if you're watching for more, like I said, it's the first weekend of the CECC South Regionals. 2 teams in Overwatch, Super Smash Brothers. Of course, Winthrop, if you're a fan of Overwatch, Winthrop is the one you're watching out for. But 2 more teams punch their tickets to Arlington in early May. Grand Finals for that starts off on Sunday, right about 2:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So hope you join us both for Monday as well as for Sunday, next week Sunday as well. Cannot wait for this. Special thanks going out to our observer, Cool Scoots, and our producer. Long day for him, Mr. Colton, back in the Esports U studios. For my partner, Tiny Shiny, we bid you farewell as one more time. Our final score, 3-1, and Fisher College defending their title yet again as CECC East Regional Champions. We'll see them one more time in Main Madness, 3rd straight time, by the way. Until next time, we say have a good rest of your night as part of the road to Main Madness. You've been watching the CECC East Regionals right here on Esports U. Have a good rest of your night, everybody.